What is up, gamers? Whoa! Rad finally emerges from his freaking cave in the middle of the forest to do another live stream. Hey everyone, how y'all doing? Sorry about that. Life's been whack. But in any case, we're doing alright. And yeah, I'm gonna do another programming stream today. So I honestly don't know what to freaking say. I think I should just probably jump into this. Here we go. Oh man, that red text on the chat, you know what? Not feeling that. I feel like I'm gonna break it though if I refresh it. Alright, if it doesn't work, you can yell at me. You have every right to yell at me. But I'm gonna give it a try. Please freaking work. I swear, if I actually broke it by... holy frick. Red is cool. Oh no. Did I actually... okay, oh. Holy frick. Okay, I almost had a heart attack. Anyway, alright, good. Chat's working. Yeah, so I saw y'all are doing a game jam. Blob asked me, oh, hey Sajid, how you doing, man? Blob asked me on Twitter if, and on Discord as well, if that was alright, and, yeah, of course, it's looking really I haven't been too involved in it this time, sadly. I haven't had as much time to, like, work on that, or else I wouldn't contribute my own thing, right? But, yeah, I saw a little bit of, what you guys are working on. Like, I saw some screenshots in the Game Jam channels. It's looking really freaking cool. So I'm hyped to see the results of that. In any case, I'm gonna get to work, I guess. So let me show you a little something I did. So this, alright, here's the thing about my code, right? It's often very long, right? And that's obviously worsened a bit by the fact that I'm using C and that I'm high on performance. I'm like crazy, you know, a bit obsessed with making everything run quickly. But yeah, that stuff combined obviously makes it sometimes so I have a bit too much code that I type. You can tell that by the fact that this file is freaking 1,052 lines, and all that it does is it loads PACxV2 files so far. And you might think that's insane. Why would it even need to be that much for a PACxV2 file? Well, let me explain why. Everything about these files is actually really simple, except for one thing that makes it very complicated. It's the fact that they can merge offsets, right? So, I'm going to try to explain what that means real fast, and then I'll show you what I've done, and then we're going to get to work. So, let me grab a more simple one than this. Yeah, let's go with this. So, in bin.a files, if you're not familiar with them, let me grab a really tiny bin.a file. Here's one. Okay, this is such a tiny one. Holy frick. Okay. Basically in bin.a files, right, you have like a bin.a header, which is like this, and then the bin.a, they have what's called blocks. I thought they were called nodes for a long time, but apparently the game, according to the symbols found in Ghidra and stuff, they're actually called blocks. Anyway, so this right here is the block count. It's actually a short, it's not a uint like it might appear to be. And anyway, right after the header, you have that many blocks. So a block is very similar to an NN file, like Sega NN, if you're familiar with that. So let me show you real fast what an NN file looks like, just for comparison here. Let's just grab one from, you know, why am I doing this? Why don't I just grab one from this folder, because I already have some right here. Okay, sure, why not? Here's one from Secret Rings, I think. Holy frick, what is this? I think that was a compressed one. I don't know what the frick that is. Sorry, hold up. Anyway, here's one from Secret Rings, I believe. Let me get the music fixed real fast as well. It's a bit loud on my end. Alright, let me know how the volume is, everyone. I'll check the chat in a moment, by the way, sorry. So, Sega NN, the way it works is you have what's called chunks, right? So basically, every chunk looks like this. There's 4 bytes, which is the signature, which just, it's like 4 characters, right? And it says what type of chunk you're dealing with here. And then there's another 4 bytes, and that says the size of the chunk, not counting this piece right here, which is called the chunk header. So see how that says hex 18? So right after this part here, if you select hex 18 bytes, like so, you can see that's the chunk, right? And so here I go, we repeat it here. So there's the size, and then there's the type, NGMA, and then the size 178, and sure enough, 178, right? It just repeats that throughout the whole file. That's SegMN, right? So bin A, they took that. They copied that approach with the blocks. So here you have a type, data, right? And then you have the size, 110. And if you actually select that many bytes, oh, actually, sorry, this time they changed something. Now it includes the size of the header in there, right? So this is 110. But yeah, but beyond that, it's basically the same freaking thing. Interesting. But yeah, that's actually the approach they went with in bin A, V2. I find that fascinating. Hilariously, though, they don't actually freaking use this. The only block type that they ever use, is data. I'm dead serious. We, to this day, have not found a bin A file that has anything else inside of it. And as far as I've been poking around at Lost World a bit, and it seems like in their code, all that they actually check for, there's 2 block types that they check for. One of them is data, of course, and the other is actually one called IMAG. It's image, I guess. I have no freaking idea what that is or what the purpose of that is, and but yeah, it goes completely unused. And those are the only block types. So basically, there's just data, right? Kind of stupid, but that's the intent was to have more than just this, I guess. Anyway, the reason I point this out, so what's interesting about it is at the end they have this offset table which looks like this. And it's kind of clever how this works. This is like a relative-based thing. So basically, this song is not my favorite. I'm sorry. I don't know why I have it in my playlist still then. This is better. I'm sorry. I feel like I offended some people. Anyway, sorry. So the way this works is it's relative. So everything is, it's like a bit mask kind of thing. So like, see how this first byte here is 43, right? You put that in a calculator or whatever, you can see here's the binary for 43, right? So basically the first 2 bits, which are 1s or 0s, right? They indicate what type of offset we're dealing with here. So if it's set to 0, 1 like this, that means that the next 6 bits in the file are the offset. So if you get rid of this and just look at the next 6 bits, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, right? You can see that the number is 3. And so what that means is, basically, from the last offset, which is the beginning of the data at first, go 3 offsets worth from there. And each offset is 4 bytes. So 1, 2, 3. There's the first offset. See? And then the second one says 4, 2. Right? And so you can just repeat that. It's really simple. 42. Okay. Oh, it's 0, 1, so it means 6 bits. Okay. 2. Great. 1, 2. Here it is. Right, and that's how the game does it. It just goes through these one by one, and it just uses that to say where all the offsets are. This is brilliant because it saves a lot of space, because they can just have 1 byte essentially represent where an offset's at, instead of having to have like 4 bytes, which has the position like they did in gens. So this is really clever. Okay, so where am I getting all that? What's the point of me blabbing and saying all this? Well, let me explain. So in the PAC files in Lost World, they did something very clever. It's actually really smart. Essentially, here's what they did. Whoops, hang on. Hold up, is it Griff? What? Maybe I pulled up the wrong file. I could have sworn there were effect files in this. Okay, sorry, I can't find it all of a sudden now, but somewhere in this freaking file, there is what's called what I'm calling a merged file. It could also be called an embedded, whatever you want to call it. And this is where they do this weird trick. So essentially, PAC files, right, which are like archives that hold a lot of like little files inside of them, they are also bin A files. So notice how they have a very similar looking header? It just, instead of it saying bin A, it says PACx, right? But it's almost exactly the same other than that. And they still have the block count, and then they still have a data block. It's all exactly the freaking same, with some differences actually, but it's very similar, right? Well, yeah, they also have the offset table. If you go to the very end, here's a very big, holy frick, it's still going. Holy frick. Okay. They have a very big offset table, right, at the end. And this is all of the offsets in the file. What they do that's very clever is basically, right, if they have a bin A file like this, for example, that they want to store inside of this PAC file, instead of just taking all this data and just stuffing that in the PAC file somewhere, they'll take just the data node stuff. So they'll take just this part right here, and they'll store that in the PAC file. And then they'll take the strings here, and they'll put those in with the strings that are part of the rest of the PAC file, and they'll take the offsets, and they'll put those in with the rest of the offsets in this table here. That's why it's so massive, right? And that's what they do. And the reason they do that is because this way, they don't have to include a giant bin A header and data block header. Well, not giant, but, you know, it's actually quite small. But, you know, they don't have to include this every single time for every file that has this. They just have one at the very top of the PAC file, right? which is this up here, and then they can just use the data. And so it saves some space, especially when you have hundreds of files and it adds up over time, right? And so it's really clever. It's great stuff. It's honestly very smart. Beyond that, it's also kind of a performance thing, because instead of having to go through the PAC files off the table and then fix every offset in the PAC file, and then go into each of the bin.a files in the PAC file and then fix each of their offsets one at a time, you can just fix the PAC file offsets, and that fixes everything, because the PAC file and the bin.a offsets are merged into one. See, I don't know if what I'm saying makes any sense. I'm sorry, I'm covering a lot of ground here. But anyway, that's the PAC file. So it's really clever stuff. The problem is that when you want to extract this data, it becomes a nightmare, because now you have just like this piece here, for example, and you need to pull it out. But here's the problem. You need to retain this information, right? Otherwise you have basically an invalid file. And that information is stored in at the very bottom with all the other stuff down here. Down here, right? So you need to go through this and determine somehow whether any of that data is relevant to this data, right? And then if it is, you need to combine it with this data, and you also need to put this header here, and then you need to extract all that, right? And that's not it's not impossible. It's actually, you know, it's not that difficult to do, all things considered, but freaking, it's a nightmare to reason about. So the reason there's so much freaking code here is because I'm doing that. So I wrote all this code here just the other day, and yeah, this part here is the relevant portion. So what you do is you go through the offset table, and if you find an offset that is contained within the data of the file, well, like that points to something within the data of the file, right? Then you know that it's a merged bin.a file. So once you've determined that, what you want to do is, see, you want to do all of this crap. It's still going. All of this. And essentially what that'll do is that'll unmerge all of the string tables and offsets. And then it'll account for padding and everything, and it'll set up the header and the data block, and it'll do all that for you. So PACpack, if you've used that, does something similar, but it does it not like Sonic Team would have actually done. What they do is, hold up, 1 second here. So here's a file from PACpack. So what they do is they just pull out the data. Yeah, this is in there. I don't know why I couldn't find it. I don't know why I couldn't find that when I searched. Anyway, sorry. So they just pull out the data, like you would expect. And then at the very end of the day, they just slap this thing on that says PACpack metadata, and then it's just account, I think. I don't remember what it is. It's something very simple. It's basically just a list of offsets, right? And then after each offset, you have the strings. And then they fix the offsets based on that. So that works. That works perfectly fine. But yeah, to be honest, I don't like that approach for a few reasons. One of them is that this is not something that Sonic Team would have done. This is not like a standardized thing. This is a PACpack specific thing, right? Oh, sorry, yeah, this is the count. Anyway, it's not like, clearly what Sonic Team would have done is they would have embedded it within bin.a file like this, right? They would have put the header there, and they would have put the offset table and everything, right? But beyond that, the main thing I don't like about it actually is to figure out if it's a bin.a file or not. When you go to repack, if you have it like this, it's super easy. You just open up the file, you just check the first 4 bytes. Is it bin.a? Great. Merge it, right? Otherwise don't, or whatever. You can do it based on type as well, but like that's a really easy way you can tell. With this, it's like, is it a bin.a file? I don't know. Okay, you gotta go through the whole file and load the whole thing up into memory, or seek it, right? And then get to the very end, or not even the end, right? It's like you need to keep going down and check every byte, essentially, right? Until eventually you get to a string that matches PACpack metadata, or you reach the end of the file. And that's how you have to check if it's got it or not, right? And I don't like that. Not a big deal, but, you know, little things that bother me. So that's why I do it differently in mine, but it is painful. So anyway, that's why this file is so big. And that's what I've been working on. So it does work. This is a horrible test, and I'll explain what the problem is. So there's this load function here, which is going to, you can give it a PAC file, and then it's going to load up that PAC file and also all of its splits, right? Because like PAC files have that, like you know, like for example here, you have like this file, but then you also have all of these splits, which are these. So you can't just load this one. If you want to load all the data, you need to load all of these, right? So you want to load them all if you want to extract this. Anyway, so you need to like take the file name and then figure out based on the file name what splits load and everything. And that's not difficult to do, but there's like, a lot of corner cases you have to account for, like little weird things. And, you know, that's always something that I don't find very fun, so I usually do that last. So anyway, I haven't implemented that function. I'm going to do that soon. So in the meantime, as a really quick, stupid test, I just did this, where I just copy-pasted this a million times. And I just said load them all manually and then read it, right? And yeah, you can see that it actually works if I go to the out folder here. And I picked this one, by the way, because it's the biggest pack file in the game when you add up all the splits. If you run this, and frick, I have a problem with demonstrations where it never works for me. Not worked, we're good. Yeah, that quickly actually, it loaded up everything and pulled it all out. And here it is. And it also fixed all of the bin merged data. So if you go through here, you can find... Actually, I don't remember if there is any in the terrain common pack for this. That might have been a bad example to demonstrate with. Is there in here? Hang on, there might be around... No, I don't think there is. Okay, let me use another file as an example. Let's use Sonic. Oh yes, I too do love Sonic. I'm gonna be really lazy. Like, really freaking lazy. So just... I'm just gonna do this. We're gonna load all the packs and fix all of them, but we're only gonna... Whatever, who cares? Oh, whoops, wrong folder too, whatever. I just want to show that, that this works. And then I'm gonna move on to what we're actually doing today. So yeah, okay, good, there's no Sonic folder. So if I run this, you can see it'll generate it. Alright, it's done. And there it is. And here's all the data it just pulled out. And you can see this effect file, for example, was in this pack file as like that data, but now it's got a bin A header, right? And it's all the data and all the offsets are fixed. And then they point down to the string table here, and they also have an offset table, and it's all like they would have actually done it in the game. And it's actually very easy to re-import this as well. So it's good. But yeah, anyway, so that's what I've done here. So I'm going to commit that real soon. All I want to do is I want to finish this load function first, and then I'm going to commit that, and then we're going to work on other stuff. But anyway, the goal of tonight is a few things. So firstly, I want to get this function done. It shouldn't take too long, hopefully. And then once I get that working, I want to start working on PACxV3 and simultaneously V4. I know it sounds very ambitious, but hear me out. V4 is essentially the same thing as V3 but compressed. All right. So if you get V3 working, V4 should be very easy to add support for. There's a few weird cases. Apparently, there's some files that are uncompressed and stuff that I'm going to be looking into more in depth when I go to do that. I'm going to make it my goal to support every pack file from Tokyo 2020 and Sakura Wars. And I also want to, of course, support repacking them. But obviously, I won't have all that done tonight, nor do I plan to do that. That's a longer-term goal. But yeah, that's where I want to go with that. So anyway, for tonight, I just want to finish this, and then I'm going to start work on PACxV3 stuff. And if we still have time, right, if we have it extracting PACxV3, then I want to then also have it extracting PACxV4. I want to start work on that. Will we have time? Probably not, because I'm spending 30 minutes talking about this. But we'll see. So that's the goal. Alright, let me read the chat now, because I got a lot to catch up on. Pack Metadata is the funniest work I've ever seen. Yeah, same here. I think it's humorous for some reason. Just the fact that it has the actual tool name in the data. I don't know, it's funny to me. But yeah, but it's a totally sensible workaround, to be honest. Like, I totally get why it was implemented, but yeah, I feel like it's good to do things the way that their actual tools would have done, right? Because that way, if they change something in the future, it's usually easier for you to adapt to the change as well, right? Because you're doing things the way they were doing it. You were gonna make an Echo Power model, you couldn't get the tools to work? That's funny. Hey, Wham. Alright, let me scroll to the chat a bit here. I'm gonna read some old messages, and then I'm gonna real fast. I'm gonna try to catch up a bit. Let's see. Yeah, until September 20th, it's fine. Oh, neat. Just abuse macros. Yeah, that can make code cleaner, but can also make it a lot less clean. It depends how you use them. And also, macros are really... Like, there's a lot of things you can do with macros that work perfectly fine on almost every compiler, but they're not actually standard C or C++, right? And so, it can be really easy to accidentally do something that isn't standard, and it works just fine. And then you use some weird compiler or something as a test, and it doesn't freaking work, and you're like, what? I know I have to rewrite all of this crap because it doesn't work, you know. I don't know. I've ran into weird corner cases like that before that I don't like dealing with, so I try to keep it simple, right? And sometimes simple actually, as weird as this sounds, sometimes simple to me actually means 1,000+ lines of code. I know that sounds weird, but a lot of times it can actually be simpler to just write out a lot of code, at least for me, than it can be to come up with like a perfect solution. I don't know. What I'm trying to do now is just think in terms of, does it work? Good. Right? Not in terms of, is it the cleanest it possibly can be? Because that's what I was doing before, and I wasn't ever getting anything done. Anyway, though, yes, I do agree. Macros can help. I don't even know how to say that. Musashi? Yeah, but that's like the codename for Cycle Wars, right? It doesn't have CPK priority, but it has a lot more CPKs. That's interesting. Let's see. Rad's battle-phobic cancel. What the frick? Oh, because Sonic Battle. Oh, wow, I'm really... I gotta catch up, sorry. Let's see. Does Route 2016 do the same thing? Oh, I typed frig instead of FRJ. Oh, that's what I did wrong. Thank you. Sorry. Yeah, thank you for pointing that out. And yeah, I don't know. Do you mean like with the pack files? Does Route 2016 do the same thing? Rio does, I think Rio uses V3, doesn't it? Oh, no. Rio uses V2. Yeah, that's right. I'm fairly certain it does. So that's actually... Okay, so that's something very stupid about it, actually. So, yeah, they use V2. So here's the dumb thing about the pack format. So that... Most of the pack V2 format is actually really clever, like straight up. The merging stuff is a nightmare to deal with, but it's really clever, actually, and I see why they did it. These weren't intended to be archives that were intended to be extracted and stuff, right? They were intended to be pack files, hence the name, right? They were just meant to be files, like blobs of data that the game can load and do it really fast, right? And for that purpose, they work excellently. Like, they're honestly dead simple as far as that's concerned. Like, they just pretty much, they literally just have, like, I believe it starts here. They have a node tree, which is like the types tree, and then they have file trees, and that's basically it. So type trees hold an array of, like, strings, which says, like, what type of data we're dealing with, and then pointers that correspond to those, right? And they have their own subtrees, and then those are all the files of that type. So that's all that it is. There's a lot of numbers, but that's all that it is. And then there's just basically the data. The only really crazy thing they do is, yeah, the merging, and that makes it a nightmare to unpack. But it's clever stuff. Here's where it gets stupid, though. Wait, what's that? Is that a bin-A header? Why is there a bin-A header inside the pack file? Didn't I just say that the entire point of the merging was that they didn't have to have bin-A headers? Yes, it is. But for some bin-A file types, for some stupid, mysterious reason, rather than merging the offsets and getting rid of the header like they do for every other file, they just leave the header. So for us writing tools, this is actually better because it's super easy to extract this. You just pull the whole data out, you're done. You can literally see how it says up there at the side says A1EC. Yeah, you just grab that many bytes, copy paste, you're done. That's it. That's all I got to do. So that makes it easier for us, but it's also stupid. They came up with this whole clever system, and they only use it sometimes. Some file types still don't do it for some reason. I don't know why, but yeah, for some reason, anim files, like these have the bin-A header on them. My tool didn't generate that header there. That was just built in like that. Okay. Whereas effect files don't. They're merged. So if you see bin-A header on these, it's because my tool generated that, right? And shadow models also don't have the bin-A header. They're merged as well. So again, if you see it on there, oops, then it's because my tool generated it. But yeah, but there's another type that has no merging as well. There's a few. I have a list of them from the C++ version of this before I started this new version. You can see there's a thing I have that says PACx flags bin-A. Anything that has that flag on it does the merging. Anything that doesn't have that flag on it does not do merging. And this isn't just me. This isn't just some code that I wrote that I was just like, you know, this is what I noticed. I actually wrote an analytics tool that just goes through every pack file in both the Wii U and the PC versions of the game and all the DLC and it collects data on every type and what they do and what they don't do. And yeah, this is literally how they do it. They have, these are the only ones that they merge. There are other types like yeah, Anon. This is BinA based, but they don't merge those. And I don't know if this is, I don't remember if this is BinA based. I don't think it is actually. There's other types that are BinA based that they don't merge either. It's kind of stupid. I don't know why. It's so weird. Oh, this one I never figured out if it should be merged or not, apparently. Why didn't I figure out that one? Because, weird, I have to look into that. Sorry, hey Wheel. Haha, Radgo code. Exactly. HTT's not BinA, it's developed data. Ah, thanks, Ajid. Okay, that makes sense then. There's some that are BinA that they don't do, though. It's kind of dumb. Hope that's not too loud. That looks fine. Sonic Mission stream. I sleep. Rad coding stream woke. Thanks, Rikila. I appreciate it. And hey, Señor Donna, how you doing? Sorry, I know I'm really late. I'm doing alright. Thanks for asking. When are you explaining Forces PACx? Well, I've done that a million times. I can if people want, but what they do is really clever actually as well. But yeah, they're interesting. I'll explain it a little bit actually as I code in this stream because when I finally get into that, you know, 7 hours in. But you know what I'm saying? Because I'm gonna need to, since I'm gonna have to program that. You think V4 uncompressed would be easy to tackle first? Yeah, I agree, honestly. So I'm gonna start with that. Though I did do some tests with compressed pack files a little while ago, and I got one of them to unpack. I don't remember where I put that code, but it's somewhere up. I'm so disorganized. But yeah, but it literally is just LC4, so just have LC4 as a dependency and you're good. Which I will do. I'm not gonna write my own LC4 to compressor. The actual LC4 codebase is freaking great. It's really good. Hopefully Ring's accepted just fine. It should. I don't know, but what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna have a flag on the function that lets you generate you know, V4 pack files that just says the compressed type, right? So there'll be an LZ4 type and there'll also be a none, right? And whichever one you specify is what it'll do. So it should be really simple to get it to work. As the old saying goes, simple sometimes means thousands of lines of code. Yeah, but seriously, I agree though. I disagree with that. Sometimes the simplest way to do it is just freaking type a lot. Listen to the CPK files on Discord since you thought it was spam. Thank you so much, I appreciate it. I'll check it out when I get to PACxV2 stuff, but I need to get started there because I'm taking a while. You're wondering if it uses FIRG or Big NA, you guys Griff. HedgeLib Pack should already support, the version that I've released, the 0.1 version or whatever, should already support this game. I haven't actually tested it though. No, it does. Yeah, it does. So it should already support, if there are effect files, which I'm sure there are, you should just be able to find out. Let me see, let me answer that real fast. Let's see, let's say effect, let's just search for that. Okay. That was maybe a bad idea, because that's every freaking pack file. I'm sure I could have just found it more easily just by, you know, looking at what makes sense. Like, what's the equivalent of terrain common? Oh. Oh, I guess I already extracted one too. Wait, was there an effect pack somewhere? I'm not even using my brain right now, I'm sorry. I just shut it off. Well, I don't freaking know. Anyway, I'm sure they do. I'm sure they use the same format. Or at least a very similar one. Oh yeah, they do use probes and stuff though in this version, so I guess that's... What the frick is this? They have another one of those files that just says no extension? That wasn't just a pack glitch, right? I'm sure it wasn't, but let's double check. Billboard guest, and that's referenced by... Oh, jeez. That's 2E1FEA. Okay. And, It's in Big Endian. So I'm just gonna search for... I believe it's in Big Endian. Yeah, because it's a Wii U game. Yeah. There it is. And that's part of this. And then 610. I'll get into the actual coding in a moment, I swear. Sorry I'm taking so long. I always do in these streams, but... Okay, and then finally... Yes! Res raw data. Yeah, they don't have any extension on this. What's Sonic Team's obsession with doing that? That's so weird. There's so many... They do that in Lost World too, and I don't get it. Like in Windy Hill, they have these files here that have no extension on them. They're like W1A1S3 cloud something. No freaking extension. They're cloud files. Okay. Like, was it that hard to be like .cloud or whatever? You know, like, it's so weird. I don't get it. Anyway. Hey, Hyper, how you doing? Hold up one second. I'm gonna catch up again. You didn't know some files had a bin A header left over? Yeah, some of them do, and I don't know why. You can tell it's the ones that were made by like interns who don't know what the frick they're doing. Because, okay, like for example, like it's the anim format, right? And I've already ranted about this a million times, but the anim... Okay, so like, yeah, so here's a pack file that I... this is a folder that I extracted with PACx. You can see this doesn't have a bin A header, it has a PACx metadata, right? So these anim files, despite that, still have bin A headers and string tables and everything. Because they're just like that in the pack file. But yeah, but anyway, what's funny about it is, anim files, you can tell we're made by like an intern who doesn't know what the frick they're doing and doesn't know how the engine works. And let me just prove that really simply here. Almost every bin A file has the, you know, the bin A header and then the data block, and then it has, at the beginning of the data, which is almost always at X40, right? It has the signature like this, and that says what type of file it is, and then it has a version number, and then it goes on from there. Anim files do that too, but not the way they're supposed to. They have an offset that if you follow it, it says 2D4, right? And you have to add 40. Ah! They meant to just put anim here, but instead they accidentally put an offset to a string that says anim. And then here they did it again. They meant to put 102, but instead they put an offset to a string that says version 1.02. So anyway, you can tell that this format was made by someone who didn't actually understand how the bin A stuff worked, and they just were trying to follow what the other code did. And they probably wrote some code that was like, you know, write string anim, right? And they didn't realize that what that did, that was actually going to add it to the string table, right? It's so funny. But anyway, yeah, it's these files that are, you can tell are made by people who don't know what they're doing, that also have the bin A header attached to them. So that's why I think it happened. Because you have to remember, this is a team of programmers. It's not just one, you know. So there were bound to be some programmers who were new and weren't quite on board with what everyone else was doing. And yeah, it's fun crap. Quick use of potion. You didn't. Rad fainted. Oh no, I'm dead. Tamunisaka at sonicteam.gov. Subject line: fixing pack body. Hey, good evening, Mr. Azuka. I've noticed some weird pack merging issues. Here's the source of bugs fixed. Regards, Ref. I fixed their bugs for them. Nice. Okay, let me speed up here real fast, and I'm gonna actually start. Ghost of Riders Fast says hello. Yes, it does. Would be worth getting more data for PACxV2 through Rio. Oh yeah, you're right. It would. I have to run that tool on there as well. Hey, Red Zavarian, how you doing? You can't believe Sonic Lost World runs in the cloud. Oh my gosh, we have xCloud already. Feels like they files that they did externally to keep their bin A header, whereas data gets edited directly within Sonic.pac would get merged. You know, just speculating. Wait, hold up. Like, they get to keep the bin A header, whereas data gets edited directly within Sonic.pac. It would get merged. I'm not sure I understand. Sorry. Sometimes I must have some reading comprehension issues or something, because sometimes I'll read a message and I'm like, right. Wait, what? And I have to like read it a few times. I'm sorry. Doesn't you struggle hard at getting rid of the cloud files from your PC because Windows bugged out? Yes. That was a bug that I had with HedgeLib that I fixed a while ago. But yeah, that was an issue. You can see I still have a folder here, a failed attempt. It generated these files with a dot and with no extension at the end. And that's not what was supposed to happen. And so you might go, okay, no problem, just delete the folder. You wish Windows was good. You wish it was good.
But it isn't.
For some reason, Windows cannot comprehend the idea of a file having a dot at the end with no extension. It cannot understand that. So if you do happen to create a file like that, which you can do, Windows File Explorer cannot delete it. You just cannot freaking get rid of the folder. Now you can actually do it. You just have to open up a command line, you know, and do it like this. What is it? Dir? Is it rmdir? Is that it? Yeah, but like, oh frick. How does Windows work again? Is there no force? Okay, I don't freaking remember how to recursively remove a directory in CMD, but you can do it easily. On Linux, it's rm-r. But anyway, maybe it works here too, actually, I don't know. I doubt it. No, of course it doesn't. WSL would work if I did that. Anyway, whatever, you can do it to the command line if you just freaking Google how to do it first. Or you just know it and you're not an idiot like me. But I'm just too lazy to do that. So that folder is just forever going to be on my hard drive until I get stop being lazy. Anyway, yeah, sorry about that. That's quite a bug. But yeah, that's been fixed since 2019 now. Late 2019, I believe. So yeah, make sure you use the like newer version that's on the releases page, and that one shouldn't do that. Why is it at the end of the file? Because I don't know. Seems like a silly mistake. Yes, it is. You mean you couldn't message her? Oh, gotcha. No, you're good, man. And yeah, if you want to sleep, feel free to at any time. I know it's late. Can you show this to me? You have one that you need to remove. Okay, let me look it up because I don't remember how to do it. CMD remove directory with files in it. No, that's Linux. I like how I literally looked up like Windows CMD. It still was like, you mean Linux? I'm like, no, I know how to do it there. What is it? It's /s? I don't think so. I think I misread that. rmdir /s, and then the directory name. Yes. Oh, that is it. Yeah, that's it. That's how you do it. Okay, so it's rmdir /s, and then you say the directory name. I don't know what the S means. What does the S mean? Suppress? I have no freaking idea what that means. Because like -r makes sense. That means recursive. But what is S? Anyway, I'm wasting time. Sorry. Let me actually do something. You just use debian and Windows. Yeah, that would work too. WSL is very nice, actually. You just have to delete the record speed when booting up the PC3C. Well, you could do You could do that too. That would work too. S means stop existing. There we go. It means shut up, or Sonic Team, or I don't know, whatever. Sorry, I'm trying to make a bad joke. It's like, hey Windows /s. Do you allow PACxV2 switches that aren't used by a lot of storage? Yes, I do. I have for a while now, actually. Yeah, you can. Let me put it somewhere where it won't interfere. If you make a file that's like my file dot, let's say txt, because that's actually not a supported extension by default. Hello guys, what's up? And if you pack that, should be somewhere here now. Yeah, if you actually look at that in hex edit, what it does is it'll put the type as the extension followed by res raw data, which is what their tools would have done as well. So yeah, you can actually just watch as it doesn't work. It should work. I don't think I've tested it ever actually, but yeah, it works. So yeah, you can do that too. There's not much of a point because the game won't know how to load that. So if you give that to the game, it'll just be like, you know, but it shouldn't crash. I don't believe it will anyway. I haven't tested it either. But you can do that. The Gizm format uses a char point. Oh yeah, Gizm does it too. Yeah. You still have some of those null files in your hard drive. Yeah, I'm sorry. I don't know. I don't remember what I did that made that bug happen. It was like something really weird, but that's fixed. Get to coding, yeah, will do. Hello guys, today I will show you how to mod Sonic exactly. Alright, so we're gonna get to work. So, first thing I want to do here is what I said, I'm gonna work on this PACxV2 load function. So I'm actually gonna pull up the Gen's archive function. I'm gonna kind of copy stuff from there because I'm freaking lazy. So, yeah, I have this one that's like load single, and then I have another one that's like load splits, and I call them based on what makes sense. So in the load function, I just check if you're loading splits or not, and I do that because it keeps the code clean. Here's the thing, right? My mind always shuts down with stuff that's actually pretty simple. It's weird, right? Like the bin merging stuff, I can do that, okay, but then stuff like this, for some reason, kind of melts my mind a bit. So here's the thing, right? The user could pass several different file paths. They could pass like this file path, or they could pass like this in, or they could pass like this in. And ideally, you know, you want it to support all of that. You want it to be like, even if I pass this in, it should be able to figure out that you meant this, right? And then load all the splits and stuff from there. So I have to think of a lot of corner cases. Sometimes that kind of messes with me a bit. I think what I'm gonna do is so with PAC it's actually fairly simple because there's no like PFD, ARL, all that stuff. There's just PAC and the splits. That's all there is. And furthermore, the actual PAC files have a type within them called res pack depend, I think, or something like that. That actually is not actually a normal file. Instead, it lists all of the names of the split packs. So if you load the root pack, you can actually then go to that data and then just literally read all the names from there, and it'll tell you every split pack to load. And in fact, I don't believe the game does anything more than that. I don't believe that the game actually will like start at 0 and then count up or anything like that. The game just will load everything that tells it to. So if you wanted, I believe you could tell it to load up like a pack file with a totally different name or whatever, right? Like I believe you could actually tell it, hey, when you load up this file here, I want you to also load up this one, and also load up this, and also load that, whatever. You could just tell it to load arbitrary things. So that's neat. But anyway, I'm not just gonna loop through the zeros and everything, but I'm gonna like try to detect. I'm gonna try to find. Okay, if the user says I want to load no splits, then I'm just gonna load whatever they told me to. So if they say load this, I'm gonna load just that and nothing else, right? Because that's what they asked for. So do that. If they say load the splits, I'm instead going to try to find the root pack, right? And then load that, and then get that list, and then load everything from there, right? That's how I think I'm gonna go about doing this. So in gens, the way I do it is, I'm saying this out loud to kind of refresh myself. Let's say I check if it's a split, and then if it is a split, I load. I don't remember what I do. We'll find out. Load splits. Oh yeah, in gens you don't have a root AR, you just have splits essentially. So I just load all the splits, right? And also you have to count for AR loads and crap. Okay, so actually this should be a lot simpler than... Okay, this should be actually pretty simple. So here's what we're gonna do. Let's see one more thing. Yeah, that's dead simple. We're gonna copy paste. Alright, PACxV2 load single. Okay, we're gonna say load that. Here's the archive, spit that out. Blob load it and then parse it for you. In return, we're gonna say HL PACxV2 read. There's the blob, we're gonna load just one of them. There's the archive, we're done. Okay, easy. For the splits one, we're gonna do, we're gonna figure out if it's a split or not. If it is, we're gonna find the root. If we can't find the root, I'm actually just going to give up with an error because we should always have a root pack. Otherwise, it shouldn't even. The game won't even load it. So why should we? We've got invalid data. So that's how I'm going to treat it. So if it's a split, we're going to find the root, and if we can't, we error out. If it's a root, then we just load that. Either way, once we've gotten the root, we can then just get the splits from there. I think that's the best way to do it. You did different split names and force, it just works. That's awesome. You can put little garbage in the game and be like, okay, that's really cool. Not a big fan of finding the root pack. If the user inputs the split, just extract that specific split, in my opinion. Yeah, what I'm doing is I have like an argument called load splits, and if you set that to true, then it's gonna like find the root pack and do that. but if you set it to false, it just loads what you tell it to and nothing else. So that's the approach I'm taking. HedgeLib Pack, I don't know how I'll have it call this yet. Maybe I'll do it like that. I don't know. But I kind of feel like there's a lot of times where, maybe I'm wrong, but I feel like I would not at all be surprised if someone was like, you know, new to modding and they weren't really too clear on what they were doing. And they're like, well, I'm gonna extract this, and they accidentally double click this one instead. Right? You know what I mean? And then they look at the folder and they think that's all the data, and they don't realize that they only extracted this split. And they needed to extract all of this. Right? I don't know. I feel like it's more user-friendly to just extract all of it, unless you specifically tell it, hey, I know what I'm doing, load just this one, right? Maybe I can have a flag for that. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe most people would disagree with me on that. I'm not sure how I'm implementing that yet, but anyway, the function at least will definitely let you do both. So let's do that the same way I did with gens. Sorry, load splits. And did I, yeah, I did. Anyway, sorry. Oh, I didn't make the, let me put the in at the beginning. Let's sing here, it's funny. File path and archive, okay. We're gonna just copy paste that. Cool. Oh. I don't know if you heard that. Someone's like watering their garden or something. There's like a hose. It's making a weird noise. Hey Blucher, how you doing? What's going on? What's happening, party people? Alone on a Friday night? Gosh, I'm pathetic. Fair enough. Oh, your average like lost one of those numbered files and you got a tiny bit confused when you need to extract. Thank you. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Yeah, I can see the argument both ways, but yeah, I feel like there should just be like a flag. 'Cause I've definitely talked to people who have like accidentally extracted this one. Also, I've done it with original PACx. Let me skip this one because this has been going on for a long freaking time. With original PACx, like the early versions, it didn't load all the splits. It would only load the pack that you told it to and nothing else. So even if you passed in the root, it only would extract the root. And there was something wrong with that, but it confused a lot of people, myself included actually, because I remember using it and extracting the root pack and being like, wait, is this all the data in there? Wait, where the frick? You know, and it took me a moment to realize, oh, this version doesn't extract the rest. And I had to you had to extract each one manually. Right. But anyway, I will have a flag though, because there are times where I want to just load one. Okay, let me shut up and do this. Sorry, I've been blabbing a long time. So here we go. We're gonna say, okay, determine whether, oh geez, this pack is a split. Ever have one of those days where you're like, did I spell weather right? Oh boy. Alright, so I think I just got the extension and then I checked based on that. I don't know why I have this tendency of like looking at my own code. For some reason that helps me like do stuff faster, I don't know why. Yeah, I got the length of the file path and then I used that to get the extension, and you don't need to get the length first, you can just have it get it. But the reason I did that was because I also needed the length again later. Right, so it made more sense to do it like that. Okay, so once you have the length, you can, you know, because you need to make your own copy of the buffer to change it to get the root name or whatever. So, yeah, so here we go. We're gonna just we get the length of the file path, and I haven't included that one. Okay. Shoutouts to by the way to the fact that this menu in Visual Studio still is doesn't actually respect your theme. Like I've got the dark theme on, but it's this white. Whereas like in File Explorer, if you right click, this is the right color. Really weird. Well, obviously I understand this is a totally different program made by different people, and this is in WPF and that's in Win32 and all this crap. I get it, but I just find it funny that they can't be consistent with their UI. Like Microsoft doesn't know how to do that still. Alright, anyway, so we get the extension, and then once we've gotten that, we're gonna check if, and let me just see what I did here again too, because I don't know, man. I just checked to see if the first, if the first character of the extension is a dot, of course, because that verifies if it's like a valid extension, and then if the second one is a digit, and also if the third one is a digit. And of course, this I just checked for ASCII, because, yeah, like, I feel like some people are gonna see that and be like, that's bad, but like, no. What the frick? What else are you gonna do? If you're using like even in Unicode, even in UTF-8 and UTF-16, it's going to be, this check is going to be valid. This is going to determine if it's a number that's 0 through 9, right? So like that's all you need to. That's really all you need to do. Anyway, and then I check if the last one's an alternator, right? Because I want to make sure that it's actually that's the thing. If what I find is actually a PAC file that's like got 3 zeros at the end, I feel like that should. Ah, boy. I don't know what to do in that case. Because obviously, that's not right. That's not a Lost Word archive, then. But maybe it is. Maybe you're doing some weird crap, and you just decided to name your PAC file with 3 zeros at the end. I don't know. Should I error? Or, like, what should I do in that case? Because, like, it might still be valid data that I could load, but I won't know until I do it. And how can I find the, the root? This is the kind of thing that kills me. Corner cases like that, like weird crap. Like, what if the user does this? Because they could, It's like, I don't know. What do I do then? You only want res-raw data support for future code mods? Yeah, that would actually be really cool. Funny thing is, VS's context menu is easier to theme than explore. Oh yeah, it's way easier because it's WPF. They can make this look literally however they want. Your student that only happens with 2016. What does? I'm sorry. I'm off. I'm all out of it today. What is an easy word? And you're on your school spell bowl team. Yeah, academics. Cool. What are those floating brackets? These you can do this in C# too, I believe. I think actually I don't know. I'm pretty certain you can. But you don't really have any reason to do it in C#, but in C you do. This is called scope. So you might have heard of scope before, but maybe you don't know what it means because people don't really talk about it much. Basically, a scope is like, I don't know how to explain it. Basically, variables are only, they're created within a certain scope, right? And as soon as you get out of that scope, the variables no longer are around. So, for example, like right here, I can use this variable here called filePathLen, right? This one right here. I can use that. I can do whatever I want with it, because it's within the scope, right? But if I go outside of these curly brackets and I go down here, I can't use it here because it's no longer valid. It's not inside of the scope anymore. You might be like, why would you do that? There's a few reasons. In C, the reason is because this is C, I'm writing C89. I know. Some people are gonna be upset about that, for good reason. But I like this language a lot. One thing that C89 does that is definitely actually a limit of the past is it requires you to actually declare all of your variables at the top of a scope. So you actually can't. Like, have some variables here, and then have some code, like, whatever, right? And then have some more variables, like, here. That's not actually valid, because there's code in between these variables. That you can do this. Oops. You can do that, and that's valid. But yeah, you can't have, the variables have to be, like, all towards the top, basically. And the reason it was put in there as a historical limitation, it's because compilers at the time had to run on really freaking crazy limited hardware, and they had to do some really complex crap, especially considering the hardware they were working on. And to also have to like keep track of the fact that variables could be declared at any time was just a lot, right? That's basically the reason. So they had to, it made it simpler just to say, okay, variables are only at the top, otherwise it's invalid code, just error out. Right, and that's kind of why. In later versions of C, like C99, and of course in C++, they got rid of that limit, and you can put variables wherever. But in early C, you have to put them at the top of a scope. So the reason that I'm doing it here is because I'm trying to okay, so you can actually do this, right? And this is valid C because yes, I put code in between these variables and these variables, but these variables are at the top of this scope. See? So it's fine. They just have to be at the top of a scope. I don't know if I explained that well, sorry. So in this case, I could actually get rid of these, and this would still be valid because these are there's no code in between these and these, so it would still be fine. The only reason I'm doing it is because what I found is it's actually kind of good practice to do this. Because here's the thing, right? When you keep your variables limited within a scope, you make it easier to keep track of how many variables you have all at once. You know, once you're past this curly bracket here, that you don't have to think about these variables anymore. Everything in here is just not anything to worry about anymore, right? It's only the stuff that's within your current scope. So like it makes it easier to like keep track of where your code's at. But beyond that, the other cool thing is it can help with optimizations in some way. Now most compilers are smart enough to where they're gonna do this even regardless of whether they do scope stuff because they're not stupid. But this helps it anyway. Basically, this tells the compiler exactly when you intend to use the variables and when you want to stop using them, right? And so the compiler can use that information to better optimize the program because it can figure out like, oh, okay, from this point on, you're never going to use these again, right? So I can take that memory that I was going to use for those variables and I can use it for something else, right? And so it can do stuff better. Again, most compilers will do that anyway these days because they're not stupid anymore. They're very clever. But anyway, it's just good practice, I find. So that's why I do it. Anyway, hey Syneps, I don't know how to say your name properly. I'm sorry. How you doing? I was here. Hello, Radford. Hey. Not using the wide scroller in VSSMH for my head. Yeah, I don't know. I wasn't a huge fan of it. It's alright. I see people like it, but I'm not used to that. I could get myself used to it if I wanted to, but eh. Also, technically, we support them just because they don't exist doesn't mean they can't exist. Right, true. And I don't think it would crash the game either. It would load just fine. It just wouldn't do anything unless you make it do something, right? With a code mod. Make a function that checks the digits. If it's all digits instead of an alternator? Yeah. Yeah, I guess you could do that, but I don't know. I think I'm going to keep it simple for now and just check 2 digits. Because I feel like if you're doing anything else, then maybe it shouldn't automatically load it for... Yeah, here's the thing, right? If you tell it load splits, you're saying automatically load them for me. If you say don't load splits, you're saying I'm doing it myself, I know what I'm doing, right? So if you say do it automatically, the automatic version should be able to make some very basic assumptions, such as it's going to have to be like this, right? 2 digits at the end. I feel like that's a fair assumption to make. If you want to do 3 digits or something else crazy that you're not really supposed to be doing that isn't supported by the game, I feel like it's fair to say, fine, you can do that, but we're not automatically going to load it for you because we don't know what the frick you're doing, right? You have to manually call PACxV2 load with, you know, with load split set to false and with the file paths that you want, right? I don't think that's... I feel like that's reasonable, actually. Maybe not. I don't know. Maybe later I'll change it. Can see that being... Wait, thanks for the insight. No worries. You can see yourself being very confused by that at a glance. Yeah, it looks confusing, but honestly it helps a lot when you... Especially when you get into bigger functions. So, like, here's a massive one, right? So, like, say I'm looking at this, I'm trying to keep track of all these variables. There's a million variables everywhere, right? It's like, oh, frick. How do I know where everything's at, right? It's really easy. Just look at the scope, and just follow the line, and look, here's the variables, right? They're always at the top. There's some variables, you know, there's some variables. It's so easy to, like, find where everything's at, right? Because you just see it's always at the top of a current scope. Because it has to be. That's a rule of the language. But yeah, but it's one of those things where it's like, yes, this is a limitation, and no, I don't have to do this. I could just use C99 or C++ and not worry about it. But to be honest, I feel like it kind of helps lead to nicer code a lot of times. Not always. I'm not saying this is the best looking code you've ever seen in your life. It's a kind of a mess. But, you know, I don't know. I feel like it helps in some ways to make things a little bit easier to digest. When you have, like, a big function that you're going through, it's, like, easier to keep track of where everything's at. I don't know. That's just me, though. Okay, so this, we're checking to see if the first digit is a period, the second one is a digit, and the third one's a digit, and then lastly, we've got an alternator. So essentially, it has to end with this, that kind of thing, right? So if it does, then we can actually allocate a buffer that's smaller. How did I do it here again? I can't remember. Yeah, I just freaking allocated, man. Gosh, I do everything so manually. What's wrong with me? Alright. Sure, why not? We'll go with that. Now, the fun thing to keep in mind is on Windows, it uses UTF-16 for its native calls and stuff. So if we load up one of these and we go down to that list... Oh, jeez. This, here we go. We find this name there. Oh, good. There it is, PACx2, great. That's an UTF-8, or actually it's probably more like Shift-JIS, but whatever. You know, every character is 1 byte. So we need that to be used to UTF-16. So we need to, frick, this stuff's not fun. We can just convert it, obviously, but I want to keep that clean. So let's, we can't really make any safe assumptions because this could be any length, right? So why don't we just, let's keep it simple. Let's just keep it really simple. Let's allocate a copy of this buffer. And where did I put the path buffer in this? Okay, I just did this, whatever, who cares? I'm just gonna copy paste all of this crap because it worked out fine before, so. Okay, allocate that, and I don't know why I did this. Oh, that was so I could iterate on the splits, right. I don't need to do that in this, because I can just look at the split data. That's what the game would do, and that's better. Okay, so we're going to so take the length of the buffer and add 1 to it so that we can account for the null terminator, and then memcopy. And actually, we can subtract a bit from this. Let's see, we got oh frick, sorry. For some reason, it helps me to write this out. I use a $sign to represent the null terminator because I'm weird. Because if you just put a 0, it looks confusing, and if you put a /0, it looks like it's 2 characters, so I just use a random symbol, right? Why not? Alright, so... so +1 would be this, okay? So if you just have this, it's that, okay, and then you got -1 to -2. Okay. That's what we should need. If I'm not mistaken. Yeah, because then we have an alternator there, and we can do that. Okay, that's all, because that's all we need. That's how we get the root. Okay, and then when we memcopy, we got file path length +1. So we don't want to actually do that this time. We want to copy everything up until that point. So we want to say yeet. Let's see. It's file path length, and then yeah, -1, 2 again. But we can actually subtract 3 this time, and then just put an alternator at the end. And that's safe because we've already verified that there is an extension that is at least 3 characters in size, so subtracting 3 should always be safe. Big enough to hold just the root's name. Okay, and then we're going to set null terminator, path buffer, file path length, and we also want to subtract from this. Let me bring back that comment. I know I do things weird. I'm sorry. Okay, so file path length would be like, oh frick, I always forget. That's actually going to be basically pointing to the null terminator, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, because like if you had, if it was 1, then yeah. So we want to say -1, 2, 3, right? That should be correct. And then once we get that, we have the path now. So good. Otherwise, if it is just a root, otherwise we're just going to assume that it's the root. Actually, that's what we'll do. We'll just assume that it's the root. And if it isn't, then well, you messed up because you called this function on something that wasn't a valid split type or a valid root type. That's how I'm gonna take it. If you want to fix it, either make the extensions valid yourself or call this manually. Right? And both of those should work. But the automatic thing's only gonna help you for actual valid data. That's like how the game would do it. So we're gonna say Otherwise, just assume that this is a root pack. Alright. C# supports scopes too, but you have literally no reason to use them other than formatting your code, and the compiler refers to them as blocks. Oh, right, it does call them blocks. I forgot about that. Yeah, exactly. There's no reason to use them at all. Like, actually, I think they have stackalloc. I think there's a operator in C# called stackalloc, which lets you allocate something on the stack, which is kind of crazy that C# lets you do that. It's like, oh, what the frick? We've got a garbage collected language, but we can still stackalloc if we want to. Neat, but yeah, really, probably it's not something that anyone uses, or even hardly anyone even knows that that exists. But yeah, for that, I assume the scope would also be handy because you could tell it exactly when to, you know, you could control that. But yeah, you really hardly ever have a reason to use scopes in C#. Like in C, in C++, you already hardly have a reason to use them, right? But in C# you really don't, because it garbage collects, so you don't need to worry about when variables go out of scope. It'll like figure that out for you. Just get the last dot and check for numbers to check if it's split. Right, exactly, but I don't know. Wait, hold up. People won't have crazy pack counts like 1,000. Right. That's what I'm thinking as well. That's why I feel like just checking for 2 digits automatically is fine. If you're doing that, I think you should worry about something else. Yeah, I'm not worrying about that. I'm just checking to see if all I want to do is just basically like, I don't know, I want it to do the right thing pretty much automatically. You know? And there's some weird cases where I don't know. But I don't think, yeah, no harm supporting is your point. What? Do love how Benny is just constantly screams you in the footer. Me too. It's an actual mood. This will break once if you make a pack named that. Yeah, but why would you do that, right? If you're doing that, then, you know, that's a forces pack. Like, that's V3. I don't know. I mean, I guess I should check for that, but like, maybe I should check for that. So what do I do then? Just do a loop, right? So just count from the last dot, right? All right, we'll do that. Why not? And let me change this comment up here because this one isn't actually representative of what we're doing anymore. This is more like allocate path buffer. Okay, so if the first character is in fact a dot, then we're gonna go from there. So while frick, let's just say I, and you know what? Let's do a for loop. Let's say I equals 0, I is, and then ext I is not. No, wait, sorry. Let's do that. Is that right? Hang on. No, it's not. Well, it is a digit. And I don't think we even need to do anything in there, do we? Let me think. Hang on. So we say start at 1. And I'm sorry, that's not what I meant to do. I meant to say that should actually work, shouldn't it? Let me make that less confusing though. Nah. So while it's not the null terminator, just keep going, and then in this we're gonna check if it's a. No, sorry. What I had before was fine, because this will also ensure that it's not, if we reach an alternator, it's not going to be a digit anymore, so we're going to stop there. I don't know. But we need to make sure it's valid. So let's say if, see, like, for some reason the simple stuff is what shuts my mind off, not the complicated stuff. It's so weird. If it's not a digit, then we're going to break, and we want to indicate that this is actually not a split. So let's just say, I don't know. I guess what you would want to do is say true by default, and then if you find a character that isn't a isn't a digit, then you know that it's not a split, so you say false and then you break. But then the problem with that is obvious. What if you just have one that's like just a dot or whatever, right? It can't be a split unless it has at least 2 numbers, I would think, right? Ah, frick. Are you comparing the character to a bool? Am I? You mean here? This is just checking if the character is not 0. Oh, you're good. I just went to what you said. Yeah, I'm out of it as well. Sometimes I don't understand. You wore, not right now. Oh. I guess I fixed it. Okay, so I need to actually check if the first... I need to do that check I was doing before first, and then if that's true, then... But don't include an alternator thing, and then keep going from there, I guess? There needs to be at least 2 of them. So let's rename this to make it a little bit more... Frick, I don't know. The game should load the PACx even if you name your splits in alphabetical order. It should load them regardless of... From what I understand, it just loads the root pack based on the name. So like it'll load like... I'm sorry. Like if you tell it load stage W1A01, it's hard-coded to load like a pack that's called W1A01 far, one that's called MISC and object and sky and terrain common, right? All that stuff. If it can find them, of course. And then once it loads those files, it'll like just load the roots. And then once it loads those, it'll go into them and it'll check for that res pack depend data. And then based on that data, it'll load every pack that's listed there. So this one says, also load sky.pack.00, right? So when it loads sky, it'll also load this. And terrain common obviously says all of these. So that's all that the game does. It doesn't even, it doesn't do any automatic, like, numbering. Like, it could care less what these are actually named. So that's why I kind of feel like this is, yeah, I don't know. I can do this later. But for now, I want to get to like PACxV3 and V4 stuff, right? So I'm just going to keep it real simple for now. I'm just going to do what I did before. I'm just going to do this. Oh, yeah, for now I'm just going to do that. Later we can do triple numbers and such if we need to. Talking about jam. It's awesome. Make a separate function, please. Yeah, I want to later. Sorting splits this alphabetical order sounds like a fun way to break PACpack. It should. Alright, so here we go. So otherwise, assume that this is a root pack. So, okay, so assuming that it's a root pack, that should be really easy to load. We should just be able to load this. But then from there, we also want to load the splits. So the difference is... if we're assuming that this is just the root pack, then we shouldn't have to actually create any buffer. We should be able to just... I don't think we should have to do anything. We should just do this. Yeah, because we can just use... oh, yeah. Oh, wait, frick, no. Yeah, I'm going to do this. I'm going to do a stupid hack. Here we go. Set file path player. That's right. And... okay, so what we'll do then is we're just going to use file path, see? And then later we check to see if pathbuff is null, and if it, you know, well, actually we don't even have to do that, we can just free it. Because free supports null as well. Alright, so that'll work fine. So, okay, so then load the root pack. And we can, yeah, we can branch this out into its own function that's like get root, right? But for now we'll just keep it like this. So load the root pack. Okay, so we're going to do that by saying, sorry, blob. I think it's a blob pointer we want to get here. I can never remember my own freaking code. That's it, yeah. No, let's just call this blob because... No, we actually are going to say, yeah, root pack. We're gonna have to keep that loaded for this to work. So this is one thing that's kind of bad about how I have this function working so far. So I have this one called read, and it takes an array of packs, and then it spits out an archive. So that's good. Problem with that is, what if you don't want to have all the packs in memory all at once? So like, what if you want to just load pack number 1, then pack number 2, and so on, and you want to like deload each time, right? So you want to be like, load pack 1, give me an archive for that, deload pack 1, load pack 2, and so on, right? You should be able to do that, because that's much more memory efficient. At the moment, there isn't a way to do that. Unless the only way is to instead treat it like separate archives, I guess. So you could just load each one separately, and that would work as well. But you know, it's not great. I'd like to fix that, but I don't really know a clean way to do that without breaking some things. I'm gonna have to think about stuff. But anyway, load the root pack. So we're gonna just say, gosh, I can't even. File path, which should always point to the root pack pointer now. Root pack, and then we're going to say if we failed, then we want to free the path buffer, obviously, and then we want to quit. I think I can just say, I'm going to do that. Except I want to... Am I going to be doing other things later down here? Because if not, then there's no reason this stuff should even be in its own scope. I assumed I was. Maybe I'm not. I don't freaking know what I'm doing. Okay, let's... There's so many things I can do with this. Let's do this. Let's have a root pack. Let's also have a pointer that's like... splits. And we will allocate that in a bit. We're going to pull that down here. By default, this is result success. We only fail if this happens. Okay. And what we can do is we can just load the root pack. And then once we have the root pack, we can go into that, find the splits, and then we need to load those up. Right, so once we do that, we can then, yeah, so I'm going to branch this out, actually. So I shouldn't need that anymore. Yeah, I should just load the root pack, and then I'm going to allocate an array of blob pointers for this. And it's actually going to be... Maybe I should rename that, because it's not just going to be the splits, it's going to be the splits and the root. And I'm just going to set the first pointer to a copy of this pointer. So the reason I'm going to do that is because then I can just pass this whole thing in to the read function, and then that'll work. Twitch started bugging out? Oh, frick. Well, hey. Welcome to YouTube. Oh. I'll play the Lego movie game soon, Tess. I actually really want to do it. I'm sorry I'm taking so long. All the censored Roblox text, that's funny. You're gonna fade if you don't see... I latest guy, thanks for stopping by, I appreciate it. Why did you say it, you fool? Wait, was I not supposed to say it? Oh, it was a surprise. I didn't know it was a surprise. Oh. Okay, I was genuinely like, what? Oh no. Well, frick. I'm sorry. You heard nothing. Anyway, all right. So, load the root, and once we got the root in memory, we're gonna load the. You're not joking? Oh, frick. Okay, now we have the root. So we need to go get the splits. So I should make a function for this, right? This should probably be its own thing. I don't know if I should expose this publicly or not. I'm exposing the pack format. But really though, I don't know. Would that be helpful to? Yeah, it definitely would. Yeah, it absolutely would. Okay, so let's make that a function. So how does it usually go? It's like it's usually actually it's like before the proxy entries. I'm gonna put it here. Get split table. Okay, and what type did I use for this? I just did that, right? I'm kind of surprised that I didn't do that elsewhere. Maybe I did. Apparently not. Okay, goody. So this can also return null. So apparently this is actually coming first. It feels kind of weird. Actually, this should probably come after the swap functions, I think. Yeah, you know what? I would feel better if these came afterwards. I just don't like the way that looks. No, it's weird, but... Now I'm really strange. I think, like, linearly, right? So when I read, like, a header, I think in terms of, like... So first you would want to swap, right? And fixing would call upon that, so you do that first, you know? And then you'd want to get data, and then you'd want to use that all that code that I just showed there to like read and load, right? I don't know if I worded that right. That's kind of how I think. So after this function is where I'm going to put that. Okay, so here we're going to get this. Does this sound like Toontown music? Oh. You heard the dude that made the Toontown soundtrack made the Metal Gear Rising Revenge soundtrack? What? Is that true? If so, that's really funny. Okay, I hate... No, I'm just kidding. Song 3 is awesome. I love it. Oh no, it's this song again. Gonna do a Sage stream? I don't know. To be honest, this year is like just whack. Like, I'm just honestly shocked that it's already almost freaking over. Like, I'm totally not prepared for like anything like that, you know. But I mean, what do I have to, like, you know, mentally is the only thing that I mean by that, right? Like, physically speaking, I just gotta make like a thumbnail on it, you know what I mean? There's no reason I can't stream it. So I don't know, when is Sage this year? I have no freaking idea. Oh, you said it's like the 5th of next month, you think? Oh geez, that's pretty soon. If I don't forget, which I might, yeah, I'd be totally down for that. Yeah, sorry. I'm like, maybe if I bloom this quietly enough, no one will... Gross. I'm sorry. Alright, we got the type tree. So we're gonna go through this. Please after you. Oh my gosh, that's funny. September 1st is Glacian Day in Japan? That is a national holiday. You forgot they were happening this year? Same! I'm like, oh, frick. I saw it too the other day by, maybe it was Sage, maybe it was SHC, I don't remember. So I only remember because of that. But yeah, ooh. I probably will, I don't know. We'll see. Oh, jeez. Alright, so let's get the type nodes. Sorry. Alright, there we go. We got the type nodes. We're going to go through that, so we're just going to say type nodes I dot name. We got to get that. So let's say const char type string equals trying to get some sleep. Okay, so if that matches, and what are we looking for? The splits type, which is up here. PAC.d, res pack event. So, that's a little stupid, not gonna lie. The way I'm doing this. Currently in the read function and also here in the load function, I'm checking the split type by checking the whole type string to see if it matches that exactly. Now the thing about type strings in PACxV2 files anyway is the way they work, as you might have been able to figure out, is they have the extension and then they have a colon and then they have the res type name. So theoretically speaking, they have this. Okay, they have this special type which is like .pac.d, and then this is what the game uses to know what other pack files to load. So this isn't actually a file that like they created and then they like packed into the pack file. This is like a special entry. It's like a weird thing. Technically speaking, though, I believe this extension doesn't really matter either. I haven't tested it, so maybe I'm wrong. But I feel like if you actually did this, if you hexedited the file to make it do that, I feel like the game would still actually load it. I guess I could test that. Does anyone want to see me test that, or, do you not care? Because that would only take a moment, but... That's just the way I'm doing it currently. And that's dead simple. So I guess you could break this tool just by doing that, right? But why would you do that, though, So it's one of those, yeah, I don't know. It would be better to just, it'd probably be better just to find the colon first and then check for that. Because that's what the actual game does, I believe. But, like, in the real world, I think it's pretty freaking understandable that it only checks for that. But yeah, I think I will do the colon check. You don't think they even matter in the game? Yeah, I don't think so either. That's why I'm saying it makes more sense for me to do it like that. But it actually would. It would be an easy fix too. It really would. So I probably should just do that. But you know what? Let me see. Let me see if the game cares. Honestly, I really think the game's gonna load it just fine. Okay, so here's a pack file that I hexedited the other day for a test. So we're gonna hexedit it again. We're gonna search for the text that says .pac.00. Here it is. So we're gonna change this to say... I'm sorry, that's not what I meant to look for. Yeah, I meant to say whole file. Yes, there it is. Okay, we're gonna change this to something else, and I'm not gonna change the size, I'm just gonna keep it real, so I'm gonna change this to, Zach. Oh man. Whoa, the sweet life of Zach and Cody? Okay. So that's been hexedited now, and this mod is already enabled, so let's just start up the game. Do do do. Do 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 do. It loaded. Yeah, it loaded fine. It looks like the... Yeah, it loaded all of them fine. So... you can see my terrible meme edit. Hang on. I was testing something again. Ooh. That looks normal. Yeah. Anyway. Yeah, okay, so... So what we've just done now is we've created a pack file that the game will load, but actually our tool will not. So, yeah, I should fix that. Because that's a simple fix. Let's just say, how did I do it before? Hang on. Here's where I get this. How about instead of doing that, right? Do I use the type string again later? I do. Oh, frick. It's really easy. Just do this. Res type. LOL. See? Who searched Azuka's face over the doors? It wasn't me. Definitely wasn't me. I would never do such a thing. And, I want to change this later as well to be similar to how I did it here. Instead of just having a constant for this. But for now, we're just going to check it like that. I hope I didn't break anything by doing that. I shouldn't have. Yeah, that all should be fine. So let's make sure I do it again, yes. I don't know if that's a good name for this pointer, but who cares? Oh, is it not constant? Oh. Weird. Weird that it takes a constant shadow pointer, but it doesn't return one. What the frick? Okay. Weird. Anyway, sorry. Yeah. So that should be fine. So let's change this to just rest back to end. Good. And then, so here we gotta do another check as well. I'm just gonna embed that in there because I'm lazy and I don't really care much. That's fine. I'll do that here as well. That should work fine. Okay, so if we find, oh wait. No, that's gonna be the first occurrence of the... Ah, frick. Well, I guess you could do that. Well, no, that is actually safe. At least, provided that the data has a colon in it, at least. Because even if it's just colon then it ends, which shouldn't happen and is invalid data, but even if that happens, the character right after the colon will be an all terminator, so at +1 will just get you the null. So, it'll be an empty string, but it won't crash. Okay. You know what, let's say colon pointer. Awful name, but what else do you call this? Okay, hold up. Let's go through it again to make sure I didn't do anything wrong. Okay, I think we're good. So I think bees need a day for themselves because they're dying and stuff. What? Anyway. So, okay, so provided that that matches the split type, we found one. Good! We found it! Okay, so now that we found it, what the frick? Oh yeah, now we just need to get the pointer. So, first of all, get the file tree from the type tree. So to do that, we just say, type tree, no, type nodes I.data. So we're just getting that from the data point in there. Okay, and now that we've found the file tree, it's funny, there's only going to be one... Well... Maybe. Oh, jeez. Yeah, I think the game could actually support multiple ones as well, even though they would never freaking use this. There is no reason I can even possibly fathom as to why they would do it. But it could happen. So we gotta think about that too. Okay, so you have a... Here's the thing. This is a tree of nodes. And each node contains a name and a pointer to data. And in this case, because it's a tree, it's a subtree of the split type tree, we know that everything in here is, the data in here is all split tables. Here's the thing though. In reality, they always only just have one node that is a split table, right? So you should be able, so I should safely pretty much just be able to say, file tree, nodes 0, you know, whatever, and I should be able to, like, from there get to the get the split table. But is this stupid? Maybe this isn't the best API for this. Okay, let's have one that just gets the split table just for ease of use, and then let's have another one that gets the split table file tree. So let's say get split table tree. No, we can do better than that. We can do much better than that. Hold up. Yeah, this... Okay, let's move this up here. And let's rename this to get file tree. And what we're gonna do is we're just gonna say and then res type. And we're also going to restrict these because they're not going to overlap, so might as well. Okay. So that's our new API. So here's what we'll do. If you've programmed before and you've done work with this file type, you probably already know where this is going. We're just going to change this. So instead of checking for the split type, we're going to check for this. Then we're going to get the file tree, and then we're going to return that. And we can do this too. I don't know if that makes the code less readable though in this case, because yeah, it's less code, but it was more obvious what I was doing before, I think. But I don't know. This is fine. So then if we don't find it, of course, we just return null. And yeah, so that's a pretty simple function, but that saves a lot of time because now we can just go down here. Go down to the load function. And we can just call this on the data block, which we don't have yet, but we'll get in a second. And we can say in split type. And that will give us the split file tree. That's what I'll call it. Why the frick not? It's also going to be constant, so fun for the whole. It's not a big. Okay, so here's what we're gonna do. So we're gonna load the root pack, and then hey. Once we've loaded the root pack, we're going to get the split table. Now we'll just say load splits. Okay, so that's a multi-step process. We're gonna have a scope for this. Okay, so what we do is we start by getting the data block. So get data block, and that's very simple. We just say PACxV2 get. Actually, no wait. I think it's bin a get data block. Do I have a function for this? I can't remember. Don't I have a pack one for that? Apparently not. Okay. Good. So there's the data block. Okay. Once we have that, we're gonna get the split file tree. Split table file tree. Okay, once we have that, actually, we probably want to make sure that this has one. Nah, I don't know. We can do that later if we need to, because I don't think I did it up there either. So let's put a to do for this. Check for ensure data block pointer is not null. Okay, we can do that later. Okay, so for now, this split table file tree. Once we have that, we want to iterate through it. So we're gonna say we're just gonna say, and also we want to have We're gonna do that. All right. So once we get that, we're gonna say split file tree node count. Okay. And we're gonna go through each node in that file tree. For each one, we're going to then get the split table pointer. And then from there, we're going to load all of those. So there's definitely some ways we can optimize that. The classic sort of C way would be what you would start off with, like a stack allocated buffer. So you would have something like path buff, and you would say something like this, right? And then if you actually need to, you just use that, right? And you might also have like, so in C you would usually do that, and actually a lot of people in C would just do that and call it a day. And so if they actually need to have a path with more characters than that, too bad, the program just crashes. Yeah, but generally that doesn't happen, so that's what a lot of programmers do. But that's a lot faster than like dynamically allocating stuff all the time. The other alternative, which is what I sometimes like to do, I think it's the best of both worlds, but it's actually kind of it's terrible to program. So here's what you can do. You can have that, and then you can also have another one that's like this. And at first, you just set it to this, okay? So you have a, So you have the array, which is the buffer, which is stack allocated. And then you also have a pointer, which at first points to the array. And then somewhere you would also probably have like a, I guess capacity? You set to that. So basically what you're doing is you're making like a little vector, but it starts off stack allocated. And so what you do is whenever you need to put something into the buffer, you check the size that you need. And if the size is, if it will fit within the current value of path buff capacity, then you just put it in the buffer, right? By just putting it in wherever the pointer is, right? Otherwise, if it doesn't fit, first off, you check to see if this pointer is set to path buff or not. If it is, then you know that you're still using the stack allocated one, and you need to switch over to dynamic allocation. So you want to allocate a new buffer and then set the pointer to that. Otherwise, if it's not, you just reallocate. So you just resize it, right? And then anyway, that's what you do. So you just use these two, and you don't even touch this one, right? And yeah, and so that way you can use stack allocated unless you absolutely need dynamically allocated, and that is the best of both worlds essentially. Obviously at the end you have to free it as well if it isn't equal to path buffer, but that's all you gotta do. So that's nice. The problem with that though is obvious. That's a lot of stuff to think about and a lot of code to write just for a little bit of performance, because it's not like it's really that slow to just allocate some freaking memory on the heap. Like, come on. C++ does it all the freaking time. Every time you make an std string, it like reallocates stuff. So, it's best to just keep it simple and only do that if you really need it, I guess. So we're going to start off like that, and if I do need it later, I'll do that. Anyway, so how do we keep it simple? Let's see, in this case. I think the first... So, one thing that we have to consider is, remember, this has like all the names of the files, but it doesn't have the path. Obviously, right? It's relative to the directory that this is in. So we need to get the directory. We need to like get this whole path. And then we need to append at the end a slash and then put this there. So I have a function for that. It's like path combine. Did I finish that function? Probably not. Of course I didn't. That'd be too easy. I did in the C++ version, but I haven't ported that over yet, so we're gonna have to do that as well sometime. For now, we're just gonna code it as though it is implemented, and then we're gonna deal with that later. You remember hearing you shouldn't use realloc? I'm not sure why. People have a lot of like strong opinions on stuff that you should or shouldn't use. A lot of times there's like good reasons behind it, but not always. I feel like the hate towards a lot of low-level stuff is a little bit unjust, to be honest. So, I don't know. I can't think of a reason why not to use realloc, to be honest, but I'm sure there are a few. I feel like it's actually kind of a shame that it's not used a lot, because, like, Okay, here's an example, right? So like in C++, instead of using malloc and free, like you do in C, they introduce new operators called new and delete. And anyone who's programmed in C# or Java, I guess, or higher level languages like that, is more familiar with these, because those are also in those languages. The idea is instead of mallocing a block of data of a certain size, which is generally the size of like my struct, like this, right? Instead of like doing this, instead of doing that, where you're actually allocating a block of memory of the right size, and then you're getting a pointer to it and all that. Instead of doing that, frick, hang on, what song is this? Okay, I'm trying to make an effort to. I don't think I don't think a lot of the rival stuff is bad. It's just not my favorite. I'm being honest. I'm sorry. Alright. Anyway, so instead of doing this in C++, the idea is that instead of allocating blocks of memory, you allocate objects. So you would just do this, right? And that's a lot simpler looking, right? It's easier to understand. You know, whatever. That's the idea. The problem is that sometimes you actually do need blocks of memory. Sometimes you do need a block of stuff that maybe can even hold several objects in it, not just one object, right? And for those cases, what do? Because if you use malloc, that's fine. But then if you try to delete something that you malloced, that's not okay. That's undefined behavior. That's not fine. You need to free it. And so you need to go either all the way C or all the way C++. There's not really much of in between. Actually, that's not entirely true. There is a global new. I don't remember the syntax for it. I think it's... is it like this? Something like that. I can't remember how that... There's a weird global new that you can use as well. Oh, no, there's... I think it works like this. I think that's global new. There's like, yeah, you can do crap like that as well, but anyway, it's kind of strange. Anyway, what I'm getting at is, there's a new and delete, and there's all these variants of new and delete, and that's all fine. But there's no C++ equivalent of realloc. And that's a shame, because there's a lot of times where you'll have something like this. Array. Okay, let's just call it that, I guess. And in C++ you can do this. Whatever, I don't remember the syntax because I haven't used C++ in a while, but I think it's something like... I actually can't freaking remember for the life of me. I actually can't remember. Wow, I haven't done it in a while. Anyway, it's something along those lines. Whatever, you allocate an array of a certain size. So the problem is, like, what if you get this array and then you want to like resize it? You want to make it like so there's 8 of them in there now instead, right? Here's the thing: the way that operating systems work, a lot of times you can actually just take a block of memory that you've allocated and you can just say, OS, can I have more space? And the OS can just quickly and cleanly just grab some more blocks, right? Like a lot of times, it'll allocate memory in such a way that there's actually some free space right after that block. And so it's very easy for the OS to just later go, oh sure, just make the block bigger. Because nothing else is using that space anyway, so it's safe, it's fine. It doesn't even need to like redo the block a lot of times. It can usually just resize it in place. And that's fast and that's wonderful. So if you use realloc, then the OS can actually do that. The OS can actually go, oh okay, let's resize it. And it can figure out if it's best to resize or if it's best to copy and make a new block. And it'll do the best thing. But since there's something like that in C++, you're just forced to always do the slowest route, which is just to make a new one, right? And I find that kind of bad. Like, even Vector does that internally. Even most vector implementations that I've seen, just always new, right? And that's... I think C++ would be a lot... could actually get some pretty nice performance improvements from just having an operator like resize, right? Just let me do this, like... once I have my array, right, just let me say, whatever, with something like this. I don't see why that's like, oh yeah, so resize to 8, whatever, right? Something like that, I don't know, maybe you can make the syntax better, but I don't see why that's like so hard to do. Like, I understand the concept of having objects instead of having bytes, okay, fine. But why not let me resize my arrays of objects, right? I don't know why that's not built in. I know that they want you to do this, you know, and that's fine. But internally, this has to do something like this, and it should be able to do something like this. Well, I typed it wrong, but you get what I'm saying, right? It should be able to do it efficiently. I don't get it. Anyway, that's a rant. Sorry. Oh, I'm really sorry to hear that, Teaster. Resize. That's like the Deadly Six version. It's a bad reason. In fact, it's hardly a reason at all. Well, I don't know what the reason is for Realic being bad. I can look it up. Maybe people have a good reason. Don't use Realic! Oh, jeez. What is this nightmare? Alright, you know, I don't actually see too many people saying not to use it. Yeah. I see people, like, asking how to use it. Oh gosh, it's so blinding. Without my dark theme, goodness. We're talking about something else, not your things? Oh, I'm sorry. Realic, more like Reala from Nights into Dreams. I agree. Don't know who that is, but... Okay, sorry, let me get back to what I was doing. So, split file nodes. Okay, we're gonna grab one. I'm gonna say, bleh. What are we doing? Yeah, the name of this... I can't remember. Is the name important? I don't think it is. I think, if I remember correctly, the name literally just is the name of the root for some reason. It's freaking stupid. But let me double check that that's actually the case before I call it freaking stupid. 11407. Well, it might not be stupid. I don't know why they do it. Oops, I said Big Indian. Okay. There it is. Oh, it's like right there. Nice. That's the res pack depend name. Yeah, 148. So that's the tree. There's one node in it, as always. It's at 150. Here it is. Here's the node. And the name is this. Yeah, it's just the name of the... See, so this file is called w1a01sky.pack, and so the name of this node is just w1a1sky. They just stripped the extension from it. I don't get why they do this. I don't know if this name matters. I highly doubt that it does. But it does beg the question of, like, why... Is it just because they needed a name? Because if so, you would think that they would just, like, use a smaller name. They would just use something like A, or they just have an empty string or something, right? Or they could just set the pointer to null. Like, I don't know. It feels like there's a reason for this name. Even if it's a really stupid reason they don't actually end up using it. I feel like there was at least an intended reason why they designed the format. Something like... Maybe they could have it so you could have a pack file that, like, represents different groups of packs or some weird crap. I don't know. I don't know. Do you think it... I don't think we should check this. I feel like we should just iterate for each one. But that is interesting. Anyway, data. Read you uncultured. I'm sorry. I need to play Knights. Is there a reason for lowercase I in Knights? I don't know. I think it's just for style, yeah. I mean, to be fair, it is a neat looking style. I don't know why. I think it does look a lot cooler to say Knights like that than to say Knights! You know? I don't know why, man. It's just me. Okay, so we're gonna get this data, and we already know the type. It's gonna be a HL PACxV2 split table. Okay. So we have the split table now, good. And then once we have that, oh geez, we have split count and split names. So The split count is exactly what it sounds like. It's how many freaking splits there are. You know what's funny? I don't think this is actually called a split table. I think they refer to this as something like an import table. Something like that. I believe it's literally called import table. Or depend table or something like that. It's interesting. So they don't call these splits, they call them like dependencies. Which kind of makes sense. Do I want to change the name? I honestly don't think I care. Because the modding community knows it as splits, I feel. And I refer to them as splits everywhere else in HedgeLib. So I feel like it's just consistent to call it a split table. Maybe I'll change the name, I don't know. We're also gonna get the split names. So this is funny. This is a pointer to an array of pointers, which almost always happens to point to the thing that comes right after it. Let me show you. So it was like 148 or something, wasn't it? Yeah, oh wow, okay, 148. How the frick did I remember that? But I can't remember what I ate today. Jeez. Anyway, sorry, 500. So here's the. Oh yeah, I forgot. There's data entry. There's one of those. You know what? Let's do a what's called a pro gamer move. We're gonna take that. We're gonna add 1 to it, and then finally, we're gonna cast it again. So let me explain what that does. So this is for anyone who doesn't do C or C+ programming, this might be interesting. I don't know, maybe not. So pointers are a thing that a lot of people have trouble understanding, because they're a little weird to wrap your head around sometimes. But trust me when I say that they're one of the most important elements of computer science, just in general. If you can understand pointers, and you can totally understand how they work and everything about them, you'll do a lot better, not just in terms of programming in C and C++, but also in higher level languages. You'll also do better with reverse engineering. You'll understand a lot more about how computers work, because pointers are a lot of crap just works based on pointers and that sort of idea. So trust me when I say that. Pro tip there, that's something cool to learn. But anyway, pointers in C and C++ have a kind of weird property to them that confuses a lot of people. Well, there's several that confuse a lot of people, but here's yet another one. There's this thing called pointer arithmetic. Essentially, you can take a pointer and you can add a number to it, and the result is another pointer. And that sounds kind of weird, but if you understand what a pointer is, you understand that it's like a number that represents the address of something. You think, oh, okay, so you're just adding to that number, right? So when you say +1 here, you're just adding 1 to it. Believe it or not, no, it's a little more complicated than that. What you're actually doing, this is something really interesting about it, but you're actually adding the size of the object that the pointer points to. I know that sounds really weird, but it's very helpful when you understand why it's like that and why it works. So let me explain let me show you what this does. So we have this struct here called PACxV2 data entry, and it looks like this, okay? So we have 3 uints here, which are 32 bits in size, hence their name. We have one we have 1 byte here, another byte, and then we have ushort. So all this comes down to a total of 16 bytes. Okay, this is 4 bytes here, then 8 bytes, then 12, and then 13, 14, 15, 16. Right? So if you look in the file, you can see what this is talking about. So this thing that I just highlighted there, this 16 bytes here, this is an HL PACxV2 data entry. Okay, so the first one here says data size. That's what this is. And this is unknown 1, which is always 0, unknown 2, which is always 0, and then finally flags, which is this byte, padding, and then padding again. That's what that all is, all right? Okay, so here's how this works. So you have the size of the data, and then you got some flags that explains the properties of it. And then after that header, you have the actual data. So notice how it says the size is C. So right after the data header, if you count C bytes, which is this, right? That is the data. That right there is the data, right? That's represented by this data entry. So that's how that works. So there's no offset, there's no pointer to the data. If you want to get the data, you just have to get this data entry and then go right past that, right at the end of that, and then start counting from there, right? That's what you have to do. Okay, so how to do that in code? You use pointer arithmetic, and this is what I'm doing here. So what I'm doing is I'm getting a pointer to the data entry, which is this thing right here. And then I'm adding 1 to it. Now remember, that's not just 1 byte, that's 1 data entry. See? You see how that works? And each data entry is 16 bytes. So what you're actually doing here is you're saying, take this pointer, right, which has this part highlighted, and then add 1 to it. And so now you have this. Now you're pointing to this right here. That's what you're doing. So then I'm saying, now take that number that you have now, and pretend that this is actually a pointer to a split table, which instead is smaller. It looks like this. It's only 8 bytes. So instead we're just saying, grab that now. See? And that's all that we're doing. I don't know if that actually helped him with anything, but I hope that I'll explain a little bit about how pointer arithmetic works. So what's neat about it is it makes a lot of things actually a little bit easier. Because say for example you've got an array, right? Say you have an array of ints, like so, right? Pretend that this is just your array, and you want to get something at the very end of this array. Okay, so say that there's 4 ints in this array. What you can do is you can actually say array plus 4. So basically, in other words, just array plus count, right? And what that'll do is that'll start at the beginning, and then it'll add the size of this count times. See? And you'll get to the end of the array. And so that's like a really, this is all you need to write to get to the end of the array. You don't need to do anything like super crazy like multiplication and all that. You just, you just type this. It's easy. There's other ways to do that too, but anyway, that's why pointers work like that. But it's a thing that confuses a lot of people because they're like, why are you adding a number? What is this? Hopefully that made sense. I don't know if I explained that well. Maybe it also symbolizes how we feel in the vast expanse of the universe. I is the self we reflect when we realize how small our existence really is. We are all lowercase. I'm sorry, but dude, I love that. That's wonderful. I want a whole book like that. Like seriously, just like the thesis of knights. That's wonderful. It's kind of like how the C in Sonic always has a cut O. I think C are just cut O. All C's are cut O's. Holy frack! Pretty cool that C knows the length of what you're pointing to, so it knows how far to jump in the memory to get each element in the array. I agree. It's really neat. And yeah, it's something that can only happen because of the fact that the pointers have a type attached to them, right? If they didn't, then it wouldn't know what to add. So that's kind of neat. Some trick you can do with that, by the way. So say you actually just want to add an arbitrary number to the pointer. You don't want to add 1, meaning 1 data entry, which is 16 bytes. You just want to add 1, right? Say you want to do that. What you can do is, there's a few tricks. One of them is, a char is almost always on basically every platform just 1 byte. So you can just do that. And now you're just going to add 1 char or 1 byte. See? But another trick you can do, this one's kind of fun. You can cast it to, in standard C, I believe it's a, frick, what is it? Pointer T? Uint pointer T, that's it. You can cast it to that. And what this is funny. This is literally just a number. Okay, so this is like an int. It's like an int. The only difference is, like, this is guaranteed to always be big enough to hold any type of pointer. So it is guaranteed safe by the C standard, and C++ as well, to cast a pointer to this. You can always do that, that's fine. So you can cast this, you basically have a fancy int here now. And so now you can just add to it like you're adding to an int. So now you can you're just adding a number now, right? You're literally just adding a number. And then when you're done, you can cast it back to another pointer, and that's also valid, see? That's fine. And so you can do that as well. There's a lot of cool little ways you can do stuff. But anyway, so it's not like it forces it on you. It's not like, oh, there's no way to just add a number to it. You can if you want. You just have to do a little bit of casting. But by default, it does it in a way that's actually usually easier for most people. Which is kind of cool. Oh, sorry. Also, this is funny. I wanted to show you this. So this right here, this is the split names pointer or offset, whatever you want to call it. And notice how it says it points to 518? That is right here. I just find that kind of humorous for some reason. Consistently, in every pack file that has one of these split entries in it, which is every root pack that has splits, you have one of these that goes like this, and you have this number right here, right? And it always points to just right there. It just kind of feels like that wasn't necessary. Like they could have just had the count and they could just added to get here, right? But anyway, not a big deal. This is funny. I think that's right. Yeah, that should be right. Yes. Okay, so we have a pointer to that. Let's say split names. Let's call it that. Oh, the song over. Holy frick. Alright, and then we're gonna say I2 is less than split table split count. And then finally, split name. My keyboard died there. Well, it didn't. I just didn't hold shift well enough. Oops, sorry. No, that's right, isn't it? Yeah, that should be correct. This is so weird. I have to do this. Because how they made this format. It's so freaking strange. Okay, that should... I might have made a mistake there, but I think that's correct. So now we have this split name. Okay. So, here's where it gets stupid again. Everything is more complicated than it needs to be because... So Microsoft... I've ranted about this a million times, but in the 90s, they made a very bad decision. I don't want to call it a stupid decision because it wasn't stupid. I see what they were thinking, and in fact, what they were thinking was good. But it was just a bad call, and in retrospect, I really, really freaking wish they wouldn't have done this. Because my life would be so much easier if they wouldn't have done this. Basically, in the 90s, Unicode was becoming a thing. And Unicode was amazing. It was a way to solve so many problems. Holy frick, we can finally support just about any language universally. Wow, right? So we want to support Unicode in our OS. Good. So the Unicode Consortium, or whatever they're called, they were coming up with an encoding that could actually support Unicode. And at the time, they thought that they could have every single character fit within 2 bytes. And they could, they literally thought that they could fit. They can encode every character known to man within just 2 bytes. Which, by the way, can hold a maximum of 65,535 or 6, I guess, depending on where you start. Anyway, characters. That's the maximum they can hold. They thought they could hold every character known to man and that many characters. They thought that would be fine. Or at least they could hold enough of them to where only very rarely spoken language, they could hold just about everything in that. And actually, believe it or not, they weren't totally incorrect. They were able to hold most everything in that amount, but not everything, obviously. For example, Chinese has, I believe, at least 28,000 kanji alone. So you would have to have basically one character for each, for each one of those kanji. Like, you'd have to have one number allocated to each one. So that's 28,000 of your slots already used up. How many do you have? 65, right? 65k. So when you have every language in the world, that's I don't know. But they thought that might be able to happen. So Microsoft was on board with this. They were like, this sounds awesome. And they were super pumped about Unicode. They were freaking hyped about Unicode. And so they're like, bro, we want to incorporate this in Windows right now. And so they started putting UTF-16 as it was, I think it was actually called UCS2 at the time. Anyway, they started implementing the prototype, not finished version of the what eventually became UTF-16, the encoding, into Windows. They started rewriting pretty much all of freaking Windows, or at least all their functions, to support UTF-16 based variants, right? And then the Unicode Consortium found out that that actually wasn't going to work, and they were going to need to They were going to be more than just 2 bytes. So they ended up with UTF-16, which is an encoding that's actually variable length. Every character is a minimum of 2 bytes. It can also be 4 bytes if there's like a flag set or something. I don't remember exactly how it works. It's kind of weird, but it's variable length, so it's not always 2 bytes. But anyway, Microsoft just wrote their entire OS off the assumption that everything was 2 bytes. So now they just pushed this out into the world, and now they have to fix it. And the worst part about it is that C has traditionally always had the idea of like a char, which is 1 byte. And all these programs were written in that, they were written under that assumption. They would all break miserably if char became 2 bytes. Microsoft knew this, so they ended up with a new type that they had to make, wchar-t. It stands for wide char type. And this is 2 bytes, as this is to represent what they thought would be enough for Unicode, because that's what the Unicode guys told them, and then it wasn't. So that's why this is here. That later got added to the C and C++ standards, but at first it was just a Windows thing, I believe. Anyway, where I'm going with all this, so basically Microsoft redid all this crap just to support UTF-16 because they really wanted to have Unicode in their OS. And I see why they wanted to do it, I see why they were so hyped about it, but they needed to just, if they would have just freaking waited, it would have been so much better for everyone, because here's what ended up happening. So now they've got this mess, where now every function has 2 variants. So now you have, like, open file, let me just do this temporarily to show you what I mean. Now you have, like, open file A, or whatever, and then you also have, and that's the old ANSI version that takes 1 byte characters and only supports English text in the ANSI encoding. Okay, and that's the old version of the function. And now you also have a new one, open file W, and that's the wide character version. That's the Unicode version, as they call it. And this one supports the UTF-16 version and takes wchar-t pointer instead. But then they realized that would break all the code that traditionally up to that point just had open file. So then they made a macro, and this macro essentially will either resolve to A or W depending on your compiler flags. It's such a complicated hack to fix this. Here's what they could have done. You ready? If they would have just waited a few years and not done anything, a new encoding was developed by the Unix guys called UTF-8, and it magically fixes fricking everything. The idea is that every character is still 1 byte, but the characters can be variable length. Well, like, every code point is 1 byte, but you can, or whatever it's called. But like the characters are variable length, right? So they can be 1 byte, 2 bytes, 3 bytes, or even 4 bytes. The way that it works is essentially the I don't remember exactly. It's the lower something. All of the ANSI and ASCII like characters fit within, what is it, like hex 80 or hex 7F, something like that. They all fit. They're all like within that range. Like, no. Yeah, like, see, the largest character in ASCII is 7F. So, which is quite nice, because if you actually write that out in binary, you can see that that's this. And so, see, there's 1 bit left over that ASCII does not use. So UTF-8 takes advantage of that. If this bit is not set, then it means that the remaining 7 bits are to be treated as the character. If this bit is set, then, and this bit is not set, if I remember correctly this is how it works, then it means that this and also the next character in its entirety are the character, and then it can go on from there. It can be 3 characters, and so on. That's the fix, that's the solution. It's freaking brilliant, because it's so simple, but it instantly means that all the ASCII stuff just works. It's backwards compatible with ASCII, right? It just works. But all the Unicode stuff works now too. And you don't have to change the characters and make a new char type. You can just pass in the char pointer and it works just fine. It's friggin' great. Such a good fix. But Microsoft didn't wait for that solution to present itself. So because they jumped the gun, we have this nightmare that we have to deal with constantly. So I can't just like take this name and just say, okay, Windows, open up a file with this path. No. Because Windows wants UTF-16 names, and this is UTF, well, this is not. it's single byte, so I need to convert it to multi-byte first. On Linux, I don't have to. I can just say open and it'll work. But on Windows, I have to. So I love this. It's so great. It also means that in your main functions, you have to do all this stupid crap. Obviously, this is only if you want to use Unicode. If you just want to use ANSI, then you don't need to do anything. You can just say printf and it'll work. But if you want to use the Unicode stuff, which you probably should want to support that, considering that if you don't, you only support English, and you know other languages exist. But anyway, if you want to support all that, then oh boy, let me show you what you have to do, buddy. There's wide variants of every function now. So instead of in printf, you have wprintf, and that's a Unicode. That's a Windows version essentially. The W doesn't stand for Windows; it stands for wide. It's a UTF-16 basically version of printf, and there's also one of string compare, fn printf, even main. On Windows, there's a W main that you can use instead of main if you need UTF-16 arguments, which you probably want. So you gotta like do all this. You'll see I don't even have a main function. I have nmain, and I don't have char. I have nchar, and I have to use native versions of crap because otherwise I'm not doing it the Unicode way, and it would have been so much easier if they would have just. But anyway. Let me read the chat. Hey, PVIC, how you doing? You just joined the Rad Discord, and then there's a user called Bryce Taz who keeps sending me Glacian pictures. Should I block them? That's funny. Yeah, Taz is, Taz is awesome. He said if I could coordinate 35, and he told me it was an update of HedgeLib. I don't get the name change, but I'll run it. It might be a virus! Watch out! Hey, Neoslide, how you doing? I feel like the Japanese don't understand the concept of instrumental tracks. Oh. I feel like they do. Kinda tricky. You mean the UTF stuff? Yeah, it's a nightmare. For some reason, Sonic Team uses UTF. Oh yeah, so there is actually... Okay, so UTF-16 isn't a bad encoding. But it's just... For most use cases, it isn't that great. So most of the internet, for example, uses UTF-8. And like Linux and pretty much anything that's Unix-based, so like macOS, iOS, and Android as well. So basically every OS that isn't Windows, right, just has native UTF-8 support out of the box, so it just works. Windows uses UTF-16 instead internally. So anyway, what I'm getting at is, so the UTF-16 is not a bad encoding. It's just that for most use cases, it's not the best. So for programming, it's objectively like it just doesn't make any sense to use it really for most things, because that means you have to have two character types, right? You have to have one that's 1 byte and then one that's 2 bytes. Why would you do that when you could just have one, right? It's so much simpler to just have a char instead of having to also have wchar, right? But for and also for English text, which is a lot of things, especially on the internet. It's the most efficient because it's backwards compatible with ASCII, so you can fit every one of these English characters within just 1 byte, right? Which is great. That's obviously smaller than 2 bytes per character, right? So that's good. However, for other languages, sometimes it actually is worse. So for Japanese, which is important to note because obviously Sonic Team is a Japanese-based developer. For Japanese, because of where the Japanese characters are placed within the Unicode like tables, essentially, they're like higher up on the tables. So to encode a Japanese character with UTF-8 generally takes at least 3 bytes, whereas with UTF-16 you can generally do it with just 2 bytes. So in Japanese, you'll find that if you encode everything with UTF-16, it's actually usually smaller, sometimes a lot smaller, than it is with UTF-8. But for almost every other language, with the exception of, I think, Chinese and maybe also Korean, you'll find that UTF-8 is a lot smaller. So it's like a trade-off. It's like, which one are you using the most in your code base and all that, right? Which one is the best for you? But yeah, I find usually UTF-8 is the simplest. And I'm biased, obviously, because I'm English speaking, but beyond that, I find that usually, like, it's only 1 extra byte per character for Japanese anyway. So it's really not that big. Unless you really have a lot of Japanese text. If you were making a database to store a Japanese like book, right? You wanted to store all the text in Japanese books somewhere. It would be smarter to use UTF-16 for that. Or Shift.js or something, right? But for something that's going to have several languages, like Unicode, UTF-8 is usually the better option. Anyway, yeah, that might have been why they chose UTF-16, though, because they might have just been thinking, well, it's smaller for Japanese, which would make sense. They noted MST Microsoft. Holy frick! It was a conspiracy theory! Okay, sorry, I haven't been doing anything for a while. Let me get back to work. So, what the frick are we going to do about this crap? You know what? Yeah, I'm going to optimize it. Is it premature optimization? Of course it fricking is. Do I care? Of course I fricking don't. Here's what we're gonna do. Because I feel like this is just the better way to do it in the long term anyway. Okay. So we have a path buffer, which is 255 characters worth. We have a pointer to that path buffer, which by default is just to that. So if we were just gonna keep it like this, this would be unnecessary, but we're gonna change this later. And then we have this capacity. So. Oh, whoopsie. That's what I meant to do. Did I... Yep, I sure did. And we only want to free this if it doesn't match now. So we want to say if path buff pointer does not equal this, then we want to free it. Okay. So what we're gonna do is we don't need to allocate unless right? So here's how we're gonna go about doing that. We're gonna say if is less than, or I guess equal to, right? Yeah. Then we don't need to allocate, only if it's greater than. So in this case, and we can make like functions for this to make this cleaner. We would ideally want to do that at some point. But anyway, for now we're just gonna do this. So we don't need to worry about freeing this here because we're freeing it down there later. So this is okay. Alright, so we're gonna copy it into there. If you know what, yeah. That still describes what it does. And I believe that should still just work. Yeah, okay, so we're gonna do that here. That'll still work out just fine. Okay, so down here, we're gonna do the same thing again. We're gonna say if it's greater than the path width capacity, otherwise we're just gonna use the pointer that's already available to us. Alright, so, Red is forced to switch to Linux because of Y charts. I'm literally forced. Also, sorry, yeah, I actually do, I know this, this is not what we're talking about right now, actually, but, like, MST, I actually do wonder what that stands for. Is that message string table? Is that what that stands for? That would make sense to me, actually, but I don't know. I don't know what it stands for. Okay, so we're gonna get the string length. We're gonna say... I already got rid of that, right? Yeah, I did. And actually... Oh, frick. It's string convert UTF 8 to UTF 16. Oh, I love it. It's so good. What is this song? I remember that joke I made years ago about this song. How it's called Sunset Forest, and so you imagine, like, you know, like, well, maybe it'll know me enough to pull up an image of Sonic. No, it didn't. Okay, good. You know, you imagine, like, this. Right? Like, oh, isn't that so peaceful? But instead, it's like death metal. I don't know. It's not a bad song, but it's very repetitive and very loud, and I'm kind of just gonna skip it. What's if you can always send me a video of Bill Gates working at Dairy Queen? I will always, that just sounds amazing. Oh, sorry, we don't want to convert it yet. We want to say string get required length UTF-8 to UTF-16. Okay. So then we want to know the source length. So we actually do want that. Okay. So on Windows and only on Windows, we want to do this. I already forgot what I called that. What the frick did I call that? Okay, that's what I called it. So for on Windows and we're using Unicode, which means UTF-16 because Microsoft, we're gonna do this. And that'll give us the size that we need to store this, you know what I mean, to convert this. So, okay. Goody. So then, and also we add 1 to this to account for the null terminator, and also this function will get the exact, like, in bytes, okay? So if we include the null terminator here, then this value will also include the null terminator into it, which is nice. And by the way, for people who don't, like, who don't know how Unicode works, you might think, hang on, isn't UTF-16 just every character is 2 bytes? So you might be thinking, like, can't you literally just do this? Like, just multiply by 2, right? Easy. But no. In reality, that's usually gonna be fine. That'll usually be enough. And so a lot of naive programs make the assumption that you can just multiply by 2 and it works fine. But remember, UTF-16 is a variable length encoding. It's not just 2 bytes per character. It's a minimum of 2 bytes per character. It can also be 4. Alright? So in reality, you're almost never going to encounter a character that actually requires the 4 bytes because they're very rare. They purposely put the characters that require 4 bytes at the very top of the table. Well, sorry, they put the most rare characters up there, right? So that it could be more space efficient. Because obviously, if you're going to have like the letter A require 4 bytes, that would be dumb, right? It would make more sense for the letter A to require less space because it's going to be used more frequently, right? So that's how the consortium or whatever organized it, which is clever. But anyway, there are characters that require 4 bytes, and so if you want to encode those, multiplying by 2 is not enough. So to get the proper length, you want to have a function that actually goes through each character in the string and simply determines what the appropriate UTF-16 character how much space it would require, and then you add that up, and that's how you do it. So Windows has a thankfully Microsoft is nice. They did make a bit of a screw up when they switched to UTF-16 too early, but obviously that's in hindsight. At the time, I can see how they thought it might have been a good idea because UTF-8 wasn't invented yet, and I can see how they thought it made sense. And they have tried their best to make it less of a mess as time has gone on. They've made some very helpful functions that are built into Windows that make the conversion a lot easier, which is very nice of them. One of them is multi-byte to ychar. Look at this. This code right here is everything that's required to get the length needed, including like variable size stuff. It takes all of that into account. And this code right here is everything required to like convert. Sorry, I'm not that code. This code is everything required to actually convert it. So it's, you know, it's nice. And also this function is very, very fast. Microsoft did a really good job with this one. They knew that Windows having to re-encode and convert things constantly because of their unfortunate decision would be a problem. So they spent a lot of time optimizing the crap out of this function. And holy frick, it's one of the fastest like Unicode conversion functions you'll find, like straight up. It's very good. There are a few people who have beaten it, but only slightly, and it was very tough to beat. It takes advantage of modern processor features that only some processors even have, right? To just speed the crap out of it. So thank you, Microsoft, at least for that. They've tried their best to make it better, and honestly, they did a pretty good job making it as painless as they could without breaking everything. So I'll give them that. Why call it UTF-16 if it's wider than 2 bytes? Just call it UTF, huh? Well, okay, so each character... Okay, so the way that it works is you have what's called code points, which are a set size. But then you can have code points that can, like... They can be combined with other code points, essentially. So one character can be made up of one or more code points, see? So UTF-16 refers not to the size of a character, but to the size of the code point. Each code point in UTF-16 is always 16 bits. Always. But some characters require more than one code point to be encoded. It's weird. It's weird stuff, but that's why it's called that. The same goes for UTF-8, actually. UTF-8's code points are always 8 bits, but they can take up to 4 bytes, because sometimes they require 4 different code points to make one character. It's a mess, but to be fair, they're encoding every freaking character known to man, you know, including like emojis and crap. So sometimes you have to do some kind of hacks like that. And honestly, UTF-8 is beautiful. It is such a clean hack. Like, if you're gonna make a hack, this is a brilliant one. It just fixes so many problems. So it's really, I like it quite a bit. By the way, fun fact, people might not know this. There is another encoding called UTF-32. You might be able to guess why it's called that. It can encode everything, I believe, in just one code point, because every one of its code points is 32 bits, or 4 bytes in size. So that's the simplest encoding out of all of them, because it doesn't do any hacks. It's just straight up every character takes 4 bytes. That's simple, that's nice, but it's also obviously bad, because that means that every character takes 4 bytes, including English characters that should only require 1, right? And simple things. So it's the least space efficient, and it's just no one uses UTF-32. Nobody does. But it's a thing. It exists. So hey, at least Microsoft didn't go for that one. That would have been bad. Anyway, but that is the thing. It's kind of fun. Okay, sorry, back to work. So, okay, so we're gonna get the actual split name length, and then once we get that, we're gonna do the check. So we're gonna say, if split name length is greater than the path buffer capacity. Okay, this one's actually kind of nice. I like this song. It does get repetitive, so I will skip it after a little bit, but I like it up until for the first 2 loops anyway. So if this is greater, we're gonna resize it. And so now at this point, we could have potentially already done an Alex, so we need to now start doing the check. So what we need to do is we need to say, if path buff pointer equals path buff, then we need to alloc, because we've never allocated it before. We're just now switching. Yeah, so how about this? Switch from stack buffer to heap buffer. Otherwise, resize heap buffer. I have a resize, unlike C++. I'm just kidding, sorry. I just don't understand why it doesn't have a resize. It's so easy. Anyway, alright, split name length. I should have a function for this. Like, this is not... I should be able to make a struct that's like... I did that for sugar, actually, but it wasn't the best. There's a few things I wanted to fix about it, but I'll probably incorporate this into HedgeLib at some point too, because this is better than having to rewrite the same code over and over again. But what I did was, let me show you real fast. Where the frick did I put sugar? There it is. Get ready to see an ungodly hack. It looks terrible, but it works, dang it. C does not have templates, but it does have macros. Whew! It has macros. So this is a sugar string, and this is a hack that I've used in a few places that's kind of nice. So what it does is, you can say sugar string, and then you give it a buffer size. So in this case, I would say 255. And what it'll do is it makes a struct, and it'll have the specified character type. So if you say string, it's going to be char. If you say end string, it's going to be either char or wchrt, depending on if you're on Windows or not, right? So anyway, you can use whichever one you want. So anyway, it calls this, and it'll make a. It has a char pointer, and then it has a length, and then it has an internal buffer of the size that you specify. And this is going to be you would generally put this on the stack. So this whole thing is stack allocated, all right? And it's all self-contained inside one little struct. And so you have a function that you call init, which just sets it up, and then from that point on, you just use it until you call free. So what you do is you can say string set, and you give it text, and what it'll do is it'll figure out the size of the text that you pass in and stuff, and it'll resize the buffer if necessary, and once it's done, either once it's resized or if it wasn't necessary, it'll copy the text into the buffer and set the null terminator, and then it'll return a result code that tells you whether it's succeeded or not. So you can use it just by saying string set, and then you give it the text, and then it does everything in the background for you. Yeah. It also has a native string variant of that, end string set, and there's a UTF-8 version. So what you can do with this is you can give it UTF-8 text, and then it'll automatically, based on that platform, either just set it, or if the native encoding is UTF-16, it'll convert it, and then set that. So it cleans up a lot of stuff. It's kind of nice. I'll probably just copy-paste that in HedgeLib, honestly, at some point. We'll see. But for now, this is working. There's a few things about it that are not great that I would want to fix. But yeah. What's wrong with this? Oh. I'm an idiot. And then either way, we can just check if it succeeded. If it did, we can, you know, we actually want to... Oh, no, you know what? Yeah, we probably want to... And we actually have to allocate, we have to free the PACx as well. So, frick? Let's say split count 0. And let's go with that. Okay, I'm gonna skip this now, it's been playing a bit. If split count is set. No. Why am I doing that? Do that. You know what, we're gonna start at 1. And we're gonna free the root PACx separately. So the reason we do that is because the first value of this pointer, is, this array, is always, once we set it up, it's always going to just be root PACx. So, sorry, I forgot to do this. So then, what's wrong with this? Oh, that doesn't matter, VS. I mean, it does, it does. I was gonna set that up later, but that's fine. We'll do this here too. Okay, and then we can just safely free this. Free splits. Free root pack. And yeah, let's rename this from failed to just end. Free path buffer if necessary and return result. Because this way, we can just use this code here for when we succeed as well. So that's fine. HF32 be like 28 byte. My goodness. Imagine how huge TXT files would be if they're encoded with UTF-32. They'd be huge. Well, imagine this. Imagine that you have a text file that's literally written entirely in English text, okay? If you wanted to encode that in UTF-8, then every single character would just take up 1 byte. If you wanted to encode in UTF-32, every character would take 4 bytes. So literally, switching from UTF-8 to UTF-32 would mean taking up 4 times the space. For no reason. So yes, that can add up pretty fast, especially when you have very big text files. Imagine taking a .object file, for example, that was already like huge, like 4 megabytes or something, like a giant model, all right? And now imagine encoding that in UTF-32. Whew! Good stuff. You can technically do that. You can do that if you want. UTF-64 win. Oh gosh, why? That'll probably come out when we get 128-bit CPUs. Oh jeez. So this I definitely want to put in its own function. All this crap, because like look at all this code I'm doing here. I gotta do this every time I want to like put something in the buffer, which is bad. Oh no, though I'm only doing that right here because this is in the loop, right? So actually, I don't know if that matters much, but I probably want to branch this out into its own function at some point anyway, just because it'll look cleaner. Anyway, resize buffer if necessary. Okay, and then and most of the time this won't even be true. So most of the time you won't even have to do any of the code in here, right? You won't have to do any reallocations, which is wonderful. It's so fast. Okay, so so now that we have the buffer of the right size, copy split name into a buffer. Oh, one thing I forgot. Frick. What is this? Here, this is Professor's Fruit. Ah, yes, I too love Professor's Fruit. Okay, well, we got a slight problem, lads. I need to know not just the size of the split name, but also the size of the entire path before, and whether or not I need to combine it, so frick. Doesn't need a separator. So we can check that to see if it needs the separator at the end, and that's helpful. So we'll use that. First, let's change something slightly here. So this is file path length. That should always be. We're gonna take the file path and we're gonna get rid of. Hang on, let me go back to this again from hours ago. So the length is gonna be like all this. So we're getting rid of. Yeah, and then we can also subtract the third one there. So let's. Okay, here we're gonna subtract. We're gonna subtract 3 from this. Well, why not? Oh, it's constant. Okay, so we're gonna, actually, we're gonna move this. Somewhere. I don't know. Boop, boop, boop. But frick, that means that you can't... Okay. Get file path length. Okay. Subtract 3 from it, and then we don't need to do this. And also we don't need to do this. Cool. And do we use that again later? Not yet. Cool, we're gonna use it now. Okay, so that will always be just the size of this, right? The file path not counting the null terminator. for the split extension if we're getting rid of the split extension, so that's fine. Okay, so we're also gonna copy paste this while we're at it. We're gonna tweak that in a second, because that's not right yet. But anyway, we'll make it right. Doggone it. Okay, so here we go. We're gonna say get full. Okay, how about this? Account for file. Oh boy, wait, no. What was I thinking? Okay, here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna revert that again. Okay, Durlen, we're gonna set that to the directory, so this path get no root no what is it called? Frick. Parent? I think it's called parent, but I don't know if I have that yet. Oh jeez, what a nightmare. Did someone say Sonic? I didn't hear the word Sonic, I'm just curious. Hello, Sonic from Sonic. How you doing? Oh no, Eggman's here! Oh frick, we're doomed. Yeah, I definitely need to, have a function that's like get parent. I don't have that yet, obviously, so what we're gonna do is we're just gonna write it as though I have it and we'll implement it later. So we're gonna say get the parent of file path using the length that you have, and then once you get the parent, use that to then get the directory length. So the parent will be, oh frick. This has to allocate as well, doesn't it? Okay. Not a problem.
It is a problem, I lied.
Oh wait, we'll already have a, okay, right, that's right. I think maybe instead of doing this... I hate crap, like, there's so many ways to solve this simple thing. The file path, and then get the file path length, and then from that, you have the... Okay. Sorry, I'm not even speaking right. So what I want to do is, I want to copy the whole file path into the buffer, and then once I have it there, I need to figure out the length of the directory at the beginning of that buffer. And then, once I get that length, I need to use that to determine whether or not I need to combine that path with the, you know, with the split name or not. Well, like if I need the separator at the end or not. And then I also know where to put it at, all that good stuff. Okay, so all I need to do is I need to say get name. I think that's right. Goody. And actually, it seems like no matter what, whether it's a split or not, I want to make a copy and I want to put that in there. So... Frick. I hate stuff like this, man. String stuff is like what kills me, actually. Otherwise, just assume it's a root pack. Okay, so we're back to that. We're gonna copy paste this for now, and then we're gonna figure out what the similarities are, and we're gonna get rid of some, you know. Okay, so file path length. So for this one, we don't need to do anything special, really. Just need to account for the null terminator. And this should get us to the end of that crap. I think, wait. It's like, whatever. There it is! Whoa! So there's one character, one blip, that's it. Wait, so is this right, then? What I did there? So that would be, frick. Yeah, and then you would say, 1, 2, 3. Yeah, that is correct. Weird, okay. Anyway, so whatever, that'll be fine. There's some similarities here that we could definitely, I mean, this is basically the same thing, so, with different parameters, so I probably want to tweak that at some point, but for now, that'll work. So, okay. File path length, goody. So this you actually do want to change, it looks like. We don't want this to be constant, actually. We're going to go back to that again, so we're going to say -3, because that'll be... Yeah, that's correct. We could definitely copy-paste this crap down here, then. But whatever. Oh, we don't need to do this because we're copying the... Cool, whatever. And we don't need to do this either because we're not gonna do that trick anymore. Cool. Now we're gonna say path buffer. So, okay. Jeez.
Radfordhound the Pokemon fan? Exactly. How'd you know? Yo, best black and white battle, let's go! Then you'll Pokemon Black and White? You haven't played in 7 years and you've never even beaten it.
I feel that way with some games, to be honest. I've been there. So we're gonna get the name, and we should always get something. So, do I have implemented this one yet? I have! Not this version. We'll do that soon. Okay. So, we want to take this, and then we want to subtract whatever we get from path buffer. And that sounds weird. But that will give us the difference in characters from the name to the beginning of the file path. So that should give us the directory path length, right? So we can now set that. Alright. Cool. So then, down here, we now have that. Okay. So we need to say account for directory. So we're gonna say split name length plus equals dir length. Actually, yeah, and then also if path combine needs separator, then we're gonna frick. Ah, jeez. Oh, jeez, Rick. Oh. I'm sorry for that. I think we can do this, as long as we... I think that'll be fine. It probably won't. I probably screw something up, but that should work with my tired mind. It seems like it'll work. And then that's the length of the first path, so... And did I restrict it? That was stupid. No, it wasn't, because they will allocate different... They will be at different spots in mem... Oh, wait, no.
I'm being a Dumbo, the elephant. I think. Yes, I absolutely freaking am. Oh jeez. How are we gonna do this? What a nightmare. Because we don't know that yet. That's the thing. So I did put this in the header, didn't I? I think I did. Oh, I sure did. Oh, buddy boy. Okay, so we're gonna grab that. No, it's actually. Whew. Spicy. Go down to wherever the frick that error was at. It's a lot of code. Alright. Maybe I should just make these public, because they actually are pretty useful. Anyway. Alright. So, firstly, do you need this? And we should actually be able to remember this. Instead of having to do it a million times. It needs SEP 1. So we can get that here. Get needs SEP 1, whatever, I don't know. It's fine. Oopsie, I made a mistake. Ooh, this song slaps. Is it appropriate to say it slaps? Is that appropriate? That I violated the law. I know people are gonna be like, yes! Got him! Alright. So. Get whether the first path needs a separator appended to it. I think it's what this does, yeah. Alright, so that should be the correct, that should all be fine. We'll find out if it is when we run it, I guess. Okay, so now down here, oh jeez. If needs SEP 1, then increase that. So we need to account for the separator. Yeah. Whew, okay. So. You know what? That's stupid. Oh gosh. You know what? That's actually freaking stupid. So we can do it up here. Just instead of this, right? So look at this crap. Like, look at how much time I spend doing this stuff. Man. So that's not necessary. I guess it is. Okay, let's get it now. No, okay, let's get directory length, get whether, copy that. Fine. And then get rid of this. Okay. If the directory, okay, so first we get the directory length, we're gonna get it from here, actually. And that will check the whole thing, that's okay, I don't really mind. And then subtract that from file path. That should still be a totally valid, that should be the same thing. Okay, so then we're going to set needs SEP 1 to this. And if it is needed, then we're going to want to add 1 before we allocate the data. That's dumb, but that'll work. So, let me make sure of something here. Make sure we don't use this for anything, like, important. That'd be bad. Okay, yeah, so this should be fine. So if it is needed, and in fact, yeah, we will hold on to that for now. Then increase the file path length. Okay, so now that that's been increased, we're going to set separator if necessary. Okay, if we need the separator, then we're going to wait, what is it? Path sep, is that it? That's set to that, yes. So that expands to this. Goody. Alright, and then we set it to that. So we're gonna do that again down here. Lots of code. My gosh. So much freaking code. Wait, but this breaks here because we're gonna boy. We're copying one extra character that we don't need to do. So what we can do is we can just copy I don't know. We can just copy what we need. That should work either way. And I think this should just work either way, shouldn't it? Frick, I don't know, man. So that should set the separator and then the null terminator. This...
He's going insane, oh no. You mean me? I sure am.
I hate, like, frickin' path stuff. It's so simple, but, like, it always kills me, because I'm trying to do it, like... I have to think of all these corner cases and stuff that kills me. Alright, so I can definitely make this a lot better by, like, making functions and stuff for this. But my problem is I have to think of an API for that, and, you know, I don't know how that should look. Sometimes it's kind of specific to what you're doing, you know, all this crap. I'll figure it out later, but I just want to get this to run first. So, okay, this is a real fun, real treat. I love it. It might actually, it's probably easier to do this here, and then, this will end up copying the null terminator as well. I think. I don't know. Yeah, it will, but that's okay because we're just gonna set the we're just gonna set it to something else anyway. So it should work out fine either way, if I'm not mistaken. And the same should be true here, isn't that right? Is that right? I can't think right now. I'm gonna need to actually test this. Yeah, I will fully acknowledge that what I'm running right now is bad code. Oops. It absolutely is, but who cares? If I think too much about it, then that's just not going to work out well for me. I could also probably copy and paste that down there. I don't know. We'll find out.
Still LCD path API design. Yeah, but that makes like so many freaking unnecessary copies. You know what I mean?
So like I don't really want to do that.
If I recall to like get,
I don't remember what it was, but there was an example I had that I thought was amazing. Well, not the example, just I'm being sarcastic. Like the SCD path, like file system path stuff was like if you wanted to get, I think it was the, I don't remember, the extension or the name or something like that. You ended up having to do, I think it was like 8 allocations or something. It was something stupid for it wasn't what I just said, because that would be really extreme. It was something a little more complicated than that. I don't remember what it was. But there was an example where it was like not that uncommon of a thing that you would do that allocated way more than it needed to. And so like every time it was like allocating a new buffer, copying everything over, doing all the checks, and then it was like, oh, okay, that's not what you wanted yet, okay, and then it would delete that buffer, and then it would repeat that. And this is like with optimizations on. It's like, holy frick. I'm sure they'll make that better as time goes on, but like, jeez, man. Like, that was... No wonder programs run slow, you know what I mean?
STD bytes. Oh, yeah. It's brilliantly stupid, you know? Like, it does so many things right, and also so many things very wrong. It's... Bad code is better than no code, am I right, buddy? I'm not totally sure if you're joking or not.
But, I actually do agree. Actually, yeah, I feel like it probably is. So, yeah, so what I was doing here was, I don't remember. Yeah, I was going to increase the dir length, if necessary, so, right, so I was going to say, wait, do you even need the dir length for the second one? I can't remember. No, you don't. Oh. Goody. We can get rid of this then. Alrighty. I'm just gonna put that up there because that describes what that scope does. Okay, so much code. So, for this, wait, maybe we do need it. Frick. Oh, I'm stupid. Some days I'm just stupid. Okay, account for the directory, and then we already know that we don't need the separator anymore for the first combine, because we've already fixed that. If we needed it, we already copied it over. So it's already, we have the separator now, we don't need it anymore. Good. So now, from now on, we can just worry about just whether the second one needs it, and then copying it over. So, I forget what the second one even checks for. It just checks if the first character of it has a slash. No, it isn't a slash. That means that it would need it. So if it doesn't need it, then we need to not copy the first character in this case. Okay. Oh, frick, thank you, Tess. Really appreciate it, man. Go play some drop. Not what I expected. When I woke up this morning, I'll say that. I didn't expect I would be getting drug money from Taz. But thank you. Thanks for the super chat, man. I really appreciate it. Just in case anyone, I mean, no, everyone knows it's a joke, but freaking no, I'm not using it on drugs. I don't do that. But anyway. Thanks for the super chat, Taz. I appreciate it. There are bugs where I'd fix them. I'm sure there are. C89 looks like decompiled code with symbols. It does. Yeah, because that's usually what code decompiles to. They usually, like, each are like decompiles to C89 essentially. C89 code looks like code with code. I feel like I don't get what that means, but I also get what that means. Simultaneously. That's kind of amazing. Talking about STDs and no, that's when we got to drugs. Okay. Wow. Alright, so it doesn't need separate, we want to subtract one. So we want to do that check up here, because we can just do that whenever. But we want to convert it first. I don't really think it's a problem if we allocate 1 extra byte that we need. Oh no, the world's burning. 1 extra byte. So we're just gonna we're gonna allocate it first, I think. And then we'll just use this to figure out where to copy it. So okay, so we're gonna, the destination is the no, it's not that. It's gonna be this. But you know what? Let's. Here's your money for curing your headache after. wait. So Taz's was for like, you know, those drugs, and Hyper's was for pharmaceutical drugs. Oh my goodness. Thank you both. I really freaking appreciate it. Not gonna be using it on drugs. But I appreciate the super chats, it means a lot. Well, I don't get you, Radfordhound. You're a very complex individual. Thanks, I think. I don't know. Split path. Split path. End point, I guess. I think I usually put the N at the beginning. Not that it matters at all, but whatever. Big M. That means Nintendo, guys. Nintendo is big N. Okay, we're gonna do this crap. So here's what we're gonna do. This is the best code ever, guys. Look, it's so good. Oh my gosh, it's so good. Wait, no, it's. This also won't work. Because. Okay. Wow, holy frick. Well, I'm gonna need to rethink my path stuff a bit, clearly, because this is a nightmare. I think what I want to do here is these should be probably macros, not functions, because then I can check individual characters if I need to. I can basically make it so it doesn't depend on the type. And maybe that's stupid. Maybe it would be better to set different functions for each one. I don't know. What I need is a function that just checks the type. If it needs a separator based on, like, I need a non-native version of it. So maybe I'll just do that. Traditionally with the PACxV, I assume that it is native by default, so I don't usually put the end at the beginning. So maybe what we're gonna do is we're just gonna say, let's have one that says UTF-8. Screw everything. Breaking news, screw everything. Radfordhound no longer cares. He's gone mad. The boy's gone mad. Okay. Oh, whoopsie. That just looks like a swear for some reason. It's like UTF beep! I don't know. I don't know why it does. It just does. I'll make the rules. Jeez. See, this is why I feel like I could do this with a macro. This is like... I definitely could. But whatever. This'll work. In the meantime. I think too much about it if it's good. I just need to get stuff done. Okay, so before I do anything, actually, because now I can do this easily, if it doesn't need that, then I can subtract 1 from the length. Yes. So if this is not needed, then subtract 1 from the split name length. Okay. So, subtract 1 if, slash is not needed. No, let's separate it. And also, Did I check for that in here? That was stupid. Okay, I could have fixed that too, whatever. Oh, this is awful. I really just want to move on to the PACxV2 stuff, to be honest. Maybe I should just do that, just drop this for now. That'd probably be better, to be honest. But, let's see what I can do here first.
Congrats, you got a Sonic Mania time in 3 hours. Yay! If only YouTube supported Super Chat in your region.
Oh, thanks. Thanks, man. You're right. Y'all just being here is more than enough. So, okay, so we're gonna copy it here. And we're gonna copy it from... Yes, but, okay, this is only gonna be on Linux that we're doing this. Because on Windows, we need to convert it first. So I'm just gonna write this first. So, okay, we're gonna copy from the split name. Actually, +1 if necessary. Oh, frick. Wait, what am I doing?
Do I really think that this data is going to begin with a slash? Like in the PAC file. I don't think the game would even support that, would it? Come on, that would... If that doesn't kill the game... Like, if that... Yes, if your PAC file did that, I feel like that would be acceptable for this to crash. I'm gonna just eat that. I think it's easier just to not eat... That doesn't... That's such a corner case. That's just ridiculous. For me to think about that is just... I need to get it to work. You know? Not think about that crap. If that actually becomes a problem, then we fix it. But it's not a problem yet, so why the frick... Okay, so this is for Unix. So we're going to... no, not... Okay, let's have another, let's say... Somehow, shockingly, I don't think that one's using. No, it's not. Alright. Okay. So now we're going to replace these with that. Okay. We're gonna say copy just the split name length. Good, good. And also, you probably want to put an alternator. Oh, I did account for that. Great. Wonderful. Good stuff. Okay. So, that's on Unix. Okay. On Windows, you need to convert it first. So, string convert UTF-8 to UTF-16. No alloc, because we're not doing an allocation. We just want to copy into this thing that we've already allocated. Okay. And, no, not UTF-32. Okay. I'm sorry. Wrong way around. Okay, the source is split name. Destination is path buff pointer dir length. And we want to cast that to char 16. Yes. Okay. Good, good. And the source length and the destination length, we can... I'm just gonna set that to 0, because if I set it to 0, this function automatically will determine it, so who cares? This buff length, who cares? I don't really... Okay, I do care. Let's say path buff capacity, I care a little bit. I care slightly, okay? Jeez.
And I've forgotten what that returns, but I remember that 0 is an error. So that's... Oh, that's the number of bytes that were copied. Do I think that's gonna fail? No! No, I don't. But if it did... Oh no, that would be a problem. So in that case, we would want to set result to error unknown, I guess, because we don't know what the frick went wrong. And then we want to free everything. Okay. Hopefully that actually frees everything, I don't know. Probably forgot something. Okay. Whew. I sure love coding. It's great. It's terrible. Don't. Never code, kids. Never program. Never. We don't even need to do that because we've already said it. Okay, holy frick. I think we finally have the split name. I'm going to die. Okay, so now load split. Jeez. And then this part's freaking easy. I don't want to jinx it. This part's freaking easy, right? Well, it is, except for the fact that we don't know the split count yet. So we don't have the splits array yet. Okay, so we need to get that first. That's actually not that hard. But we want to do it before we do this. So let's make copy paste this part right here. Okay, and rather than do any of this crap, or even this, we're just going to add this to a total count somewhere. All right. So we're just gonna say, yeah. Let's put a size t here called split count. Okay, so get splits count. Load splits. Okay, and then before that, allocate splits. Pointer array. Okay, so what we're gonna do is we're just gonna say, it's really simple. +1. So we're counting for the root. And we're just gonna say splits equals that. It's even casted for us. Nice, plain and simple. If that failed, well then. You've run out of memory, because that's the only thing that could make that fail. Short of your computer catching fire or something, which we don't check for. Set root pointer. Okay, and then from that point on, we're gonna just do stuff. So, you know what, I'm actually going to say split... how about this? Global split index. That sounds awful, but... So, because we're going to reuse this. We're going to use it down here. So we're going to say, yeah. So... Alright, so we're gonna. The reason I'm why the frick did I do that? I'm sorry. That's dumb. We're gonna set this to 1. So, and then we're gonna work from there. So here we go. Splits, global split index, and we can increase that while we're at it. So, okay, so that's, oh jeez, this is fun. So it's gonna be we're gonna get a pointer, and then what we want is we want to get, yeah, so this is correct, I believe. Okay, and then the result is that, and if we failed to load it, then we want to go to the end. Wait, I already have this. Oh. I forgot I already had this. Okay, well, we'll just use this for later then. I set that to 0, right? Yes, I did. Good, we can fix that as well. Goodie for me. Except... Okay, increase split count by 1, 2. Count for root pack. No, that's not what I meant to say. Oh boy, Nickelodeon will love that. Okay, good. And then we set that to 1, and then we do this crap, and don't really care. That shouldn't be a problem. Should it? No, it shouldn't be a problem at all. VS thinks it is, but it isn't. Okay, so that's the global spin index. We're gonna do that. Cool. And the one issue is, this is where it's an issue. Well, that's actually pretty smart that figured that out. Holy frick. The issue is if we haven't finished allocating all of these yet, right? So what we could do is we could just increment split count again. That would be the easy way to fix it, I think, actually. Let's do that. Let's do that, actually. Reset split count. We'll increment it again in the next loop. This is so free, can always work correctly. We can also just set them all to null, but I think this is actually a little easier in this case. So all we need to do is just increment that number. It's not that hard. Oh, and we can also do this with that. We can get rid of this. Cool. So we start with 1 and then we go up. Great, perfect. Okay, so load the split, and then that's all we need to do, I believe. Holy frick! Okay, so will this work? Of course it won't work. I'm positive I made 8 billion mistakes in this nightmare that I just typed. Holy frick! What abomination! Okay, but assuming that this worked, here we are, and this should be fine now. Because the split count should always be the current loaded split count. Okay. Parse into HL archive. Alright, and this is easy. And I probably should have called this PACx. Yeah, that would be a much better name. We're gonna do that. Just give me a second. Whew, okay. PACx. Pack count. No. Alright, and we're also going to rename this to PACx, and then we're going to deal with this. Oh, jeez. My head hurts. Okay! So then after it gets the result, it's then going to, you know, free everything and then return whatever result it got. Whether it was a success or not. So, done. We're done with that. Whew! Splint? Wait, did I say splint? I didn't see that. If I did that, that's funny. If being here is more than enough, what is enough? What isn't enough? Frick. These are some deep questions.
That took a lot of time. Yes, it did. Yes, it absolutely freaking did. Imagine stream seems like a pain. It is. Yeah, it's a nightmare. I will say that for sure. If you're doing a lot of string-based stuff or text-based stuff, if you're trying to parse like text-based formats, you probably want to use any language other than C or C++. Strings have always been a pain in this language, and it's not just because I'm crazy about optimization, because I am. Okay, that's a part of why this is painful. If I wanted to do this, I could do this a simpler way. I could do this a much simpler way, right? And I would be able to make this look a lot easier. However, if I did that, I would have a million allocations going on all the time, right? And that can actually slow your stuff down pretty fast. You'd be surprised. Like, holy frick. So I'd rather not do that if I can help it. Yeah, in C# strings are handled so much better, because like they realized that it was a thing that was really tough to get right. So they put in all this code automatically that, like, in the background, just by doing, you just write what you want to do with the strings, and it figures out the best way to do it. Pretty much. It's not always going to be actually the best way, but it's always pretty much okay, right? So string allocation stuff in C# is generally a lot faster and easier to do, so that's really nice. In C++ it's a nightmare, so I hate that stuff. But it's funny because then in binary stuff in C and C++ is so much easier in my opinion in a lot of ways. Whereas in C# it's tougher because you have a lot less control over stuff. You don't have pointers and crap unless you do unsafe code and you gotta unmanage stuff, and it's, you know, you basically don't have pointers. So I find binary stuff a lot easier here. So it's kind of funny. It's like, what are you doing, right? If you're doing a lot of binary parsing, then this is probably better. If you're doing a lot of string parsing, C# is better, right? Kind of depends on what you're doing. Most of what I'm doing is binary, but every now and then I gotta do strings, and holy frick, I hate that. Check for CPU overheating. Yeah, just like occasionally be like, if CPU temp. I think you should check for PCs engulfed in flames. You think that would be an issue a beginner wouldn't notice? Yeah, they're like using their PC and it's like, that's a fun sound that it makes. Wow, HedgeLib makes some nice sounds. They're like, why do I smell smoke? Oh my gosh. Do Shift RR and a variable to rename all it. Oh, really? Does it work on C++ as well? I didn't know that. It's cool. Name any Sonic game, literally any one. Sonic. Wait, no. I want to have like an obscure one, but I can't think of one that's like super obscure because I think everyone even knows about like Tails, Music Maker or whatever, right? These days. So I don't know. Frick, what was it? There was this, like the Sonic McDonald's Happy Meal games. Do you remember those? One of those. I don't know. If that's not a good one, like I don't know what you're doing with this name. So if that doesn't work well with the joke, then let me know and I'll give you another name that's better. Pulled string C# is so good. Yeah, it actually does a really good job with that. Using strings seems like stream sim and stuff. Streams, yeah. Yeah, that does make it easier. That makes it a lot easier in some ways. But again, there's a lot of allocations going on there. So you want to be careful not to do that too much. Basically, you have the power to manage your own memory, and that's awesome. You can do amazing things with that. But it's also a nightmare, because you have to do it all yourself. Honestly, it's not usually that bad. I think people exaggerate. It's really not usually that bad. But when it comes to like string stuff and doing that efficiently, yes it is. That's where it becomes a pain. Holy frick. Okay, so I'm gonna implement this. Because apparently I never did. So this is unnecessary. Like, straight up, I don't need to do this, but I did it anyway. So I have two variants of these functions. You can pass in a length, and here's the thing. Sometimes the length can be good to know, because for example, if you're trying to find the extension, you probably want to start towards the end, right? Because you almost surely find it faster if you count backwards from, you know? So if you have the length already, that's good information, because you can just jump to the end and then go back. You can find it faster. So, you know, that's why I do that. Is it really that much faster? No, it's stupid. Like, I acknowledge this. I didn't really need to do this at all. But anyway, I have two variants of it. So if you pass in the length, it'll use that to try to make it faster. If you don't pass in the length, instead if you just pass in 0, it'll just figure it out. So that's how it works.
I have the figure it out version already done, but apparently not the length-based version. So let's figure out how to do this well, and why I didn't do it earlier, because it's probably a nightmare. Good stuff. Here's a bunch of random path examples on different OSs. So the name, so here's what we have to get from it. Okay, so test.bin, you just want to get test.bin, easy. This you want to get past the slash, okay. This you want to get just the null at the end. With this you want to get a.ds. Same with this. This you're just gonna return the whole thing, because who cares? I'm not allocating my own copy. I'm just getting a pointer. So, and same with these. In these corner cases, you just return that. Okay, so that's what I'm doing. All right. So the simple way here is just go through each character one by one, and if it's a path separator, then okay, if it's a path separator and the current character, which starts off at the beginning and can change later, equals name. So if, yeah. Okay, so here's the thing, right? This one's kind of like, I don't think there's really any benefit to having this one be length-based, is there? Because I guess you could go backwards. I guess. Yeah, you know what, actually. Maybe. It's just, that's an over-optimization. Like, this is stupid. Like, sometimes I don't feel like I actually do over-optimize. Sometimes I feel like, you know, like, it does help just think stuff out a little bit. But this is, I fully acknowledge that this is dumb. This is like, come on. This is not necessary. This too, I don't really need that. Okay, we're just gonna actually, we're gonna eat that, because who freaking cares? Like, just do it the way that makes sense. It's not like it's gonna be that slow. I mean, it really isn't. Oh my gosh, it takes 7 microseconds. No! Think of the, you know, the horror, think of the kids. Like, we're gonna do this 8 million times. Alright, that one's just dumb. That's an over-optimization for sure. So we're gonna eat that. And let me see if I do that anywhere else in the project. I don't know if I do. I might. I probably don't know. I do! And I don't use the optimization anyway. So get rid of that. And I use it here, but we already fixed that one. And that's the definition, so we're done. Okay. Good. And now that should work. Will it work? Of course not. Well, let's try it. Let's give it a go and see if this code actually runs. Oh my gosh, this is gonna burn so bad. Okay, so instead of this nightmare test that I was doing, we're gonna not do that. Look at this crap, it's funny. We're gonna get rid of that. And actually we're gonna get rid of all of this. Okay. And we're gonna just, sure. This is now the beginning of the scope. Yeah, so that's okay, that's valid to do that. And this is a test anyway, so who cares, as long as the compiler will support it, which it will. Okay, so the file path, we're gonna have a few things that we test. So we're gonna start with the easier one, I think, which is the root. Okay, we're gonna start with that. And then we're gonna say load splits, yes. Yes, load the splits. And do that, okay? And then free all of them. No, we don't have to do that. And I actually forgot to do this. And we can literally just do this. Now that's so much nicer, okay. But yeah, we need to take care of that. So okay, whenever we load anything, we're gonna want to. Okay, so yeah. So before we say read, read assumes that it's already been fixed. So fix all the packs. Oh jeez. Thanks, Venus. Love you. No, why is it doing this? Like, huh? This should be fine, right? Yeah, it should be. It's just having a moment. Okay. For I equals 0, I is less than pack count plus plus I. Fix splits I. Is that right? No, sorry, it's called PACx then. Yes, that's correct. Cool. And then we load it. Okay. So we got a breakpoint here, and we're gonna use it. So let's go. Let's go, gamers. What's going on, gamers? Let's extract it here. It's gonna burn. Do you think it even compile? Yes it did. Okay. Whew. Alright, let's go. If this works, I'm gonna scream. So, warning, it won't. This macroization doesn't even take 7 microseconds, it'll take like 7. Yeah, exactly. It's dumb. Like, I was thinking in terms of like more like heavy strings that you're doing a lot, but like it doesn't matter. It really doesn't. So I'm just gonna yeet all that stuff in a later commit because that's just stupid. Like, even when I wrote it, I was acknowledging that it was stupid. I was like, you know, this is not necessary, but I was like, maybe I don't know. That wasn't worth it. Come on. Okay, so here we go. So here's the file path. It's in UTF-16. There's the whole thing. Okay. The directory length is, we'll see if it was right. It's 4 because we have TMP and then the slash. That is correct, I think. Yeah, that should be correct. So now we're going to check if it needs the separator. It should be false. It is. Cool. Because it has a slash at the end, so we're good. Does that mean that it actually, Yes, it does. Good. Alright. So no, we don't need to increase that. Okay, so we're going to want to test it without a slash 2, I guess. So we want to test it where we just have no directory. So we just have a relative path. We want to test it with that too. But for now, this should be fine. Okay, so we're going to check if it is a split. It's not, so it should end up down here. It did. Good. File path length is plus. Okay, so wait, that's hex 16. Let's make this out of hex 22. This is where Notepad comes in handy, just to jot crap down. I can just copy paste it from here. Be faster than writing this out. All right. So this is 22 characters. Notepad always has an extra 1 at the beginning for some reason. I don't really. Whatever. So 22. It says 23, but it's 22. You know what I mean? So there it is. 22 plus 1. Yeah. Okay. Good. Good. So that's correct, I believe. I know it is not greater than this capacity. We can fit it within that many characters, so we don't need to allocate anything. So that's still going to be set to path buffer. Okay. So here we're just going to mem copy. Alright, so we're going to go check the contents of path pointer, which should be the same as this. Yes, it is. Okay, we have all that, great, but we don't have, obviously, the null terminator yet. That's fine, though, because we're about to set it. Don't need the separator. We just set it. Good, that's all correct so far. Holy frick. Okay, load the root pack. Alright, we're going to do that. So we're going to load from here into that. And if we fail, we're going to go to the end, so we'll know what happened. We're going to put a breakpoint down here. That succeeded. Okay, we have the root pack now in memory. Cool. Alright, so now we're going to skip down to this. That died. Okay, so what killed that? It was one of those 3 functions. Wait, what? Oh, it was the file tree one. Oh, the new one that we implemented. Fun. So what did we do wrong? Oh, we haven't fixed it yet. That's what we did wrong. We haven't fixed it yet. So we just need to fix it first. So we can do that really easily just by... We can just... Okay, so we can just fix them as they happen. So... Fix split. Let's increment that immediately before we do anything else. No, wait. That's really stupid. This function shouldn't be able to fail. It doesn't... it should work. That's kind of dangerous, but that should be fine. It doesn't have any error cases, so it shouldn't like kill the program. If it does, then well, frick, we have a site memory leak. But that should never actually happen. Like seriously, it shouldn't happen. Not just like a, you know, it's likely. That's like a, if that happens, then that's something is horribly wrong. And so you should probably crash anyway. So all this is correct, we already verified that. I just have the breakpoints there anyway for a later test. Okay, data block, we get that. Oh, I forgot to fix, okay, sorry, I was gonna do that too, but I forgot. I knew there was something I was forgetting, sorry. Fix root pack. That should be fine too now. That sounds cool. What the frick is that? Oh, it's Rhythm Thief. I think I had that exact same reaction last time I heard this song. Okay, so now it should be fixed. I think it is. It's hard to tell. So, split file tree. Can we please work this time? Yay! Alright, what do we get? Node count 1, nodes 4. Hey! Alright, that's correct, and that looks correct. Well, yeah, I think that's correct. That's a very large number, I think it's correct. It's a relative, value, and this is a big file, and it's going to be pointed towards the end, so I think that is right. Alright, so, oh wait, this is not necessary right here. I can just delete that. I'll have to remember to do that. I just copy-pasted that, so my bad. Anyway, split count is 15, which actually somehow is correct. I was about to be like, nah, but then I'm like, yeah, it is. That's why we tested it with this one, because this one's huge. So, that's all the splits right there.
I got a text. What?
This is a very nice text. It's not timely though, so I will respond to that later. Anyway, 15 splits, that's correct. So we're gonna increase that. Now this also needs to be, one needs to be added to that. But we're gonna be doing that in a second. So here we go. So pack count plus 1, 16. That's all of them, okay. So now we have an array of 16 things. Good. You can see it's not, none of the data is set yet, so it's garbage memory, but we're about to fix that. Okay, so the first one is going to be set to root pointer, just now. Okay. That is now valid data. Cool. The second, now we're going to set this pack count back to 1, and then we're going to go through all of these, and we're going to figure this crap out. So, this is going to be fun. Alright, this is, I feel like this is going to fail, but let's see what happens. Okay, split name. So there's the split name. It's just the name of that, yeah, that first split there. Okay, so that is, the length of that is 21. But then you add an alternator and it becomes 22. So there it is, yep, 22, good. Okay, we're going to see how much we need to convert it. It should be just that times 2. In this case, it isn't. What? Wait a minute. Wait, why is it still 22? That's actually not... It's not correct. Wait. Wait, what? I'm confused. Why is that... 22? Didn't it call that? No, that is correct. Sorry, but... That's the length in native characters. So that is correct. You're calling anyone insane who has a path bigger than 55 characters? Yeah, most will not, but I just like to not crash just in case, right? Because NTFS technically does support that, as does Unix, right? Unix supports that. Also, you can have Unicode file names, and those take up more than one like character for some of the code points. Take up several different bytes. So I can imagine having if you have a fully whatever Japanese
you know, a bunch of folders within subfolders and they're all using Unicode like that, I can imagine it filling up to 255 a lot faster. I don't know. There's some more cases where I can imagine that being a thing, so I just want to not crash just in those cases, because it's not that hard to make that work, you know? Okay, so this should not happen, but we're gonna find out. So, okay, so this is split name length plus dir length, which is 4. So that brings us to a total of 26 characters. So if we put temp at the beginning of this, not quite, actually. Because, hang on, because that is correct, because it factors in the null terminator. But then this, for some reason... Wait, is it? No, it is correct. I'm sorry. Blech! Ignore me. Okay, so that's still obviously not going to be too big. We're good. Okay, so we're going to convert it now. We're going to put it into here. So this is where something can go horribly wrong if I did this wrong. So let's find out what happens. You know, I think I did. I'm pretty much certain that I did something wrong. Let's... I didn't? What? Wait. Oh my gosh, I didn't. Oh, okay. Good, it worked. Holy frick. Alright, we did it. Wow. Alright, so that's been loaded in and into that slot, and now we're gonna increase it, and we'll move on to the next split now. Okay. Still obviously not too big. It's gonna be the same exact size every time, actually, realistically, but we just want to make sure that it always works. So, okay. Oh, 1! There we go! And now we're loading that split. Holy frick, dude! Okay, so now we can just continue and it should work. I will put a breakpoint here, just... I want to test some weird things. Okay, here we go. Pack count 16, we've loaded all of them. At least I believe we have. Wait, is that right? Yeah, it is. Holy frick, I can't believe we did that. Wait, why does it end at 14 though? Is that right? I can't remember. It is! Okay, that's freaking... This will probably crash. If it doesn't, I'm gonna be surprised. Holy frick, it worked! Alright! That was fast too, jeez. That was really freaking fast. That just went through that quickly. That went through 142 megabytes of data, and we're not even in release mode. This is debug mode. Running in a debugger. Holy frick! Alright, so we're gonna free all the packs, and then we're gonna free that array, and then we're gonna, yes, that's actually correct. To do that. And then we're gonna check this and free that. Good, and then we return result. That's what we call a Pogger's moment. Alright, so we're going to, we're gonna just run this now and just see it work. So that'll be nice. So I'm gonna get rid of the breakpoints. Except for ones that I want to use to test exceptional cases later on. Well, actually, I can just replace those later, so it's not a big deal. We'll test this later on. Because there's some other cases where I think it will not work, but let's see if this works. Yep. Alright, and that whole thing was just extracted that quickly in debug mode, which is kind of neat. Not to mention it ran 10 other tests, which also involved large amounts of data. So that was pretty fast. Good stuff. All right, so yeah, there's the that's the data size. So let's make sure that it's correct. It should be. Here's one I decompressed earlier. Well, extracted. Byte for byte. Freaking nice. That's awesome. All right, cool. So our work with that is done. Almost. There's one more thing I want to do before I commit that. One more thing.
That is, we have to test a few cases. So here's one. If there's no slash at the beginning, will that trip it up? Right, we gotta find out. So we're gonna copy all of these here, just temporarily. I'm gonna yeet this again. Okay, and we're going to figure this out. So let's go. I did get something done, yes. And I still got some time, actually, so I'm happy about this. Alright, that should still be... No, it's 0 in this case. Yeah, it is 0. Good, that's correct. Okay, do you need the separator? Will this even work? Oh, no. That's not... Well, that will crash, because we're about to subtract 1 from... you know what? That seems like kind of a bug in this function, actually, more than anything else. Let's say if path1 length, so if it's not 0, and wait a minute. Wait, is that right? No. If the length is, yeah, and then we check if that's the case as well. So no, well, actually what we want to say is if it's 0 or all of this, right? That's what we want to say. Okay, that should now work. Wait, if it's 0, it doesn't need a separator though, yeah? But this says it does. So, frick. Let's just do this. Let's just do it a really simple way. Turn early if path1 length is 0. You don't need any separator in that case. Okay, so what I need to check actually is if it needs a separator. How can I even do that? I guess it won't ever need one really, will it? Huh, so maybe that was unnecessary. Will it ever need a separator? Because if it's totally relative, and there's no directory name or anything in it, then it shouldn't, then the final file path should be relative too. Like, that should work fine. If it's, absolute, then it shouldn't need a separator. Oh, I guess it, no, never mind. Wow, alright. Watch, I bet Rad's tools are faster than Sega's in-house. They... Thanks. Probably, I can't say. Well, this should actually almost never be true, then. Actually, I don't think it should ever be true, should it? Huh. Well, screw me. I'm gonna keep that in anyway for now, because I don't... Let's just pass in a, let's pass in a split. So first off, let's make sure this works. It should. Let's make sure. That all just ran. Yeah, it works. Cool. You know what's funny? On Linux, this works several times faster. I'm not even joking. This same code does, because it doesn't need to do the Unicode conversion, and it doesn't. Its file system is just much better, as well as the way it handles memory allocation. So all of that combined means that it can load up all these files and pull stuff out just much quicker. So it's honestly like a huge difference, which is funny because it's already really fast, right? But Linux is crazy. I love it. I love this stuff. Like for me, like I know I'm insane, right? And I know I value it too much sometimes. But like for me, a lot of times, like the headache of like writing all this complicated code that like makes things faster is worth it just for it to work like that, right? I feel like that experience makes it worth it. I know I'm weird, but I do believe that. So, alright, we're gonna pass in, we're gonna do a weird one to try to trip it up, okay? We're gonna give it the 10th split. Or, I guess the 11th, technically. Uh-oh. Oops. Okay, here we go. It's so much faster than oh, it would. Like, seriously. So of course, yeah, that wasn't needed. So here we're gonna do the mem copy, so let's throw this in. And this, I might have messed up with this. In fact, I probably did. What do you mean I didn't? Come on. Freaking, come on. I'm like upset. I'm like, no. How did I do it right? Oh, wait. Did I? Oh, I did. I made one mistake because I left something over from an earlier build, so I'm glad I tested this. Always test your code, kids. Otherwise, you'll die or something. I don't know. Something extreme that won't actually happen, right? Yeah, it found the root. Cool. Now there is a problem with that. Obviously, what if the root doesn't actually exist? In that case, though, right? This is fine. This code is fine because when this runs, it's gonna try to open the file, and then that's gonna fail with the result code that says it cannot find. It'll say not found, and it'll return that, and then this will return that. So you'll just end up with the it'll just say it couldn't find it, which is, yeah, that's what we want, because at this point, like, if that isn't it, what is the path that we want to load, right? We don't know. We can't guess anymore. We tried all of our guesses, right? So, yeah, this is actually correct. So if I just run this, oh, something failed. I think it must have failed to load. Hang on, why did it do that? That's correct, isn't it? Oh! It failed to load because I'm an idiot! It wasn't even the code, it was just that I had the files in the wrong spot. Cool. Alright, that took a little longer that time because of caching. But it worked. There we go. Maybe you can repack this too. Alright. Cool, so I think that's about all the... That's good enough to commit, I think. That should be fine. So, I don't know, there might be like a weird memory leak or something. I'm sure there's something I did wrong, right? But if so, we can fix it later. So, I'm gonna commit that. Let's go. And then we're going to, work on PACxV2. I know, 4 hours in. Wah! I don't know how much we'll get done, but at least I'll definitely, I feel like I'll definitely get the read function done. I'd love to do PACxV4, but we'll see. Now you might wonder, Rad, why can't you just skip to V4? Well, there's actually a reason for that. V3, well, V4 is actually based on V3 heavily. So it makes sense to do V3 first, because then you can just take your V3 code and apply it to the V4 stuff, and it'll just work for most of it. There's only a few tiny tweaks that you need to make. So that's what we're gonna go with. Okay, so actually before we commit this, there's some bug fixes I have to commit. That will be a problem if I don't. So, and other slight changes. So what's this file? What did I change here? Oh, I made it constant? Really? Okay. I don't remember doing that, but sure. Alright. Tiny path tweaks. I'm gonna make it all less stupid later. Let me make sure I didn't forget anything important with that. What's this? This is a typo, isn't it? Oh no, this is something I'm gonna change how I'm gonna try to make streaming work differently. This is also used by PACx, I believe. So we're gonna commit that when we commit the PACx commit. What's all this crap? Okay. Tiny path tweaks. Good stuff. Alright. So here's PACx. So this is the header, so this actually should be fine.
Let's go.
Okay, wait, one more tiny one. Make HL bin A offsets next. See, the tiny ones like this are maybe like not even. I'm trying to do smaller commits, like commits that really do like one change if I can help it. But sometimes it's just like, man, there's not really a good way to just like you just push it all. You know what I mean? Because a lot of times you make changes that edit multiple files and things all at once. You know. What the frick is this? Wait, no. I remember I react to this the same way every time. Yes. I think that's correct. Cool. Obviously, HedgeLib is going to need to live again soon. Okay, so this might fail to build on Mac and Linux. I don't know. Because there's one little thing that I did in this. You might have noticed when I was compiling... oh, it's not going to show now. There's a thing that's not totally correct that I need to fix. That GCC or Clang may be more... They might care about it more than MSVC does. I don't know. We'll find out. I think it'll just give a warning. I think it'll be fine. But we're going to see what happens. Alright. PACxV2. What all did I actually do? It was just... basically just loading, right? Yeah. Loading support. It should work with Big Endian too, but I haven't actually tested that. You know, maybe I should before I commit this. It would be wise to start with a small one. It would be stupid to do a big one first. So here we're gonna do a big one first. If it doesn't work, then I'll use a smaller one. Oh, this one has only 11 splits on the Wii U. Okay. Weird, but weird flex, but okay. I don't even like that meme much. I don't know why I brought it back. I'm sorry. I like how he said as if that actually, you know, I brought it back. Oh yeah, yeah. You totally made it cool again, Rad. Yeah, this will not work. You think this will work? Frick, I died. In real life, it was me. I died. Okay, let me fix this. So what did I do wrong? So I did actually swap the data. That part is correct. Let's see where I fell. So I checked the block count. Good. By the way, did I swap that first? I'm not a moron, am I? Find out. No. Okay, good. We did do that correctly. Cool. So we then go to fix those. Okay, so then we fix the block header if necessary. Is this where I was at when it... Yeah, this is where I was at. Okay. So here we are. Block header. We got all that. Block header should be the data one. Yes. Have we swapped it yet? I guess I'm not sure. I wanted to data block swap later, so Yes, we did. We've already swapped that. So the file size should be... Yeah, that's a little endian. That's cool. And this should have already fixed all of the offsets as well. But I guess it didn't. It should have. I'll put a breakpoint there. So let's see what it did. So in the recursive one... okay, geez. We got the type tree maybe. We swapped that. Then we went through the each node and yeah, I swapped it like this. Okay, but here's where I proxy entry swap. It died here. Oh. Wait, what the frick is this? Did I not even get that? No, I did. Okay, let's see what I did wrong. Oh no! It's Pokimane! Simp used OnlyFans. It was really effective. I'm so sorry. There's the file tree. Good, we're gonna do that a bunch. Whole bunch. Is there any one of these that we're gonna swap? Yep. We found the split table, we're gonna swap that. Uh-oh! Uh-oh! Sorry. Yep, that's a mistake, though. That's a mistake. Not a big one, actually, to be honest. I mean, it is, but it shouldn't have crashed it yet. So I don't think that's the mistake. Alright. That should now be valid. Should have made a tier 3 joke. You mean me? Frick. Yeah, the OnlyFans, I think. That's what you meant. Split name's 8. Split count. This stupid 2013. Hey. It's the year this game came out. That's why 8. Anyway, that should have been fixed after I swapped it. So, okay. Here's the proxy entry table. We're actually gonna watch it be fixed this time. Boom. Is that right? No, it should be. Yeah, it should be right. So here's the proxy entries. That should also be right. Should all be fine. Those are already little endian, aren't they? Freaking weird. No, it's because I already swapped them. Yeah, so we should just swap the node index. So that should be fine. What the frick did you just swap, boy? Boy, what was that? I'm kind of confused because what did that swap? Oh, no, that was correct. Yeah, it's fine. Why the frick is it crashing? It must be, like, doing too many. What? Oh. It must have crashed purely because of, like... I don't know why it crashed here, but somehow this must have actually tripped it up? Huh? That doesn't seem right. Oh, right! It's swapping multiple packs. So, if there is no proxy... Right, hold up, I think I see what's happening. In the splits, there's going to be no proxy entry table. So here's the second one. Sorry. There it is. Yeah, there's no proxy entry table because there's no splits. Frick! Okay. Oh no. Wait, so how do we know... How do we know that there is not, proxy table size is 0? That's how we know. So we can actually turn this into an if statement. See, the C syntax works super well when you use it the way it was intended. Like when you use scopes and stuff. And you can easily turn any scope into an if statement or a loop or into its own function or whatever. It's like so nice. Okay, so if this proxy table size is set, then we do this. Otherwise, we don't. That should fix everything. I think that's actually the bug. Nice. Nice, dude. Okay, so we just extracted a big Indian one. And I think it's right. It's hard to say. I'm gonna extract it with the old oh, I already did. Oh, that's a different file size, so that's a red flag. But I think I extracted this with PACx. But I don't know if it should matter. Okay, we're just gonna extract it again and see what happens with a newer Hey, hey! Okay, so it's definitely it's correct. Cool. So there should be so there actually is a file type in here that's got embedded offsets? What? I can model instance infos. Yeah, that's stupid. That cursed crap. Freaking cursed. I mean, it makes sense. Honestly, they should have made normal models like this too. This doesn't make it any less cursed. I need to actually understand how this work. They might not be cursed. They just feel cursed. Okay. Yeah, it's the same. Nice. That! Alright, so... that should be fine. Let me just double check because I'm really paranoid. 1, 2, 3, 4, yes. And that's Big Endian, yes. That doesn't look right, but it actually is, I guess, because it was like that in the data too, wasn't it? Freaking weird. Okay, good. I guess they just use bytes for that then. Weird. 60. No, wait, that might not be right. The frick is this? Are these all null strings? What is this? No, that is correct. It's pointing to this weird cursed structure, right? And so then, okay, so then 4-1 is this, hex 20, that points down to this, so that's probably right. And then the last one is 54, and that's a 5-4. So that's no, it's still good. 20. So hex 50, that's right down here. I selected it wrong, but it's, yeah. 68 then is this, and that's the strings. That's correct. I think that's all fine. Yeah, that seems correct to me. No one's cracked it yet. Have they not really? No one's cracked it? Really? Doesn't look that bad. It just looks kind of cursed. It just looks like I don't want to go anywhere near it, but it doesn't. I don't know what this is about, but like, cause this is just a pointer to whatever the frick, to this, right? And that's like that's a float. Never mind. I don't know what the frick that is. These are definitely floats. Maybe it is just a float and it's just very... This is just a matrix, isn't it? Is it 4x4? Yeah, it's just a 4x4 matrix. That's all that is. And then this is just a list of... Now, why is there a 0? I don't get that. I'm sure they're more complicated than this. I don't know, we'll have to figure it out someday. No one cares? Yeah, like, why would you use, like, I don't know. It's like terrain instance info, but for models, for limited terrain and stuff.
I mean, it's actually cool, but like, yeah, I don't think most mods are gonna use that kind of thing, to be honest. Alright, so here's what we're gonna do. Chat. I'm gonna commit this with the bug fix as well. And, I'm gonna let AppVeyor build this. And while AppVeyor is building, I'm gonna get up, and I'll be right back. All right. So I'll put some dumb meme or something on the screen while I'm gone. Okay. Do. Set the repository. Okay. Yes, I know. Thank you. Alright. It might fail to build. We'll find out. So anyway, I'll be right back. Let me get a dumb meme on the screen first. Yeah, you know what? It doesn't freaking matter. I'll be right back. Alright, sorry, I'm back. Ah, frick it. Yeah, it failed on Ubuntu. I was half expecting that.
It'll fail on Mac too, then, I'm sure. So it's probably,
Let's see what I'm wrong.
it's probably related to the string copy or whatever. Oh, jeez. Look at this nightmare. Passing argument of this from incompatible pointer type. Yeah, that's what I was thinking would happen when I made that change. So I was kind of like, why did I make that change? But, okay. 180. Yeah, that's... I mean, that's stupid, though. That's freaking dumb. Wait, constant... this is dumb. The uint is constant, yes, but the pointer is not, and I want the pointer to be manipulated. That seems kind of... whatever. Okay, where else? So that shouldn't have stopped it from compiling, though. It should have just been annoying. Okay, so here we go. Here's another one. Rad is dead. Yes. Yeah, I'm dead. That's okay, though. This is dumb. I don't like these, The fact that it can't apparently auto-cast, like, that stuff is really annoying. It's just a warning, I know, but it's silly. Because it's like, it should be const already, you know what I mean? Yeah, the same mistake is made here. Oh, that one's really stupid. Like, wow, okay. Alright, whatever. What else? 317, okay, 20. Why are you telling me about that one later? Oh, it's just note. It's just a note, okay. So, yeah, okay, 306. Let's fix everything while we're at it. Yeah, this is not constant. Wait, it is! That's so stupid. Wait, the warning is that it discards the restrict qualifier? It expected this, but argument is of type this. What the frick? Okay. That's really stupid. I get why that's happening, but oh jeez. Okay, I'll fix that later.
You waiting for the game to open and you have the stream muted. What happened? You just came back to say you realized you have not put a single Mario character in the 0.5, and that's funny to you. That is funny, actually. I never considered that. Yeah, you said you can't hear it though. You should build and failed. Yes,
that's exactly what happened. Thank you, Flucor. So all these restrict. I need to fix that crap. But anyway, I think I know. I think what I need to do is I need to say, put the second asterisk after the HF restrict, or just get rid of this. But that's really stupid. Okay, so where's the error? Here it is. Value required as left operand of assignment. So that's 636. Yeah. Okay, that makes sense. So what I should probably have done was... I think I actually had a feeling this would not work. I mean, that should work. There's multiple ways that that could have been fixed. Wait, did I do it again somewhere else? I don't know. That should be okay though, right? Well, because wait, apparently this was fine, but that wasn't. So that actually concerns me because shouldn't this have been fine too? Like, frick. Wow, that is a lot of warnings. Jeez, I apparently made a lot of stupid mistakes. Cast to pointer from integer of different size. Oh dear. Oh. Oh no, that's fine. Cast that to a U pointer, and then cast the result to this. That's what you want to do. Okay. This restrict thing is really crazy. Like, that happens a lot. Man, oh man. Okay, so...
read the chat. Taz says, screw Mac and Linux. You leave it again? Alright, later, man.
Alright, so, I don't know if that'll fix it or not is the thing. This compile on Mac? No, of course not. Oh boy. That's a lot of crap you have to read through, isn't it? I like how this warns. These are the same like warnings. Like, that's so annoying. Passing. Well, what is this? To type. Where do I do that one at? It's not going to be that line exactly anymore, but it should be around there. Block data header. It's up here. Okay. Oh no. I explicitly cast. What is wrong with this? I cast it to a parameter. Yeah, I know, but that's like what. That's what I did. Like, I did that intentionally. Oh wait, discards qualifiers. Data block. I'm very confused as to what the problem is with this. Wait, I passed a constant data header. No, it was down here. Oh, it was down here. I passed a constant data header to a non-constant. I see what I did. Okay, okay, that actually was a problem. That one was for real, as they say. Alrighty. But why did it error though? It's the same reason. Oh man. You know, I want to be extra safe with that one. I really want to fix that. Let's say... I don't know what, like... How about this? Current string. Is that used anywhere? Apparently not, so we're fine. Okay, so here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna take the current data pointer, we're gonna dereference it. Okay, because it's actually a pointer to a pointer, it's complicated and stupid, but anyway. And then the result that we get from that, we're gonna cast that to a char pointer. That should work, if I'm not mistaken. Okay, so then we can just do this. Well, we should be able to. We can't have nice things. Okay, and then we can just increase this, and we can set this to that. Okay, and that should just work now. Now the other thing I didn't test was on Linux, instead of using the converting ones stuff, I'm just using string copy and all that. So it might build but not actually work. So we needed to test that. But let's commit some fixes here. This is stupid though. Like, I just feel like that's stupid. Oh, whatever. That game is fun. I like it. Some Linux/Mac OS fixes. Hopefully, build pog. Build pog. Let's go for build pog. What's awful about it is how long you have to wait for it to build, but anyway. In the meantime, I guess we can start working on PACxV2. No, I want to go to the current build. Yes. All right. Build pog. All right. So in the meantime, let's work on V3. So I don't know how much of this we're gonna get done tonight because I'm already tired, to be honest with you. A little bit, just a little bit. I don't want to stay up too late. I know, famous last words. I'm sure I'll abide by that, and I'll actually go to bed, you know, before 4 in the morning. I'm definitely sure that'll happen. No, I am seriously gonna cut this off at about 2 a.m. All right. So if I go longer than that, I'm just gonna say nope. Sorry, I'm sleeping. But yeah, we're gonna see what we can get done still. So let's go. So after all the PACxV2 stuff, I want to start with PACxV3. So I've got HedgeLib++ over here still, and I'm going to take some stuff from this. We're going to copy paste all of this crap, and we're going to obviously make it good for, you know, the new version. So okay, here we go. Alright, so we don't have usings, we have type defs, but we also don't have the array offset thing in this, so we want to like make that a thing. So I believe, if I remember correctly, it's U64, and that's the split count, and then we have off 64. This is the first time we're doing like 64-bit strings and anything, actually, so that's pretty neat. Off 64 string, and that's an offset to that. So actually, this is really funny. I'll show you why. Hang on. This is exactly the same as the V2 split table. It's literally the same thing, except they made it less stupid. Actually, I have to say, they did make some things less stupid, which I appreciate. So the main difference is, notice how before in V2, this is the only difference, ready? In V2, they had a pointer to the split names followed by the split count. Now it's funny because in bin A, they actually have like an array type, and the array type is a count followed by the pointer. And they use that array type everywhere, but for some reason, this was an exception. Here they decided, nah. This is the only time they didn't do it like that, if I remember correctly, or one of the only times. So this was dumb, because instead of using their, you know, built-in array type that they always use, they went out of their way to make a new array type for no reason. So in V3, they fixed that, and they switched it back to the normal array count, which has the split count and split names. But I don't actually have code for that in HedgeLib at the moment, so we're just going to just do it the old-fashioned way with a struct. Okay, so here's, let's see if it built. It probably failed. Oh, frick, okay. I'm sure there's a million warnings. Yes, there absolutely is. But hey, it worked. Okay, good. So hopefully it'll work on Mac and stuff too. We'll find out. Probably not. We'll see. That's actually supposed to be U64. So I gotta remember that. HL PACxV3, we're gonna put that at the beginning of all this. Alright, regular file, not here, and bin A file. Those are the types. Okay, so now we have a data entry. I like how similar all of this is to PACxV2. Like, you can see what they changed. Some of it they made better, some of it they made worse. Alright. This is the offset to the data. Just gonna say void like I did before. It's a string offset, and that's the data type. Alright, so I also have everything lowercase now. What I usually do in code is I capitalize the variable names and stuff if it's supposed to be public, and I lowercase if it's supposed to be private or protected. I think that makes it easy to keep track of. However, in C, I don't do that, because in C, there's no such thing as private or protected. Everything is public. So you don't need a system to tell you if it's public or not. Everything's public, right? So given that, you just want to do whatever is easiest to type. And you know what? Not having to hold shift, you know, it's not a big deal, okay? But it does help a little bit. And it fits the general C aesthetic, like most people tend to keep it lowercase in C. So that's why I do that as well. I actually think it looks nicer, to be honest. I've gotten used to it. It just looks simpler. Sorry, I can't type for the life of me. I'm trying to use Doxygen as well, as you can probably tell. I need to use it more, to be honest. There's a lot of stuff I just get lazy and don't document. But I think this will help me a lot in the future, the fact that I'm documenting stuff now. I don't have to go back and do it later. It's like, well, I do, but less. You know, I'm already doing a good amount now.
Oh yeah, this isn't fun. We don't actually have a way of knowing if this is a single byte or with 7 bytes of padding, or a 64-bit uint. And you might go, huh? How do we not know that? Well, here's the reason, right? With Lost World, we know the size of everything, because there's 2 versions of the game. There's the PC version and the Wii U version. And the Wii U version is big endian, right? Because the Wii U was big endian. So everything in the Wii U version is in big endian byte order, right? Whereas everything on the PC version is little endian. So because of that, we can compare matching PAC files from the PC version and the Wii U version to see the order that the bytes come in, and we can figure out the exact types of everything, which is nice from that information. With Forces, every platform that the game is on, including the Switch and the Xbox One and PS4 and all that, it's all little endian. So we can't do that trick here. We don't know, we don't have any way of knowing, actually, apart from, like, somehow finding the code in the game that actually checks the data type and then seeing if it loads 64 bits into memory or like into register, or if it just loads 1 byte, right? But good luck finding that with de novo and no symbols. It's a nightmare, and it's not worth it, quite frankly, because the game accepts this just fine. Oh, this built. Probably with a bunch of warnings. Yes. But who cares? It built. So I want to make sure that this works. I'm gonna use the oh yeah. Ah, frick. Well, I guess I can't do that yet, huh? Alright, never mind. I'll test it later. I don't know if it actually works on Linux. That's the funny part. It compiled, but I don't know if it actually... So I haven't been able to test the string compare stuff yet. I'll test it later. That's not really an important thing right now, I don't think. It's more important that I just get PACxV2 working. Okay, so here we go. Type def. I'm trying to type faster. Type faster! I see that being a comment. I'm just kidding. Void, okay. Data. This is fun. This is indices. What a strange... Yeah, So, okay, so I said earlier, a lot earlier in this stream, that I would have to explain the radix tree. Yes. So we're going to do that. So I've explained this probably 8 billion times, so if you've heard this before, like Taz sometimes says, then I'm sorry. But let me very briefly explain how this works, because it's actually very clever, alright? But it's also a nightmare. So, here's how this works. So, in Lost World, you have two different types of what's called node trees. So a node tree, okay, let me slow down actually. You have these things called nodes, which are simply like structs that go like this. Name data, right? Let's just not even say the types, we're just gonna go with this, right? And now let's say the types. They basically go like this, alright? That's a node. That's all that it is. So then you have node trees, and node trees are just arrays of nodes. That's all that they are. Alright? Simple. So here's where it gets a little bit more complicated. You'll notice that says void, and it really does mean that. So it's not, so node trees can, so the nodes can hold different types of things. There's basically two kind of node trees, alright? There's what I call the types tree and what I call the file trees. So a types tree is just an array of, okay, they're both just arrays of nodes, but what the data pointer and the nodes point to is different, okay? So that's the difference between them. So the types tree, basically each entry within a types tree represents a type of data, okay? So the name actually points to a string that looks something like this. Something like that, right? And the way this works is you have the extension, like the file extension, like .model, okay? Then you have a colon, and then you have the res type name, which is what the game actually uses to figure out what type it is. It doesn't actually care what you set this to. You can make this any extension you want. That's fine. But yeah, it uses this to figure out what type of data we're dealing with. So that's what this string points to in the type trees. And then the data, here's where it gets weird, ready? Points to another tree, another node tree. That's right. And this is what I call a file tree. So, for example, the model type node, okay, points to a file tree which contains all of the files in the PAC file, which are models. I don't know if that makes sense, but anyway. So, that's it. It's a bit complicated, but if you can just get your head around that, it's actually pretty simple, and it's not that hard to understand. So that's how PACxV2 format works. Pretty simple, all things considered. So say you want to pack a few files. You want to have like my model one dot model. You want to have. Let's just keep it simple. Let's pretend that there's no extension for now, just because it makes it easier. You want to have that. You want to have my model 2. You want to have my texture, and then you also want to have Bazinga. Why the frick not? Those are your file names, okay? I don't know what type Bazinga is, but anyway. So in Lost World, you would just have this array, okay? So now let's say you want to look for Bazinga. So here's what you have to do. You have to check the characters. You have to be like, is that a... Oh, frick. You have to be like, is that a B? No, it's not. Okay. That a B? No, it's not. Is that a B? No, it's not. That's a B, okay. Is that an A? Yes. Is that a Z? Yes. We have to do it for each character. Okay, cool, we found Bazinga. That's how you have to search for it, okay? So you have to do all those different string compares. That's not great. It's especially bad if you have several more models here. Well, several files, rather. Because you have to, the more files you have, the longer it'll take to find files at the end. See? Because you have to compare more. You have to be like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 comparisons before you get to the thing, right? So this isn't a huge problem, but it can be a huge problem if you have a ton of files and stuff, okay? So here's what Forces does. Forces uses what's called a radix tree. It's actually quite smart, and I know I've explained this a million times, but here's how it works. Instead of just having nodes, which are actually just basically, it's just an array of data, it's pretty simple. These nodes are actually like, it's got a hierarchy, okay? So it's like an actual tree. So imagine it kind of like files and folders, except it's not. But anyway, the way this works is very simple. It goes like this. Forces would store it like this. I would have a data node. And I'm going to copy paste this because that will take forever if I don't. Oh geez. 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, and then you have texture. It would put that here. That also has a data node.
and then it would have a Bazinga, which is on the root. And also staying there. Okay. So here's how this works, okay? So you have this node, and then it has a child node, which is model, and another child node, which is texture, see? And then model has a child node, which is one, well, it has several child nodes, it has all of these, alright? Texture has just one, it's this. Anyway, and then you have Bazinga. So here's what's so cool about this, ready? So in Lost World, if you want to find Bazinga, you gotta go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and then you gotta compare all these. So 8 comparisons. In Forces, you just do this. Oh, it doesn't match. Skip all of this. 1 comparison. You can see how that makes it way faster in some cases. Right? Especially if you have like 100 or, you know, whatever, like 800 models or something, or things with similar names, and you're trying to find something with a specific name, you can skip most of the crap. Like, this is a pretty efficient way to find strings more quickly, because essentially it works off of the idea of, so the data is sorted, right? And actually, this is a horrible example. Why did I call it Bazinga? I should have been like, Zozinga. I'm so sorry. That was kind of misleading. So that's important, because it sorts it alphabetically, okay? So the reason it does that is because that way, that's how this assumption works. So basically, what happens here is, you can check to see if, like, if you check the M and you're looking for a Z, then you know that you're not quite to the Z yet, because M is, it's like lesser than Z, see? In an alphabetical order, that's how you would go. So you want to check this, but then if that, you know, if it's not the character you're looking for, you can skip all this crap, and now you're here. And that's pretty cool. The other thing that's really cool about that alphabetical check is that you can also use that to your advantage. So say, for example, that you're looking for, oh frick. Whatever, okay? Who cares? Say you're looking for that crap, okay? So that would come after model, because the O would come after the M, alphabetically, right? So here's what's cool about that. Okay, no, sorry. Say you're looking for that, but it isn't in the tree. So you're looking for this file, but it's not actually there. So in Lost World, to figure that out, you have to be like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and then pretend it's not here, right? 7, 8. Actually, no, it's not even that. Sorry, it's worse because, okay, in Lost World, you have to. Okay, so like, I'm sorry. You're looking for this, but it's not in the tree. So you have to be like M. Oh, that matches. Y. Oh, that matches. Oh, it doesn't match. And then you have to do it again. Doesn't match. 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 You have to do that for every file in the tree just to figure out that that file isn't there. Okay? In Forces, you can do this. Oh, that matches. Nope. Skip all of this. That doesn't match. Wait, that character is quote-unquote greater, right, than O. So given that, and given that the data is in alphabetical order, I know that all the nodes after this also are not the one I'm looking for. So I can just stop right there. So I don't even need to check this. So you went from, I don't know what, like checking 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22 characters, to instead checking 1, 2, 3, 4. You went from 22 to 4. So that's pretty good. Again, that's with a small example, really. There's not many nodes here. When you get a lot of files in there, this is a good thing. So this is why they do this in Sonic Forces. It's actually pretty smart. The downside to this, though, is maybe obvious. Maybe not. It depends if you program, I guess. The downside is, what if, like, how do you store all this information? How do you store the fact that you've got these nodes and also that they're in a hierarchy? How do you do that, right? Well,
you have to do it in a way that, well, actually you don't have to. You can do it in a space-efficient way, but they don't. So they store it using these. So in Lost World, the nodes were very tiny. You had one pointer, which was the name, and another pointer, which was the data. And remember, in Lost World was 32-bit, so the pointers were also 32-bit. Meaning that the total size for the entire node was just 8 bytes. Not bad at all, right? Well, in Forces, the nodes are a lot bigger. They have a lot more information stored inside of them, and the pointers are 64-bit now. So they're 40 bytes. In Lost World, it was 8 bytes. In Forces, it's 40 for each node. So that's a lot bigger. So the Forces pack files do take up more space. Actually, quite a bit more space. But they're also a lot faster to search through. So the Sonic team decided that that was a good trade-off. And actually, it makes sense, especially considering that the pack files are stored inside of CPKs, and the CPKs are compressed. So given that, if the compression is any good, which it is from what I understand, the extra size shouldn't even really be a big issue, because the compression should be able to basically handle that and make it not much bigger than it was in Lost World anyway, right? So that's how they thought, and honestly, I think it does make sense. The reason Forces is giant really is not because of the pack files. I did think that at one point, but that's not it at all. It's because of their stupid texture compression methods. They use the wrong formats all the time. It's awful. But anyway, the Radix tree stuff is actually very smart, so I applaud Sonic Team for this. So here's the fun part, though. So say you want to extract these, which we want to do now. And also say you want to make one of these. Oh gosh. Right? To extract this, because you need the file names like this. Actually, you want extensions at the end too, but for simplicity, let's just say these are the file names you need, okay? In Lost World, you just have them, right? I mean, you can just get the file names, easy. In Forces, you have to, like, reassemble them. You're gonna have to be, like, my, and then you're gonna have to copy in model, and then you're gonna have to copy in 1, and then you're gonna have to swap that out for 2, and 3, and 4, and so on. It's not that bad, actually. You can make it pretty simple, but you have to think about it, and it's something that can be a bit tough. So you gotta think about that. The hard part is actually not even extracting, because that's already a bit tough, but the hard part is not that. The hard part is packing, because when you pack, you have to get a list like this, and you have to turn it into this. And that might not sound that bad, that might not seem like that's that difficult, but just consider the code behind that for a bit, and I think you'll realize it's actually kind of tough. It can be nightmarish. So that's fun. Now I have some code that does it quite well, actually, I think, in HedgeLib++. So I'm basically just going to be reusing that crap, but I'm going to make it like C, right? I'm not going to redo it, because why reinvent the wheel? It works great, so why redo that part, right? What I'm trying to primarily redo with this HedgeLib rewrite is a lot of bad crap, but there is some good stuff, and I want to reuse that. So anyway, we're going to be reusing as much as we can. But with that said, again, I'm going to cut this off at like 2 or so in my time. It's about 12:30 in my time now, so yeah. But we're going to see what we can get done during that time. The recording was a bit laggy. You can see a lot of stuff opens because yes, so you might re-record it later, but for now, you people deal with a bit of lag. Rad misled us. I did? We must cancel him. What? First he's battlophobic, now he's misleading everyone. What? Chat, you get the laggy version. Oh, frick.
What did they do to you? Holy frick, dude. I can't even. I'm so offended. This game. Why do they say that? Like, oh, really? Oh, really? Wow, we never would have guessed. I like when VS just stops understanding how to syntax highlight for a bit. Just does that some days. You know, it just feels like it. It's understandable, I guess. Oh yeah, they also added this, which is kind of funny, to be honest. It's kind of helpful, but it's also like, was it really necessary? I don't know. Anyway, okay, so we're gonna, you know what? Control H is a thing, but this is cooler. I like that feature a lot. Look how cool that looks. It saves you a lot of time too if you use it right. What the frick is this song? I feel like I'm losing brain cells. It's not bad, actually. This combined with the fact that I'm getting a bit tired, I'm like, whoa. I'm in space. Okay, we're gonna... Oh, the syntax highlighting came back. Oh, joy. Okay, we're gonna copy-paste this a bunch. Okay, we're gonna move stuff up here. Da 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 da. Yeah, dude. Date modified or hash. Yeah, we never figured this crap out. We never did. I have no earthly idea what that is. It doesn't seem to matter though, because the game doesn't even care about it. You can set it to anything and the game loads it. So I don't know what it is, but what we do is we just generate a random number. Like straight up. You can kill little tip. I don't remember if it works in the newest version of SFPAC. It might actually. I think it's been actually I don't know if it's been fixed. Anyway, it at least works in a lot of versions of SFPAC. So a little pro tip for y'all: if you hex edit a PACxV2 file, and you set this value right here to 0, all right? I think it's 0. I can't remember. Anyway, if you set it to, I believe it's 0, and try to extract it with SFPAC, SFPAC will crash, if I remember correctly, because it's relying on this being like a random number for each one, and it's not always. So that's an easy way you can kind of lock your PAC files if you want to. However, HedgeLib doesn't crash, so that still works. Anyway, I'm pretty sure this guy fixed that. I don't remember. I don't know if it was one of those things where it was like I don't know if it didn't really matter that much, you know. So I don't think he did actually, because I don't think he went out of his way to like fix that. Why would you? You know, it's like For PACxV2 though, you have to fix that actually, because V4 sometimes has it set to 0 in the actual game. Okay, we're gonna pop open Sonic.pac and also Sonic.pac to 0, 0. So, wait, I might be remembering this totally wrong. I am! Huh. Well, sorry, for some reason I was thinking the split set it to 0 or something. I swear there was some version of SFPAC that like relied on this being something. Oh no, I remember what it is. What they relied on was that the splits had the same number here as the root pack. I think that was it. The idea was that this was the pack ID. We thought this was the pack ID, so we thought this was like the game used this number to differentiate this pack file and all of its splits as one complete entity that was separate from the other entities. So like Sonic.pac and Sonic.pac 00 are both the same entity, right? Because they're both part of Sonic. But like Sonic Classic, for example, has a different number. God, I guess it's a different thing. That's what we thought. To be perfectly honest with you, I have no freaking clue what this is. I thought that might have been the case, but if I remember correctly, some PACxV2 files don't do that. They said there's something else. And then I thought it might have been the like date modified or something. And I think I actually found the year in there somewhere. I can't recall.
You know, let me see real fast. Oh, whoops, I copied the wrong number. Wait, no, I didn't. Sorry, I'm wasting time. I've got another calc open. Do you think it'd be 2016 or 2017? Because I know the game came out 2017, but I guess either way we should be able to tell, right? Yes, I was looking for it, but I don't know if I guess I didn't find it because I certainly don't see it here now. It could have just been the 16 or 17 part. Because I don't know if they need... I don't think they need to store, you know, the current millennium or century. I don't think... It's not exact... Like, that's not really that... Probably gonna change for a while, you know. Well, I guess I didn't, huh? I could have sworn I saw it somewhere. I found some formula or something that let me get a year out of one of these. But... No, I'm sorry, I'm getting tired. I was thinking of Gens and Unleashed ARs. They also have a value that I'm sure is date modified, but I can't quite figure out what it is. Anyway, if anyone could ever figure out what this value is, that would be awesome. So I guess a little fun for you, you kids at home. If you have or adults, I don't know why I said kids. That sounded demeaning. I didn't mean it. Anyway, y'all at home, if you're bored and you want to hexedit crap or whatever, these pack files, the Sonic Forces, all of them, they have this thing that says PACx, and they say 301L, and then they have this number right here, this 4-byte thing. You see that? That is what we call unknown 1. At least that's what I call unknown 1. I have no earthly idea what this number is. So if anyone could, like, figure that out, that would be awesome. In Forces, it's always the same between all of the pack and all of its splits, okay? So the root pack has it set to this number, 9B73, you know, whatever. And then the split pack also has it set to the same number, see? It's the same. But if you pull up another random pack, it's always different every time. It's not the same, right? So we thought it was just a unique pack identifier, like, oh, this just says that this is a Sonic whatever, right? But then if you look at, I'm not going to do it now because I'm lazy, but if you look at Tucky 2020 or Sakura Wars, they don't always do this. A lot of times the number is the same between splits on the root, but sometimes it's different. So that makes me think that can't be what it is. It has to be something else, right? What the frick is it? I thought it might have been like, yeah, it can't be a hash, right? Because if it was... I mean, maybe it is. I don't know. Maybe it's a hash of all of the data combined. Like all of the files and all of the splits combined? I don't know. But it could be... I'm thinking it's a date. I'm thinking it's a time or a date, right? I think this somehow stores the time and the date of when they packed this file. Because think about that. The tool could have just written the splits and the root pack were generated at the same time, right? Because they basically were. I mean, I'm sure they were all generated roughly within the same second, or very similarly, or whatever, right? Or even if they weren't, like, the tool could have just generated the time for the root pack and then just reused that time for the splits, because it doesn't really matter if it's technically incorrect by 1 second. I don't even know if they store seconds. It might just be the dates, right? I don't know what it is, but I feel like it's something like that. Because, I don't know, that might explain why it's only different in some rare cases. Anyway, does it mean unknown for me sent for Master Emerald? Probably? You know, I never thought about it, but it actually probably does now that you mention it. It's kind of whack. It's kind of whack. Yo. Alright, frick, I'm getting tired. I don't know if I can do this, to be honest. Because I want to, but... Let's see. So the thing that makes it a bit fun, TM, is you gotta reassemble the names. Okay, you got names like this, and you gotta like reassemble them. So what you generally want to do is you want to have a buffer. So let's just pretend you have. We're just gonna have H. Okay. This is our buffer, whatever. Pretend that we've got it's a big array of letters, okay? And that's our buffer. And by default, it's just garbage. I'm sorry, H, the letter H. You're not generally what I would refer to as garbage, but right now you are. just for our example purposes. Anyway, so what you want to do is you want to recurse through this. So you want to like go here, and then you know that there's child nodes. So what you do is you copy that into the buffer, right? And then you go into the children nodes and you go, okay, model, right? Well, you get it, right? Copy that in. You want to be like, okay, 1, right? And you keep copying basically until you reach a data node. And when you reach a data node, you know that you're done. So I guess you want to put an alternator in there at that point, right? And then you want to now you've got the name. So great. Now the fun thing about that is, what about the... Oh, never mind. Sorry. I was having a dumb moment for a second. No, this is great. That's all you're gonna do. Okay, so here's the... Actually, yeah, so this isn't that bad. Actually, this should be fairly easy as long as I can use my mind for a bit here. Because, here's the interesting thing about these. So, remember how, you know how earlier I was using a path size by default at 255, and then I would, like, make it bigger if I needed to, and Sajid was saying it's crazy, you're never gonna need more than that? Well, he's honestly quite right. Because, what if I told you, that, well, actually, Windows freaking usually limits you by 255 characters. Did you know that? If you make too many long folder names, Windows will tell you, nah, you've gone over 255 characters. You cannot make any more folders here, sorry. Like, literally, it'll give you an error if you try to do it. It'll say your path name is too long. It's really funny. But yeah, there's nothing about NTFS, the Windows file system, that disallows that. In fact, NTFS says it's perfectly okay. It's just that a lot of Windows programs go under the assumption that, there's this, let me include this. Oh, frick. When I... Okay, thank goodness. I remember I added this temporarily as an example, and I didn't know if I got rid of it before I commit. Anyway, there's a variable in Windows.h called PACx? Or maybe it's maxPath. Yes, it's maxPath. And actually, it's not 255, it's 260. Okay. But it's around there. So there's a lot of Windows programs that use this variable, and they go under the assumption that Windows path names cannot ever be longer than this. Yeah. So because of that, Microsoft programmed into File Explorer a hard limitation that says that if you try to make a path that's like in total longer than that, it'll tell you nah, because you might crash some Windows programs. Straight up. So you can still do it with like command line and stuff. But then, seriously, if you try to, some Windows programs will crash if you try to use anything in that path. So you have to keep that in mind. It's dumb. But anyway, so on Linux that's not a problem, but yeah. Anyway, so on in Forces, they limit it to 255. So notice this number here. Every node has a thing that says full path size. So I drilled the nodes out like this. Full path size would be like this. Okay, so I'm gonna tab it out. So here, so in this case, it would be I believe 2. And this is okay. So the model here is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 characters, right? But then it's full path size. Oh, and I'm sorry, it doesn't count this node's name. I'm sorry, I forgot. So actually, this would be 0, and then this would be 2. Okay, and then this would be 7. And then this would be 8, and it's going to be a repeat of that. Okay, so anyway, this is helpful because you always know exactly where to put the current. Yeah, honestly, full path size is a really awful name for this. I should change that name. It's more like node buffer index or something, right? So here's what it does. Okay, so like, where do I copy this into the buffer? See? Okay, so I want to copy into the buffer. Where do I put it? Oh, put it at 0. Position 0, that means right here. Great. Model, I want to put it at, where do I put it? Position 2, right? So 0, 1,
2. See, you start right there. So this is a quick and easy way to where you can automatically always figure out where to put it. So 7, right? You just 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Put it there, you know. And yeah, this just helps you out quickly figure out where to put it. So that's really handy. But beyond that, notice how it's a byte. It's 1 byte. That was very intentional because almost everything else here is bigger. A lot bigger. This is specifically made to be a byte, a single byte. The reason they did that is because they've limited their path to 255 characters and forces. You cannot have a PAC file that has a total path name that's longer than that. It's impossible. So as a result of that, we don't have to worry about allocating a buffer because, oh, we might run out of space. How do we keep track? We can literally just have our buffer be exactly 255 characters. Right? And that's always guaranteed going to be big enough to hold the name. That is awesome. I love that. Because of that, we don't have to do any heap allocation stuff. It's very simple. We can literally just have a stack allocated buffer of size 255, and we're done. We're great. So, honestly, this is really smart. Like, the Forces PAC file changes are actually really good. Most of them. There's a few stupid ones, but most of them are pretty clever. And I gotta give props to Sonic Team, actually, if I'm being honest. Okay, so we're gonna get right to this. Let's see what we can get done. I'm gonna try to do it as quickly as I can. So we're not gonna work on the PACxV2 load function tonight because my brain cannot freaking handle that right now. We're just gonna do read. I'll implement load later. Okay. Uh-oh. I accidentally freaking copied the new line I meant to. There we go. I don't know why I said, like, uh-oh makes it sound like it's like a scary thing. Oh no, something is wrong. But actually, it's just me being stupid. Alright. So, we're gonna go through the packs. We're gonna read them all, and we're gonna get our archive. So, we don't need to fix it because we're under the assumption that it's already fixed by the time that we do this. Except Sonic and the Secret Rings. That's my favorite game of all time.
What? No, it's okay. You have opinions are fine. You can have any opinion that you want. Unless it's that Secret Rings. No, I'm just kidding. I actually like rotated my monitor when I did that. So, it's back now. I'm sorry. Okay, okay, so how do we do this? We're gonna... Let's go hyperdrive, everyone. Alright. We're gonna get the pack data. We're going to assume that it is, of course, of type PACxV2 header. It should be. Alrighty. Now we have the header. We should be able to... Oh, frick. Yeah, this is so much smarter. Like, straight up. If you know someone who loves Secret Rings, they're really chill. That's cool, actually. Yeah, I like to joke about it, but I would say I don't like care. If someone likes Secret Rings, it's cool. I'm glad they were able to have fun with it. Thanks, Tess. Sorry, sometimes I can't control myself. I'm just kidding. Alright, so this is another smart thing they did in PACxV2 that I have to give Sonic Team props for. Like, they really did make a lot of good changes, actually. So, here's one of them. In PACxV2, we had, it was still based on bin A, okay? And that includes this here. They had a block count number right here, just like in bin A. And the only block they would ever have, just like in bin A, is the data block. And so that was kind of silly, right? Shouldn't this all just be one struct? Like, why, you know, whatever. But beyond that, the data block was not the normal bin A data block. It was a special PACx data block. So those two facts combined was just really stupid, right? It's like, And also, for some reason, in bin A files, the data starts at like hex 40. It starts like within the data block somewhere, right? All the offsets are relative to that. But in PACx, it's not like that. They're absolute, as in they're relative to the beginning of the file. So all that combined, it was just really silly. It didn't make any sense. It was like, wait a minute, why are you using the data block system, but then you're also not using it? What's the point of this? This is freaking dumb. Like, if you hypothetically wanted to have a second data block, which they don't do, but say they wanted to do that, which, why would you, whatever, say they wanted to do that, it wouldn't work anyway. It wouldn't be separate. Like, it really made no sense. So anyway, in PACxV2 they cleaned it up. So they got rid of the data block. Instead, there's no block count or anything. They use that space for other information that they actually need. And yeah, they just have a header that's just bigger than the normal bin A header. And everything's absolute, I believe? I think it is. Anyway, I forget. But anyway, yeah, it's great. It's freaking good. That's how they should have done it from the beginning. So that makes my job much simpler. Anyway, header. So once we have the header, we got a lot of crap we can have access to now. So what we really need is... It's the most important thing to get here. Oh yeah, they have a split count. I forgot about that. So, that's the split count right there. There's one split. Cool. Yeah, they also did another thing that was a lot better. In PACxV2, somewhere in the... Yeah, they had a, like, splits info, they had a split table thing, which they would store as a file. They had a file that was called, like... Okay, like if you had Sonic.pac, they would have a file within Sonic.pac called sonic.pac.d. And then that file contained within it a list of all of these splits. So that was weird. But yeah, the game would load that, would grab that file from within the pack file, and then would use that to figure out the splits. And it was kind of weird because it was like, wait, this is a file within the pack file? Why make, you know, but it's like relevant to the pack file? That's weird, isn't it? Like, is it inside the pack file or not? So in PACxV3 they cleaned it up. They made it so instead of being its own little file within the pack file, it's just part of the pack file. So like the header has the split count right there, for example. It's like built in. So that's nice. I don't relate to everything you're talking about, but for a game jam thing, you're trying to do all original levels this time? You think your last one was underwhelming, it was just simple edits? You had an idea for a main mod for like 2 years and you're actually trying to get started now. That sounds really awesome. Seriously, more power to you. I hope you can, wish you luck with that. Okay, so, I want to get the nodes. So, how do I do that? I mean, the simple way is just add. Just add hex 30, don't you? This is spoopy, a little bit. Not really. It's actually kind of peaceful, to be honest. I'm probably gonna fall asleep, to be honest. Holy frick. It's peaceful. Yeah, there's no, like, offset. It's like, to the point. I like that. Okay, so you just add one. So we're gonna make a macro for that. PACxV3. We don't need to say data this time because it's not part of the data block. It's just PACxV3. Get. I guess get type tree. Yeah, we'll call it that still. I'll say header. We can just make this a macro again. It's fairly simple. All we need to literally do is just take the header, add one to it, and then cast the result to a node tree pointer. And we're done. I believe, anyway. So here's the node count, here's the data node count. Oh yeah, that's different now. Oh boy. Here are the nodes, which is actually 64-bit now, and here is the data node indices, which is all 64-bit. So that's a little weird. I don't really get why they did this. I kind of do, but also nah. It's a little strange. Essentially, so notice how whenever I showed the like files, I said that okay, there's like kind of two different types of nodes. There's the normal nodes, which just have like a name, and that's it. And there's data nodes, and they don't even have a name. I just put data there to represent them, right? But they don't even have a name. They just contain data. So it's weird, because what they do is, these are considered to be like separate nodes as far as the game is concerned. So the game has a separate count for, it has one count for just all the nodes, and it has another count for the data nodes. So it's just the ones that say data. Okay. And then it has a pointer to an array somewhere. So this is the indices of data nodes. So let me show you what that means. If you actually jump there, right? Yeah, so notice how the count was, the data node count was C, so that's 12. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Okay, see that? That whole thing I just highlighted there, those are the data node indices for the root TAC tree. So what this means is that the node at position 4 and at position 6 and all these positions that are listed here, these are all data nodes that are contained within that tree. Why does the game need to know this? Can't it just go through the tree and figure that out, like, easily? I don't know. I don't know if I totally get it. I think maybe the reason it does this is so that it can fix things more easily. I think the idea is, if they need to do some fix-up on the data or whatever, they can just go to all the nodes at these indices and they can just skip all the other stuff. I don't know. But it seems kind of weird to me. It's like, it seems like in most cases you would be iterating through all the nodes anyway, and you wouldn't even need this. I don't even really use this, to be honest, so I don't really get it, but... Oh! Taz is having a mental breakdown and he says he's fine. Space encounter. You know what, I don't know if he... You know what, it's got like 1 second left. I'm gonna skip it. Just for you. Okay, well, I'll do this bit. Oh, frick. There's the opposite table thing. Okay, so after all this, we have the wrapper. Oh, man. Yeah, whoopsie. Get type tree? Goody. We're gonna want to have more of those later, but anyway, for now, do we really need everything else in the header for this? I don't think so, actually. I don't think we do. So I feel like, maybe we can just cheat with that one, but eh. I think I'll be a good boy and not. I'll do it the proper way. Node tree. This is the type tree, and we're gonna get it as you would expect. Get type tree. Sick. Alright, ooh, deja vu. I feel like I've probably done this before on a stream. Good stuff. Okay. Here's the nodes. That's an offset. We want to get that. HO off 64 get. So this is actually 64-bit this time. It's kind of neat. All right. And now we have all that, so we also want to have an I2, so let's go with that. Yeah, so the type nodes also are radix trees. They have the same concept, and it's a bit messy for this, I won't lie. What is it, 48? Yeah, and then oh, there's like a root node. No, there's not. I mean, I think there. I don't remember. Frick, whatever. It's hex 28. Yeah, each node is hex 28. And so look at how big each one of these nodes is. Holy frick. Alright, later number 7. Somebody. I will soon too, to be honest, because yeah, I'm definitely getting tired. But I want to get some of this done because I feel nice about it. Okay, so something stupid they did. So a lot of what they did was really smart, but they did a few dumb things. One of the dumb things that I don't understand was they have 2 pointers inside of each node. One of them is the name node, okay? And one of them is the data node. They also have a child indices node, but we don't. Whatever. So, this is stupid, because here's the thing. The data nodes don't ever actually have a name attached to them. They always just have data, and that's it. And the non-data nodes never have any data attached to them. At least, actually, I don't remember if they do. No, yeah, they never do. They never do. They always only have the names. It would have made more sense to just have one pointer here. That's just a data pointer. And basically, if this flag is set, then the pointer would point to data. Otherwise, it would point to a name. Right? And that way they could have saved 8 bytes of space per node, which would have been a little nicer. But no, they didn't do that. So anyway, instead, every single node wastes a minimum of 8 bytes of space. Guaranteed. Good stuff, Sonic Team. Love you. So, anyway, yeah, this one wastes all of it, because this is just the root node. There's always a root node as well, and it doesn't, I don't really understand this, if I'm being honest. Oh wait, no, this one has data. Wait, does it? No, wait, I'm sorry. The child count is 1. I'm sorry, I'm getting tired. So anyway, so this is the child node of the root, and this is where that actually begins. So here's the name. I'm gonna highlight that. Let's go there. It's res. Okay. So they changed something else. In Lost World, the type strings were like model, res, model, whatever, right? So you have the extension, a colon, and then you have the res name. Honestly, that was a little weird, but it made sense. In Forces, they changed this. Instead, the node names simply contain the actual type, which actually makes more sense if I'm being honest. Because really, the extension shouldn't matter to the game at all. If the game's looking for something of a certain type, it should be able to just very quickly, you know, search that. So, it shouldn't be concerned with whether your texture ends with .dds, .png, you know, whatever. It shouldn't care about that. What it should care about is it a texture, or is it something else, like a model or whatever, right? Because if it's a texture, then it can just, when it passes it to the texture parser code, the texture parser code will look at the data and it can figure out from the data what type of texture we're dealing with, because it can just look at the signature, right? Figure it out from there. So it's not really, the extension doesn't matter. What matters is the data and what kind of thing the data is. So they got rid of the extension here, they just have this. But when you extract the data, obviously you need to know the extension. So they could have been a bit evil and just not include that information at all, which means that we as modders would have to just figure it all out. So for res model, we would have just had to guess, well, I guess that's stop model, right? You know, we just had to do it for every type. Some of them are less obvious. Thankfully, they weren't evil, and instead of doing that, in the data entries, they've expanded it now. Instead of just having, like, basically a pointer to the data and, like, a thing that says if it's there or not, and that's it, they now instead have that stuff, but now they also have a pointer to the extension, and that's just in the string table somewhere. So somewhere in this file they have a thing that's like a dot model. That's in the extension table. It's in here somewhere. Yeah, here's DDS. They actually write the extensions last, which is kind of funny. But anyway, here's all the extensions, model, all this stuff. So basically, instead of being combined, they're now separate. And actually, it makes sense. They probably should have been like that from the beginning a bit, somewhat, to be honest. So, like, not a bad change. That kind of makes sense. I'm going bunkers. I am losing my mind. Woohoo! Woohoo! Love it. Sorry, it's just kind of funny. So, I think I get it. To be honest, I think I understand. Frick. I think I get why they have the data node indices now. So here's an example where you would actually want to use it. Here you don't really here I don't actually care about the res type name at all. All I care about is the files and their extension. And I can get the extension from the other stuff. So, one thing that's a little bit bad about this is the extension length could technically vary, and I suppose that could make the total length greater than 255 actually, which means it wouldn't fit within that buffer. Oof. That's not really a problem, because I'm going to copy it anyway. Yeah, okay, so not a problem. That it said violin. Is there even a violin? I don't think so. In the song? I didn't hear any in the song. Okay, so I know what I'm going to do. I know what I have to do now. Ooh, there's a siren. It's fun. Up there I eat! Okay, so, this is, yeah, okay, so these are type nodes, that's all well and good. What we want, though, is not that, we want something else. We want to say, type tree, and then we're going to get the data node indices. Yeah, okay, so actually we are going to freaking use this. I take it back, Sonic Team. Your thing is actually going to be quite helpful now. I see why you created this crap. Type data node indices. Okay, that's quite a mouthful, but it's okay. Yeah, maybe it's not okay, because it's kind of long, actually. I'll just shorten it to that. And I'm going to change this name, because this is a dumb name. Full path size, no. We're going to say, what do I call it, like start buffer index or something? I have a file somewhere called PACxV2. And I don't remember if it applies to just Lost World or what. Well, there's one for Force. Oh, this is old. Oh boy. There's a newer one, I swear. Radix tree. No, what the frick is this? Holy frick. This was me jotting down a bunch of random notes on like how I could best create these radix trees and stuff. Wow. Yeah, I found a better way to do it since then. But... oh, this is my pack analyst. Did I save that for Lost World too? Do I still have that? I don't see it. I might be blind, but yeah, I don't think so, sadly. But what the frick is this? Holy frick, this was old. It's from 2017. That was when I didn't understand Binet, I guess. Oh, jeez. Yeah, this is I ran a tool on a bunch of Forces packs, and it generated this data in response. So it told me all of the types that are used, and also the frequency of them. So I found out that like res texture is the most frequently used type in the game. Res model is the second most frequent. Material is third most, and so on. And here's all the split types. These are all the types that occur only in splits. These are all the types that occur only in the roots. And these are the biggest packs. And then here are the Binet types. And I have these type weights. I was trying to figure that. This information is not correct. I was trying to figure out
there's like some weird way that the game like sorts them that I've never quite been able to understand. So I was trying to figure out how that worked, but I never did figure that out. But it doesn't matter because the game loads it anyway. Interesting stuff. Anyway, here's the PACx. This is ancient though. Maybe I had a better name in this? No. Okay, I had one for Lost World 2. Did I? Oh, maybe I did. I've hardly ever modded that game, sadly. I should mod it more sometime. I feel like that's a game where everyone pretty much has it figured out, though, you know? Yeah, this is only PACxV2. Okay. Well, I could have sworn somewhere I have a PACxV3 spec that gives it a better name, but anyway, I can't remember where that is. So we're gonna give it a name. We're gonna call it buff start index or something. Yeah. So like, where in the global name buffer this node's name should be copied to. How about, yeah, that's what this is. Anyway, data indices. So here we go. Oh my gosh. I'm being attacked by loud music. Somebody, please help me. Okay, this is actually quite helpful indeed. I see why this is a nice optimization. If type data indices, no. Okay, so we get the one that we want, and then once we have that, that is that's like the pointer that we want. So we type nodes, and there we go. We've got the data pointer. It's freaking, I like it. It's good stuff. Okay, so that's gonna be the file tree. We don't, frankly, care what the name is. Or any of this other stuff, actually. Now, come to think of it. All that we care about is we just need its data. So we're just gonna get that real fast. Dude, this is gonna be so fast. Like, seriously, this is gonna be awesome. I'm freaking hyped about this. Okay, so we're just gonna simply grab the data, cast it directly to one of these, and yeah, then we're just gonna go about our day. This is just gonna be straight up a pointer dereference. Yeah, dude, it's so freaking good. It's awesome. I love this. All right. Whew, boy. All right, I'm gonna stop soon. All right. Once we have the file tree, that's where things are gonna get interesting. So we're gonna have an internal function. We're gonna call it, like, I don't know, read file tree, maybe? Yeah, so actually we need to do this twice, because we need to have one that's like, you know, that determines the size of the buffer, and then we need to have another that actually reads the tree. So, what did I call them before? I don't know if that's, function is in the right, like, order, is it? Oh, it is. Weird, okay. Get required size and set up entries. So, we're gonna say get required size first. So file tree. Why are you treating your Pokemon? What was wrong with it? You know, his nose had like a crack in the middle of it. I had to like glue his nose back on. And you know, I was like, man, that's fine, but like, Someone else might want, like, glue nose. I don't know. I don't know what the frick I'm saying. That's funny, actually. Allocate buffer for HL archive. Now just... Okay. We're gonna basically do the same thing I did before. Goody. So, alright, so here we're gonna just figure out the size. So to do that, we're gonna go through the, go through these, and I think this is all we should need to figure out the required size, isn't it? That's pretty neat. So let's just do that. The data nodes. Oh, this is so cool, dude. Okay, the data nodes already have basically the size of the whole thing, right? Yeah. Except for the null terminator, I guess. Who cares? We can just add one, and we got that. Easy. And we need to add the extension anyway, so we're gonna do that. So, here's what we're gonna do. We don't even need to have any buffers or anything for this. We just straight up go through the file tree, and for each like data node in there, we're just gonna, you know, hold up, would it be better to have a file tree pointer for this, or would it be better to have like? No, I think this should work fine. I think this will be okay. So we can be recursive and stuff, but, do we need to be, yeah, no, maybe we do. That might be the easiest way to do it, just recurse. I can't actually think right now. Because, like, one thing, it's funny, right? We even have, like, the parent index, don't we? They give us, honestly... Oh, thank you. Let's get the cool update. Good. I love Elgato, it's great. Sorry, so they give us the parent index. They give us, honestly, too much info. We don't even need all this info, like, jeez. It's like Facebook up in here. So much freaking data. You don't even need all this data. What are you doing? Anyway, they have a parent index in the nodes. So, because of that, that's kind of cool. We can actually, if we want to, like, start at, like, we can just, like, go to the data node, like, go here, and then climb up if we want. So we can be like, you know, one model, and then whatever. But that's not great, because then every time we have to, like, reclimb the whole thing. And the whole point of, like, the radix tree is that you don't have to keep redoing stuff. You can do it less. And so actually, if you recurse through it in the order you're supposed to, from top to bottom, you'll find that actually it's better, because instead of having to, like, you know, copy one, and then copy model, and then copy my, and then next time copy two, and then and then redo everything, because you don't know until you check and all that, you can just copy my, copy model, copy one, and then just, like, replace that one with a 2, replace it with a 3, and just keep doing this, and then replace the model with texture, and, you know, and so it's efficient, so it's better. Also, it should be catch-friendlier to go from top to bottom, but I don't think it's going to be a big deal in this case. But anyway, so we want to go top to bottom. So the best way to do that, I think, is just we need to recurse, because who knows how this can go as deep as necessary. So we need to just recurse. So we need to have, like, yeah, function, yeah, whatever. That's the easiest way to do it. Okay, so I'm just gonna use this. For this, I'm just gonna use the file tree, and then for the other one, I'm gonna use,
for the like read function or whatever, I'm gonna instead have it be recursive and have to take file nodes. Okay. So there could be an issue there where we end up not having the buffer be big enough or whatever. But provided that, you know, the data is actually valid, which it should be, that won't be a problem. And if it is invalid, then that's gonna crash it at some point anyway, most likely. So like, and it's gonna crash the game. So not really a problem if we crash too. I don't think anyway. Okay. File tree. So here we go. Let's do this quickly and efficiently, as they say. This should actually be pretty simple. I'm just being stupid. Okay, so data node. We're actually gonna copy paste this. This should be basically the same thing. Okay, file nodes. File data indices. Oh, dude, this is freaking good. Like, I feel like this is actually pretty decent code that I'm writing here. I'm happy about this. Like, this is gonna be so good when it runs. So for each data node, are we gonna need the entry count? Yes. Yes, we are. So, it's probably best to... No, we don't need a pointer for that crap. We can just figure it out ourselves. Look at this. Look at this beautiful... It's so freaking good. Yeah, we can just say, we need to store it up here anyway, because we're gonna need it later. So anyway, say entry count plus equals this, and cast that to a size t, because why not? Alrighty. Get required buffer size. Okay. So in here, we're gonna say, make a test, pushing it. Let me see if you need to though, man. I just played Pokemon still? Nice. Fun times, actually. File nodes. What's wrong with this? Oh, this should work. It's just until since it's being dumb, I think. Let's see. Name data child indices permanent. We don't need any of that crap. None of that matters to us. All that matters is the data size. Cool. So const HL PACxV2 data entry. That should be what it's called. Yeah, that is. And I love that soundtrack that also comes with the free game. I'm sorry, that's Taz's joke. Seriously, PSR is God, it's such a good OST, but man, is that about all it has? It's not even bad. It's just, you know. So we need to account for a few things. So, firstly, we need to account for the I did just realize something actually. The like string, like the name, right? Oh boy. On Windows, we need to convert that to UTF-16. And we actually already know the length of the name. Already. But only in, like, UTF-8 or whatever. We don't actually know the length of the name in UTF-16. And remember, it's a variable length encoding, so we can't just multiply 2. The only way to really know, from what I understand anyway, is to actually go through all the characters within that boy, and yeah, figure out the length from that. So what did I do before, I wonder? What did I do before? Actually, I don't remember. Let's find out. I guess I just went through all the nodes and I like figured it out from there. Yeah, I just went through all the nodes and I just did it like that. Okay. Interesting. Wait a minute. What? Oh yeah, I did just have one buffer for this. Ooh, that was not good actually. There's a lot of things that weren't good about that. Okay. Ugh. So the man, I could just approximate it by just saying ×2. And that would honestly be fine for almost everything, but this is actually interesting because on Linux I don't even have to do this. I can just do the file tree and I get the size and I'm done. On Windows, nah fam. That's not that simple. I want to go through it recursively. So this might be a case where it might be better for me to literally just have two different freaking functions. I don't know. We'll see. Let's actually do that. Wait, no, hang on. When I go to write... Oh, jeez, this is a big file. When I go to write the name... Oh boy, I remember writing this. I remember this being a nightmare. Okay, when I go to write this... I write a lot, apparently. Jeez. Write string table. Okay, so here's the string table. That's at the end. Fix extension offset. There's the extension. Here's the split names. When I write the actual node names, here they are. Had I already set them to... Like, I think I already converted them to UTF-8. This is a good song. UTF-8 to UTF-16. This is when you extract. Yeah, but what about when you write? It's the file name wrapper. Yeah, it's all fine. Here we go. Wait, maybe? Wait, what is this? No, this is the split names. Right, I think when I generate the radix tree or whatever, I like do the conversion there? I can't remember. Well, here's all the type data, so... The frick is this? What am I doing? Type sorted... Ah, this is a mess. Here's the type metadata. I remember doing this. The data type is that. Okay, the file tree is a radix tree. Oh yeah. This is my radix tree class. It is just straight up, okay, radix node. Oh no. No, I didn't want that. I wanted the radix node. Oh, frick. Okay, show me radix nodes. It's UTF-8. Well, or just something. I don't know what it is. So when I create this, I like call, okay, I call it with that or whatever. Right. Do I have a thing somewhere that's like add, insert? Yeah. Data type. Okay, when do I insert the names? Here we go. Name. So it would appear... Anyway. Right. So in... What I was doing before was the archives just held UTF-8 names. Just by default. Now, by default, they hold native names, so they hold UTF-16 on Windows. On Linux, it's always UTF-8. But anyway, on Windows, it's UTF-16 sometimes. So, that's fine. Actually, I think that makes more sense. That's why I did it. I'll have to change some things about how I do this. So you think we're good in Pokemon you hate it? Hey, stop stealing my joke. I'm gonna cancel for 3 things now. Plagiarism, being battle public, and misleading us. Oh, jeez. I'm sorry. I like how much of it, like, I was purposely trying to deliver that, like, I don't know, like a character would in the movie or something. I ended up just sounding like a freaking jerk. Like, I'm sorry, I guess? I don't really know. I'll figure out if I'm sorry soon. And I love when people do that. It's so fun.
Do-do-do.
Okay, so we're gonna do an ungodly hack. Here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna have a different version of this for Windows and Linux. That's right. It's cursed. But anyway, here's what we're gonna do. So on Linux, it's so freaking fast and easy. Here's what you do. You account for the name length. So here's how we're gonna do that. It doesn't still is being stupid, but it's okay with Moke. Because we can actually just get that really easily. File node equals that. Good. Right stuff. And then you can just place all this. Boom. Okay. So file node, and then the node has the buff start index, which remember will be it won't include this node, so it'll be it's the whole length of the node at this point. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yes. But it doesn't count for the null terminator. So account for name without null terminator. Easy. Done. Alright. And then account for extension. And the extension could technically be different every time, so we don't know. So to be extra safe, we have to actually like check. Where is it at? It's up here. Extension. Okay, and we just can cast that into a constant char pointer. And then we can say string length, and we get the string length. It's still not getting in. Oh my gosh, no Master Ball run. It's like a world record. World freaking record. Let's go. Okay, so in total we have like my model 1. So we got we have the length for all of that. And now we also have the length for this. Now we don't I remember now the extension doesn't include the dot. That's just implied that that's going to be there, alright? Which makes sense. I mean, it's pretty simple to add that. So we need to account for that and the null terminator. So like what we have right now is this. It's 13 characters. What we actually need is 15. So we just gotta add 2. Easy. And null terminator. Add 2 for dot and null terminator. Okay. Good. And now we've got the entire name figured out. So all that's left is account for
The data. Count for data. Sorry, I did it again. Go. Data size. Good. And that's freaking it. Actually, wait, not entirely. There are data entries that have flags on them, don't they? Data type, extension, unknown 3, data unknown 2, size. There's one that says, yeah, data type. Where the frick is that at? I can't remember where this is at. That's fun. Oh, it's right here. I'm dumb. We want to skip it if this is a file that isn't here. Unless we're not skipping the entries for some reason. So, okay, oh, it's working again. Thank freaking goodness. We're gonna do that the same way we did before. Skip proxies. So wait, so if skip proxies and this. Yeah, good. Proxies requested. So that's kind of the same thing as before, right? Oh, it's almost exactly the same. Well, I actually thought I was in the PACxV2 one for a second. Good stuff. Okay. And that's freaking... That's it, dude. That's all we have to do on Linux. Look at how easy that is. Because then we can just figure out we can account for the entries by just multiplying the size of an HL archive entry by the size of, you know, by the amount of entries, which we already have because we're adding it here. So at the end we're just going to do that. We're just going to say account for archive entries. Nice. We can just do that easily. Entry count times size of HL archive entry. Oops. There we go. Stupid, doesn't matter, but I usually put this first. Anyway, at least I think I do. And maybe I don't. Anyway, sometimes I don't even know. Alright, I forget with PACxV2, I think I just auto-determined whether or not I wanted to skip it. Count for file nodes. File tree to require size. No. V3. Skip proxies. Okay. And then account for entry. How about just add to entry count. One more. Increase entry count. There we go. Alright, so on Windows we're gonna have to do it more, it's gonna be more complicated. Oh, you did it, dude! Freaking nice. I'm happy to hear that. There it is. Alright, so we're gonna auto-compute this the same way we did before, just, you know, If the pack count is greater than 1, then we're skipping proxies. And maybe it's best to let the user control this. That might be a good parameter to pass in, instead of doing this automatically. I don't know. But it will be a little confusing, I'll say that, because when you hear skip proxies, even if you know what a proxy is, which I think a lot of people using HedgeLib are not going to know what a proxy is, but, well, like a proxy entry in this case. I don't think people are going to know what the frick that is, but say that you know what it is, alright? Say that you understand it. Okay, so what does it sound like when you say skip proxies? It sounds like, well, that means, like, don't account for the proxy entries, pretend they don't even exist, right? And just completely don't even care about any of that data. And you might be going, well, I don't want to skip it. I want all of the data, right? I want to load everything. No. Realistically speaking, you probably want to skip the proxies. Proxies are just entries that say, hey, I'm a file that exists, but not in this pack file. I'm somewhere else. That's all that they are. And so then in the splits is where they're actually at, alright? So if you don't skip the proxies, what happens is you end up adding duplicates. Duplicate entries. You have one of them that's just like empty, and then you have another one that actually is the data, but it has the same name. See, and that's bad. You don't want that. So you want to skip it to avoid that. If you're just loading one pack file, however, which is the root, you might not want to skip proxies because maybe in that case you actually want the proxy entries to be added as empty entries so that you can fill them in later when you load the splits. I don't know. So it seems like there's kind of it's kind of a difference in, I don't know. I don't know if that's really one that the user would want to control, to be honest, because I don't know if you'd ever want it other than this. But and I feel like just having that there might confuse people and might make them put in a wrong parameter that would be something different than what they want to, and they won't notice it until, if they ever notice it, they won't notice it till like it's already hurt them and it's confused them, you know. So yeah, I don't know. But anyway, if I do want to make it a parameter later, it'll be really easy too. I just drag this out to there, right? And it'll just work, so that's cool. Okay, so I want to make this work on Windows. So here's the dumb thing about that. Hello, Onder Snivy. It's a nice name. How you doing? So right, so and I said I would cut this off at 2, and I'm not joking. I'm seriously gonna stop there because like, I'm really freaking tired. But we're gonna get this to work first though, because I'm almost done with this. I think this actually is straight up almost done. The extraction part should be basically done. So here we go. On Windows, instead of just going through the data nodes and doing that, we gotta actually recurse through the node names, because we can't be certain that just multiplying by 2 is going to be enough unless we actually look at the individual characters, which we don't have in this function. So instead of doing it like this, we have to, if we really want to be safe and properly support it, we have to actually iterate through the nodes. So we're gonna do that. So what's the difference? Let's see. So file nodes. Okay, we got that. Oh, frick! There was a thing I forgot to remove earlier. I just remembered that now. What was it? It was in like it required size or something. It involved names, I think. Yeah. Yeah, this is it. Didn't need this. Get rid of that. Sorry, that just randomly. I just randomly freaking remembered that out of the blue. The song rocks, by the way. Love it. Ha, get it? It rocks. I'm so sorry. Okay. Anyway. File data indices. Cool. Cool. We don't actually need that on. Okay, so we're gonna have a totally different version of this function for Windows. So here's what we're gonna do. go.
Hey, Adventure T, how you doing? In English direct, I'm really speak Spain's, but I learned to speak English.
That's cool.
Taz, is that you?
This is gonna happen regardless of what version we use. Same with these. Obviously, these are always gonna be there. So it's cleaner to, you know, keep it organized. Okay, so we got the nodes. What else do we need? We're gonna need the on Windows, we actually gonna need an entire buffer. Path buff. PACxV2 names are hard limited to 255. Cool. So we'll mention that there so that people understand that this is gonna be fine. All right. So we have the path buffer, and we don't even need to allocate it on the heap. It's just on the stack. That's so good. I love that. It's freaking awesome. All right. So the main difference is we need to actually traverse it differently. So we need to say, while you're less than the total node count. Oh, good. We're gonna go through this.
Is that right?
No, this isn't right at all. We want to recurse, so we're gonna do that. So we're gonna have an entire function that's only available on Windows. File node get required size. Let's say nodes. We're gonna actually just pass in straight up a node. We're gonna say file node. And we're also gonna pass in that boolean that says whether or not we're gonna skip proxies. Yeah, we'll pass that in too. I like how as I get more tired, I get like more chill. I've noticed that. It's kind of funny. This is also a thing that we need to pass in actually. It's gonna be so we want to restrict now as well because those will never overlap.
Alright. Cool, and then message retracted. Oh, you said cool twice. Oh. Your other language is German, but you prefer to speak English. Are you weird?
No, I don't think that's weird at all. I know, my friend Def, the modder, his native language is Hungarian, but he hardly speaks he hardly speaks it. He speaks mostly English. And I think Skype is kind of like that as well. He speaks I believe it's Turkish. I'm gonna sound like an idiot if that's not what the language is called. I'm sorry, I'm very tired right now. Oh, hey XD, how you doing? Sometimes you speak English more than native language. That's no good and way past cool. Also feels weird to wake up at 8:48 for the first time in months. I can relate to that sort of thing, just like suddenly actually having a competent sleep schedule. Obviously, not right now, but you know, I've had times where that happens and you're like, oh frick. I actually am on, doing something partially correctly. Holy frick, you know. It's a fun thing.
Tails is immortal. Oh.
I didn't know. I had no idea. I mean, I just didn't know. I think we actually only need this on Linux. Yeah, because we're not going to be iterating like that on Windows. On Windows, we're going to do something else. we'll need it here. You know what? Let's do that. Okay. Windows, we're going to actually, I don't even think we'll need that. Anyway, here's what we need. File node has something called child count, and that's a U16, so that's simple. And anyway, we're going to say I equals 0, I is less than child count, and then plus I.
As shown in Sonic 2, 3, and Mania, Tails is secretly invincible, but he's not showing that in games like Forces.
Maybe that's a fake Tails. That's going to be my headcanon. It's not the real Tails. It's a faker. Oh, yeah, we're going to need more than this. We're also going to need the file tree. Oh boy.
This isn't the full version, is it? No, it's just the loading screen.
Thank goodness. This version's okay, except for the annoying synth, but the rest is neat. I don't know if that's a good name anymore. It might need to be like file tree get required size recursive or something. I don't know. Whatever. Who cares? It's fine. Oh wait, this is no. I'm just being stupid. Yeah, we can. Oh, you know what we can do? Sorry. That was the most, like, caveman-esque laugh ever. But here's what we can do. This is so cursed. We can take the, child count and subtract from the global index, can't we? No, the child index and... Can't we? Hang on.
So, like, is that why they freaking made this, Actually, I don't know if they did. Okay, so... If I'm at, index, 1, and my child index is at, it's let's say 2, right? Easy. You just have global index 1, then you add to it. No, sorry, you take the child index 2 and you subtract from the global index, so you get 1. And that's the index relative to the current node. So then what you do is you just say file node plus that value you just got, and now you're actually at the child node, so you don't need to pass in 2 pointers. Though that's a bit silly, isn't it? I feel like it's actually probably better to it's probably better to just do it the easy way. Don't you think? That's probably better. So you don't have to do the subtraction every time, and like one node is not, one extra pointer is not a big deal. It's easier if people just understand it. Okay, so file nodes, so hang on, so first of all, isn't, is pointer to this. Child indices. Cool, so we got that now. Child indices. We want to iterate through that. Sorry, I'm doing this right wrong. Okay, there we go. And now we have the child node. So all we need to do is call this again, essentially. I think that's a fine name now. We could just add that, but I think it's simpler to understand if you do this. Skip proxies, that's going to be the same. And path buffer, that's also going to be... No, we're actually going to probably increment that. But we'll do it when we get a chance. Or whatever. I don't know what I'm saying. Whatever. Anyway, alright. So that should recurse to the children nodes. So beyond that, obviously we need to actually account for other stuff. So
recurse through children.
Did you see Beats' Project 06 Seaside Hill mod? Yes, I think I did. I saw a video he posted, I think on Twitter, of, I think it was PO6, but you could switch between, it was like Sonic Heroes where you had, you know, a speed character, a power character, and a flight character, you could switch between them. I saw that. I did see Seaside Hill as well, but I guess somehow I didn't, like, put two and two together and realize that that was a separate thing. That's cool.
That's cool stuff. Okay, so we're gonna have to account for the same things that we counted for here. So first off, we want to get the data entry. So I'm gonna move that up to the top because I think that's actually probably one of the most important things. Okay. If we're skipping the proxies and this node contains data that isn't here, then we just want to return. This is already set to 0, so we can just return that. Okay. So otherwise, we want to account for the name without an alternator, and the extension, and the data. Okay. And then we want to recurse to the children. So the name is going to have to be converted. So we want to say like HL string get required length UTF-8 to UTF-16. Okay, long name. And frick, this is
Where the fun begins, TM. So, you know what?
Oh, what am I thinking? Yeah, this is easy. Yeah, sorry. Well, that's what we want to copy into.
Oh, I just realized something too. Oh gosh.
Okay, change of plans. Okay, so we're not actually going to do the conversion here. We're just going to set up the buffer so that we can automatically compute the size that we're going to need later, and then we're gonna do that. So that's yeah, that makes much more sense. I don't know what I was thinking before. Sorry. Okay, so here's the path buffer. That's what we want to get the length of, and the length is going to, it's just going to be this. Cool. And that will not include the null terminator, but we can include it in a bit. So here, account for extension and null terminator, add 2 for dot and null terminator. Okay, so we're going to get the extension, and we're going to get the length of that null. We don't know the size of that, so we're going to automatically compute that when we get this. Okay, and then whatever size we get, we're going to then add. Oh, we need to multiply. All right. We want to do the same thing here. So, okay, so get the length that we're gonna need for the extension. All right, and then add a dot and a null terminator, so 2. Okay, and then take the total, whatever we get from that, and multiply it, and that's the final result. Okay, and then we need to account for the data. That's easy. Just do that. Great. And now we're done. So then we recurse to the children, and this, is it this simple? Well, obviously we need to like copy the names in as well. Oh, and this also, why did I think this would always be a data node? Okay, sorry. So what we do is, has data. Okay, so if it has data, then we know it's a data node, and we're just going to treat it like one. And I don't think that data nodes can also have child nodes, but I honestly don't know. So maybe I'll just treat it like they can, because it's honestly hard to say if they do or not. Anyway, if it has data, then we got a data entry, and we're gonna get that, and then we're going to skip this proxy if requested. This is bad, actually. This is dumb. We need to still account for the name. Wait, do we? No, I'm not being dumb at all. This is fine. We don't want to do that for entries that we're actually skipping, so we just return the buffer size in that case. Or I guess, at very least, we're going to say, if you're not skipping proxies, or you are skipping proxies, and the data type does not equal this, right? So if you're not skipping proxies, then there's nothing to worry about. Or if you are skipping them, then they have to not, it has to not be a proxy. Okay. So anyway, we're gonna do this then in that case. Yeah, that's good. That's cool. Then we do all this if necessary. Cool. This is not necessary if it's not that, then we account for the data. Yeah, I guess we can just do that. That's fine. I just realized we need to do that here too. I don't know, stop. Okay. Because if you do want to have the proxies, then you don't need to account for that data though. Alright. I said I would cut it off at 2. I'm not joking about that. I will very shortly, but let me finish this function at least. I swear I'm gonna sleep. Very soon. But I honestly have like, if I like stop mid function, then like the next day I'll come back and I'll be like, ah, frick, what is this? It's usually easier for me to just like finish what I started, you know? So I just want to try to do that really fast. I'm not going to finish the whole function. Well, not the whole thing that I'm doing here, just the part that gets the size at least. And then I think I'll stop. Okay, so we're going to get, we're going to skip proxies if requested. Okay, we're going to parse through children. We got all the child nodes. So, okay, the other thing we want to do is if this doesn't have data, then this is a node that has a name attached to it. So for that, we need to copy into the buffer. So, we're just gonna straight a mem copy, I think. Perhaps? Actually, I don't know. But maybe a string copy instead. I'm not sure, actually. Because there's a few ways we could do this that would be fairly efficient. I don't know what the best way to do it is. One way we could do is we could just not even copy it at all until we get into the child node, and then we could copy the number of bytes that said to do before, so 2. And then, you know, here we would do the next... Oh, no, we can't. No, we can't. That's stupid. Yeah, the best way I think is just to be string copy, string copy, string copy, and so on for each one. Because then you also copy that alternator automatically each time. So that's pretty lit, as the as the kids say. I'm so sorry. Okay, so good stuff. You know, actually, come to think of it, I guess you could technically have a node that would be 255 bytes in size, like the name would be 255 characters, but then it has an alternator at the end, so that makes it 256. So we're gonna set this to 256 actually instead, just to account for that. Not including the null terminator. Alrighty. this should be safe then. Okay, destination, path buffer, source, source engine by Valve. No, I'm sorry. File node name. Okay, we're gonna get that. Oh, goody. Data entry. No. File node, buff start index. Cool.
You don't like this song?
Copy name into path buffer.
I think Tess doesn't like this song. Okay, let's skip it.
I don't remember that one being that bad, but
No, you're good.
a lot of people don't like that one, so it's cool. Okay, so copy into the buffer start index, and you can't just keep doing that, it's easy. And this also will copy the alternator every time, which is not great, but you keep replacing the alternator, so like, it doesn't matter. One extra character, oh no, I'm gonna die, you know, who cares? So it's very performant, this will be great. Not as great as on Linux where you don't have to do any of this. But hey, whatever. So we're gonna copy the all the data in, and then when we get to one that has data, we've reached, you know, we reached the end of this. It's probably best to reset the. Nah, no. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna set the first, just to be safe, I'm gonna set the first character to Lawn Terminator. That way, it should never crash or anything. But we shouldn't even run into a case where that happens. But anyway, that should be interesting. All right, so copy name to path buffer. We've done that, and now you want to recurse. It's pretty easy. Just do that. I think that should be correct. It's hard to say though, because we just run a lot of code. So we're gonna run this and see if that's correct. And then if it isn't, we'll fix it real fast. And then I'm just gonna stop there. And I'm gonna do the extra abstraction later, I think. Well, you know what? It is pretty freaking tempting to do it now, I'm not gonna lie, because it really would just basically be a copy-paste of this function, but with some things changed. So,
Maybe I'll do it now. We'll see.
If I can test this before 210, then I'll do it now. Otherwise, I won't. Okay, let's see. Set first character in path buffer to null terminator, just in case TM. I'm not gonna use the actual TM because coding. Anyway, it's funny though. And then you just call that function. File nodes get no. Oh jeez. File nodes. Just pass it in twice. Path buff. We don't even need this. Even that's only thing. Goody. Yeah, you know what? That's better. Alright, anyway. So that should be all. Recursively generate get required size of file nodes. No, it's fine. Okay. So we're gonna do that. Cool. So let's put a breakpoint there, and you know what, here as well. one there. We're gonna have a return error for now, but later, I'll change that later. Okay, here's our pack test. So that's PACxV2. That's all one good. Okay. Except it's not. Screw that. I'm gonna delete this. Can't imagine making it on your own. You know what? Oh boy, we're getting close to that minute that I just did. We're gonna change this to Sonic. Oh jeez. Sonic.pack. We are gonna load the splits, except not really. But oh frick, we're gonna read. Oh frick. Oh gosh. Oh heck. By 211. Ah frick. Haha, Rad never sleeps. So funny. Okay, that works. Put it in Sonic. As is my life. What did I mean by that? I don't know. Could mean a lot of things, come to think of it. Ooh. I like that part when Matt's voice cracked. It was really good. Replace Sonic. Sonic is gone. He's replaced. All right, open it up and find out all the things I did wrong. Oh frick! You know what? There was something I did wrong. Yes. There were several things I did wrong. Unreferenced. I know. Well, okay. Never mind. Actually, that wasn't a problem. We'll do that later. Yeah, I forgot to fix this stuff. So you know what? That is gonna take some time. Maybe. Okay. Look. Okay. Look. I'll fix it, and then that's it. That's actually all that I'll do tonight. V3 fix. And we're gonna have to swap different things as well. Not that. Before this. There you go. Binay needs swap. We're gonna go with that. Okay. Then we're gonna swap it. It's not happening? Oh, weird. Just for now. I'm gonna do that. There's not actually any big ending pack files, PACv3 files to our knowledge, so we should never actually need this, but there could technically be one in the future. This is so... Yeah, that's right. File size, node size, all the sizes, and none of them are offset, so we shouldn't have to fix any of that crap. We just should have to only ending swap it, and that's about it. Node tree. This is the fun part, though. Get type tree. Oh man, I'm having so much fun. He's a Game Boy. Haha, that one actually was a console. Oh man. Frick. So I think you want to fix the offsets first, and really that's all you should have to fix. Endian swap necessary. think you should just be able to do this. Right? And, I don't know. But I think that should be enough. Let's find out. Fix the blocks, and then for each block, fix the header, and then if it's a data header, you just swap it, and then fix the offsets and you swap. Yeah, that's all you gotta do. Cool, so V3 is much easier because there's no blocks or anything, so you just do this. Fix offsets. Okay, so I need to make a macro for that. And also, PACx64, that's right. Well, I'm a big kid now. I'm sorry. I don't think I'll say that again. Good. So, this one is fun. So to get the offset table, you need to do the same thing we did before. Thanks, Tess. Okay, I'll show that in a moment before I stop. I don't know if I'll do the full break again. I'm sorry. I know I haven't done them in a really long time now. I feel bad about that. But I definitely will show that, Tess. Just give me a moment. Look at this one thing going, and then I swear that's it. I do this every time. It's kind of amazing. So, what's the values again? I don't remember. Okay. Unknown 1, file size. Okay, this is the node size. That's the splits info size. It's the data entry size. Oh, frick. No, jeez. String table size. Data size. And then the offset table size. And then all the other stuff. So these are the sizes. Okay, so node size, that will get you the splits info, so we're gonna start with that one. I can't remember if that's proxy entry or splits. Are there proxy... Is there a proxy entry table in V3? I don't think there is. No, there's not. Freaking thank goodness. They need to get rid of that crap. That was bad. Hey, Sonic Power. Yeah, people. Someone did mention that actually. I'm really sorry to hear that. Let's see here. Get splits table, I think. Did I call it a splits table or a split table? That doesn't matter. Oh, split. Okay. Split table. I just add a bunch here, right? And say add off the result of this, which is that. And then node size, and that's all. And then I cast it. Split table. Apparently I did this too, even though it was necessary. Okay. So it's kind of the same thing as I was doing before. Okay, good. Well, wacky effects. Just gonna steal from Joel now. Good stuff, Rad. Really good stuff. Get data entries. Yeah. I don't remember if I did nodes or if I. Oh, I did that. Okay. Oh yeah, it actually makes perfect sense in this this time. Okay, get split table, and then we add to it the, I'm gonna say split table size, actually. I think that makes more sense to call it that. Okay, So it comes out of the data entries, the string table. Whoops, I didn't mean to close that. Oh, frick. String table. So we're gonna add that. String table size. Ooh, this sounds good. As the kids say, it slaps. Will I say that again? I don't know. Constantly be prepared, because he could always say that at any time. Just trying to rest, and he could be like, oh, it's slap dough. And that's when you know. That's freaking, it's not right, it's not okay. Okay, there's the data, and then we're gonna add the, now what the frick what have I done? Data entries size, there we go. String table size, okay. And finally we get to this function. Apparently I made this one constant? Okay. Weird that I would do that all of a sudden after not doing it the rest of the time, but whatever. Get data, and then from there you just add the data size. Now you're at the opposite table. Cool. Alright, that's every one of those done. Holy frick. So now, first of all, we want to make versions of these. Okay. Oh, I already had this one, right.
Metal Sonic. You just realized that you would be able to trade the Pokemon you caught to Sword and Shield until the second DLC comes out in October or something? Oh, you won't be able to, sorry. You can't wait, still haven't even been in the first DLC.
I forgot there were even several DLCs already. That's what mental level I'm on. This is random, and I don't think anybody is going to care about this at all, but I find this very interesting, actually. So you might notice that this PACx stuff, it all starts at version 2, not version 1. Is that weird? Like, where's version 1? Right? You just not support it yet, Rad? You lazy heck? Actually, believe it or not, the first game that we know of, anyway, that has PAC files in it is Sonic Lost World. And Sonic Lost World starts with version 2. So to our knowledge, right, sorry, I got distracted there for a second. To our knowledge, version 2 has always just been the first version. Isn't that weird? But obviously that didn't make sense. Why did they start at 2? I thought it might have just been because they upgraded bin A to that version, and then PACx was based on bin A, so I thought they just copy-pasted the version number, didn't even think about it. But no, actually, it turns out, if you look in the symbols of Lost World, there is actually, believe it or not, a version 1 of the PAC format that just goes entirely unused. And to my knowledge, it's still supported in the final version of the game. At least on the Wii U version, it definitely is. I don't know about PC. Oh, this song slaps. For lack of a better term. Anyways, I don't know about PC. It might not work there, but it at least definitely works on Wii U, because there's actually code in the Wii U version that I found that straight up, it checks the version number, and if it's 2, it uses the version 2 load function, and if it's 1, it uses the version 1 function. So, yeah, neat stuff. Anyway, you should be able to actually make a PAC file that has version 1, and the final game should load it. Why would you do that? Is there any reason to? No. Not really. Not at all. It's slightly smaller by, I think, 4 bytes. But that is... I mean, that's not a reason, is it? You know, it's dumb. So, So no, I shouldn't have to support it. I might. I might try to support it because it would be fun, wouldn't it? Just to actually, because like, you know, the game should still know that crap. Also, if there was another Sonic game or something that uses PACx and actually uses the version 1 format that we just haven't found out about yet, that would be neat, because then I'd support that automatically. But yeah, I highly doubt it. I feel like Lost World's the first game to use PAC files. I mean, there might have been like an Olympics game or something that came out like right before Lost World. It would have to be London 2012. And I think London 2012 uses like the gen stuff, like AR and PFD. I'm actually not sure. Does anyone have London 2012? Does anyone have like a copy of its files? I don't think I do. Actually, I don't remember if I do. I have so many like games that I've ripped. Yeah, to my knowledge, I don't have it. I have some files from Rio. Wait, no, I have the whole thing. Never mind. Oops. And yeah, Rio uses V2. It's funny, Rio is actually like HedgeLib engine. Like, it's like an alpha version of 2. It's almost like HedgeLib engine version 1.8 or something. It's almost HedgeLib engine 2, but it's not quite there yet. It's so interesting. They have PACxV2 files, which is what's used in Lost World. Alright? So, Lost World stuff. But then they also have, oh, and they have HHDs, which are also used in Lost World. But then they also have, like, probes. If I can find them. Yeah, probe. This is, HedgeLib engine 2 stuff. This is used in Forces. This is not at all a thing that's in HedgeLib engine 1. So, for them to have this here indicates that this game uses a version of HedgeLib engine 2. Which is interesting. And yeah, they use normal DDSs, I think. Wait. No, they don't. Never mind, they use DDX2, I guess, like Lost World does. So it's this weird fusion of Lost World and Forces. There's some other Forces-esque stuff in here, too. It's so weird. Oh yeah, they have the gedit format. Yeah, they have this, gedit. These files here. This is a Forces format. Yeah, so if we would have cracked Rio 2016 when it first came out, we could have actually literally had Forces tools day 1. Like the day that the game... No, actually the day that the demo was launched. We could have already had mods. I'm dead serious. That would have been freaking awesome. But yeah, but we didn't... Oh, not quite though, because the PACxV2 format was... We still would have had to figure that out. So that would have taken some time, actually. But we could have very shortly had Forces mods. Instead, it took a lot longer because we had to crack several formats. But yeah, so with Tokyo 2020, I don't want to repeat that same mistake, because I know that this is a prototype of the next Sonic game, essentially. I just freaking know it. I know that they're going to do the same thing again. Like, I'm positive. And yeah, look at this. It's based on Forces. I mean, look, the pack format is... It's V4, so they upgraded it. But it's very similar to V3, which is the Forces one. And the file structure, I mean, look at this character. You know, movie, font, like the folder names are all like freaking the same. When you go in there and they got, you know, the structure of the pack files is a little different. If you actually extract them and you actually like look at stuff, you'll find that it's very similar. It's got RFLs just like Forces. It's path files like Forces does, and all that crap. Everything like Forces, except for some weird things like this. Like it doesn't have Havoc. There's no Havoc at all in Tokyo 2020. There's just this bullet. And I cracked this format already. I already have a tool that extracts this. But anyway, yeah, so I really want to get PACxV2 and Bullet Mesh and all that stuff supported entirely by HedgeLib and get some good tools for it before the next Sonic game comes out. Preferably before it's even announced, because at this rate it's going to take them forever to... I don't know how long it's going to be before they finally announce it. I feel like it'll either be late this year or it'll be early next year, like March or something, right? They might go to South by Southwest next year if that's not canceled again. And they might announce it there. I don't know what the frick they're going to do, but... anyway, we have at least a few months, I think, before they announce it. Maybe I'm wrong. So, That's enough time to crack this stuff and get some tools for it, and that would be awesome because we could literally have level mods for the next Sonic game the day it releases, or a demo of it releases. Like, the day we could have level mods. I'm gonna do that, dude.
It's gonna happen. So, hey, Ratchet, how you doing? How's the C++ to C conversion going?
It's going alright. I've cleaned a lot of crap up. Like, I'm really happy with it. I think it's a lot better. But yeah, so I'm gonna test something real fast, actually, and then I'm actually gonna stop for tonight because it's getting a bit late. I'm gonna get tired, but I'm gonna get something to work real fast here before I do that. Okay, so yeah, we got this in place now. Whew. It's a spicy function, and I don't have Banyan swapping yet, but I don't care. So, I'll get that later. So yeah, again, like, there's not a single like big Indian PACxV2 file, to our knowledge, that exists yet on any platform, on any game. It's all little Indian now. So I don't think we're ever even going to need that code at all, but it'll be nice. It's nice to have it just in case they do make a big Indian one, right? Or there is one we don't know about or something. It's just nice to support everything. And this is, the Indian swap functions are really easy to write, but I don't feel like doing it right now because it's tired. It's tired, oh gosh, because I'm getting tired, you can tell by that. So anyway, we're gonna run this, and hopefully it should work, but probably won't. Let's see what happens. Oh, and that's working. Okay, good. Good. Okay, so yeah, we got the pointers working and stuff. That's nice. Okay, so we got the required buffer size. It's already 16 because it's the size of the archive. So now we're gonna add the tree or whatever. So here we go. There's the path buffer. We're going to actually look at that in memory because this is gonna be really fun. Watch this crap. We're gonna watch it assemble the nodes. This will be fun. So okay, so we're gonna say string copy, and then here we're gonna have a breakpoint there as well. So here we go. Okay, first our string copy, it's gonna be from 0. It's gonna be like we're gonna. Oh wait, what? Wait, what? Hang on a second. Oh frick, name 0. I forgot that could happen. Oops. Oopsie. Oopsie. Just make sure it's not null. We want to do that here too, don't we? No, we don't. We don't care there. It's only here where we need to do that. Alright, watch this crap. This will be fun. Hey, Sonic who? Sorry, Sonic Chew 21. How you doing? Oh, hey, Blood. London 2012. And hey, Hyper. Whoa, frick. And Ratchet again. Oh my gosh, there's other people here. I'm sorry. I haven't been looking at the chat at all. Might be. Let me see a bit. Is this something you're still going? What? Y'all surprised? You're surprised by this? Yeah, it's 2012, London 2012 on the Wii and 3DS. Yeah, I don't know what the actual game's like, but the files are all I was thinking about. We've seen C++ functions, the way that they work annoys you so much. At least you can hide it all away in headers, but still. I'm not totally sure what you mean by that, to be honest. London 2012 Wii is an excellent Wii game. What? Wait, you mean have? Oh! Gotcha. Okay, thanks for correcting that. Because I was a little confused, but just a bit tired. Why do C functions and oh yeah. The fact that C functions must be defined before being written in looks messy in your opinion? There's obviously a reason for it, but you just don't like it. You just mean how you have to have headers and then also have source. Yeah. No one. I don't think anyone likes that. That's just a limitation of the time, sadly. It's kind of neat how you can kind of have stuff like closed source, but not entirely. Like, if you want to let people use your library, but you don't want them to see how it all works, you can have just the headers that you distribute, and then you can distribute a binary, a static library or a DLL or whatever, and then they can just link, they can just use the headers in their code and then just link it with the library, and it'll just work. And they don't even need to have the C files or whatever, right? So that's kind of neat. But if you're doing open source, it doesn't really matter, and it's not like people can't figure it out anyway if it's closed source, especially with headers. That makes it so easy. So, yeah, not really a benefit. It's just kind of neat. I don't know. But yeah, but headers are a mess. I agree. It'd be nice if you didn't have to do that.
It's because how the parser works. We have no idea. Yeah, it's like a limitation of the time. It's like, so basically there needs to be something that says this function exists, so that the compiler knows that it exists. Without it, it's like it doesn't know. I don't know how to word it, but basically, like, for example, when you actually link your code up with like a static or shared library, which has other code in it, right? You need to like the compiler, the linker rather, needs to replace all the calls that it put, like the placeholder calls that it put in your code to functions in this library it's trying to link, with actual calls. Like, it needs to like put it together correctly, and the only way it can do that is if it knows where that code resides inside of the static library, and also where the calls are, right? And so what it does is it'll just like basically set up these references, and it'll say, oh, at this position in your code, it's trying to call this function called whatever, PACxV2 read, whatever, just as an example, right? And so then it also has another table somewhere else that tells it where a function with that name is located inside of HedgeLib, right? And so then using that information, it can connect the two, right? It can put them together, and it properly links up all the code, and you get a final binary. I don't know if I put that well, but that's why it needs that. C# gets around it by doing something else. They basically have like that data auto-generated and like embedded inside of the shared libraries and such, or something. I don't remember exactly how it is, but they have a lot of like metadata that they put in there that C doesn't. It adds like bloat because you don't actually really need a lot of that, but it also means that you don't have to have headers and stuff, and you have more power available to you. Like, you can use like reflection and stuff, which C and C++ does not have at all. So there's trade-offs. Basically, if you want to do something high level and you don't really care too much about the performance being like extra good, just good, right? Then C# is great. It's a great language. But if you want to do something like, if you actually do care about the performance and the bloat and that kind of stuff like a lot, or you just need more power over the machine or whatever, then you want to use something lower level. Does Sonic Team still compile Lua? No, they do not. They haven't for a while now. They haven't since Colors, I believe. Oh, here comes the Colors song. Great timing. Anyway, yeah, here's a file from Tokyo 2020, for example. Look how cool this looks. Look at this stuff. They have a hide note. They have, like, I don't even know what the frick all this does. I gotta figure this crap out. Oh, this looks really good, though. Like, this looks like we can control a lot more again. I don't know if this is actually... This will probably not be in the next Sonic game. At least, well, actually, I think it will be, but it won't be this in-depth. I think there's going to be a very limited version of this in the next game. I don't think we're going to get all this crap, because some of this seems too specific to this game. Actually, most of this does, let's be honest. Flashlight info? I think that's like a spotlight. Yeah, like that's like... you would only need that in this game. So I don't think this stuff's going to be there. I don't know, maybe this file will be, but like without certain properties, or maybe they won't even use this file at all in the next game. I don't know. That one I'm not sure about, but they definitely will use this. And in fact, I have proof of it. Sakura Wars, which just came out recently, right, is also running on the same engine as this. It has the exact same PACxV4 format, and it also doesn't use Havoc. It's also using bullets. Why would they go out of their way to remove Havoc entirely from this new version of the engine and redo the pack format, only for, well, like they wouldn't do it for just one game, right? They do it for several games, and so like the fact that they're using it in multiple games now is proof to me that they're going to use it in the next game as well. Why would they do all this and then just revert back to Havoc? Like, nah, it doesn't make any sense, right? So yeah, I feel like they're going to use bullet and stuff, and it's going to be cool. You think C is a 2-pass parser with 1 pass being the preprocessor? Yes. So it's no in advance which pass is defined. Well, the preprocessor happens before even the headers stuff, though. The preprocessor is just literally like macro replacement stuff. That's all that pretty much is. Oh, and also include, sorry, yeah, it also has, it'll replace the hashtag includes with copy-pasted the text, right, of the header or whatever. So yeah. Still like it's a pass. Oh yeah, it's definitely still a pass. Also, sorry. London 2012 Wii uses CPK and ARC files. What? It uses ARC? Holy frick. Okay, so they based it off of colors. Weird. Alright, wow, I didn't expect that. Well, thanks for letting me know that. You know what? I'm an idiot. I forgot that London 2012 was on the Wii. I thought it was on the Wii U. I don't know why I thought that, because the Wii wasn't even out yet, was it? No, I think it was in 2012. It was brand new, though. Interesting. Well, thanks for pointing that out. So yeah, dumb theory of mine. Sorry, I don't know why I even thought that. So yeah, so they definitely don't. So this is almost certainly the first game that uses PAC. I guess in development they just made a PACxV1 and then later they upgraded it. And we just never, the final product just never has any PACxV1s and they just got rid of it. For you, as long as an operation is performed under a second, it's fine. What seconds are relevant to you? It's not like you write games. Right. That's fair. I think a lot of people think like that, and I don't think there's nothing wrong with that. Okay, I don't think that line of thought is inherently wrong. It's just basically the line of thought that lets you get stuff done, and that's great. It's better to get stuff done and have it be slightly slow when it runs than to spend forever trying to make it fast and never get it done. That's for sure, and I think everyone agrees on that. So I agree with all that stuff. The one thing that I do think, I will say this though. I'm not putting you down, you or anyone else down. I seriously am not trying to, but I do genuinely think that a lot of programmers these days think a little bit too much with that mindset, though. I think there's a level where it can get too much, and what you end up doing is you end up not caring at all about performance, and then you start accepting things that really are not acceptable. And I don't just mean a few milliseconds. I mean, like, you're trying to extract a single archive that's like 5 megabytes, and it takes like almost a minute on a modern machine, right? But there are tools I've used that are that freaking slow. A lot of them, actually. And people are just like, that's fine. It's a little slow, but it's not that bad. It's like, I'm like, that's unacceptable. You can extract that in like literally under half of a second if you just wrote better code. Right? But instead I have to wait every time I use your tool, you know? That's the sort of thing that I don't like. But as long as the tool doesn't get that bad, I don't think it's much of a problem either. But I definitely do prefer it to run faster if I can. Like, I'll say this, I think that mindset is fine, but I do think that if you take it too far, you end up with this. Right? You end up with, like, for example, like Microsoft now uses Electron to power this menu here. This is a web browser that's running on top of the Win32, just for this menu. That's what happens if you think too much like, performance, it's not that, it doesn't matter that much, it only takes a second, right? You end up with a freaking Chromium instance running every time you try to search for files, you know, so I don't know. But, yeah, but I don't know what the word is because I'm too tired to think right now, but, if you don't do it too much, it's fine. It's better to get something done. So anyway, okay, so here we go. So here we have an instance where the name is actually a pointer. It's set to a large number because it's a pointer. And anyway, we're gonna check. We're gonna copy the string in. So this should hopefully work. Let's see. Yeah, we got Radio Sonic. Okay. And we're already at the data apparently. Which is. Did I forget something? Oh no, I didn't. No. Here's the extension. Okay, so we're gonna account for that. So currently the required buffer size is 0. So we're gonna step through this. Okay, so it's 22 now. So that should be correct. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. And then you multiply by that 22. Yes, that's correct. All right, so now we're gonna add the extension, and the you know, I don't know what the freaking extension is. For this file, it's probably like I don't know. We'll find out. Oh, I can just look at the. Sorry, what am I doing? Sonic Forces, extracted files. I'm gonna stop real soon, I swear. I know I keep saying that, but like, I actually am gonna stop soon. But hold up, let me, yeah, it's ASM, which is a weird, dumb extension, I don't get it. But anyway, so that plus the null terminator should end up with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yep, you should have 5 extra bytes. So 22 plus 5, 27, if I'm not mistaken. No, I am mistaken. It's 10, isn't it? Yeah, because you have 4 and then you have an alternator, so 5 times 2 because it's Unicode. And this is English, so it's always times 2 for these characters. So that's 10. So then you add that to the 22 from before, and you should end up with 32. But somehow I got 37. No, I got 34. Wait, what? I'm tired. I don't know what the frick I'm doing anymore. Wait, hold up. What? Hang on. The total required byte count for this should be 32, but instead somehow I got 34. How'd I do that? Oh, it's because I already counted the null terminator in the extension, and then I added another character to it, and then that ended up being another 2 characters. So what I meant to do this. 1 for dot. Oh boy. You think you like writing games but not designing them, to be honest? I think I kind of feel that too, to be honest, yeah. It doesn't really do any tokenization in space. Yeah, exactly. It's a very simple pass, but it is a pass. I'm gonna fall asleep, dude. This is relaxing. Unless the 3DS version of 1.12 would use PAC. I don't think so. Maybe. You have the 3DS version and you have it too? Lucky me. Use both words. You optimize to a point where it's at least under a second and over-engineered. Yeah, that's fair. If it looks like spaghetti going to the end, then you start over. Yeah, that's totally fair. You over-engineer until you can't anymore, and then some. I kind of do too, to be honest. So when you don't finish any projects, but you think it's fun. Yeah, I enjoy it too, except for when I don't. I don't know. I'm trying not to do it too much now. I'm trying just to... I think what I've noticed now is... I used to do that a lot. I think now I mostly just... I kind of do the opposite in a way. A lot of times I write code that is not... Like, it definitely could be, like, cleaner or whatever, right? But I still try to keep it fairly clean. And, I don't know. And it's fast. Crazy Rat, all it cares about is speed. I am speed. Alright, that should be 32, and it is. Good. Okay, we got the right size now. And this is bin A, not here. So we are going to add the data size as well, which is this. So we add that whole thing to it. And good. And then we're done with that, and then we add that to the other one. So we're back here now. We have a new node this time. I don't know what this is. We're going to find out. Okay, it's just Sonic now. Alright, and so notice how it says Sonic. You might be going, that's a bug. Believe it or not, it's not a bug. Notice how we have an alternator right here. So what that means is it's going to stop reading there. So the other data at the end we don't care about. All that we care about is the data up until the null terminator, right? So if you actually look at the name, you'll see that, like, Visual Studio, for example, tells you that it just says Sonic instead of Sonic.Sonic, right? Because that's what it actually says. So we don't care about any data at the end. We only care about up until the null terminator. We're going for pure speed here. And yeah, we've got more of a... I don't know what the extension is for this, to be honest. It's .asm, I assume. Yeah. So 20, so that means it's 10. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yes, that's correct. Sonic.asm should require this many bytes. So then we're gonna add that, and we're just gonna keep going. Okay, so we're just gonna so Sonic Spin. We're just gonna watch it like go through the nodes because it's kind of fun. Ooh, wait, what's that? It put a freaking null right at the beginning. Oh, that was weird. Actually, that might not have been okay. Triple boost. All right, we got a triple boost. All right. W boost start. Start RT. So you can see it putting the nodes in now. And that's it, I guess. That doesn't seem right. Actually, no, that's not right at all. Unless those are the only ones in the first pack. Which might be true, but I don't think so. I think most of the data is... I don't remember what counts as split type and what doesn't here, but, you know what? I don't know. Actually, I might be correct. What data is in here and not? This is the... These are the ASM files, I think. The frick is this even? Dot scene? Oh, these are all bin A. I don't know what the frick I'm looking at anymore, to be honest. I don't know if that's correct or not. It's hard to say. Oh, frick. Hey, thank you so much, Bob. I really appreciate it. Oh yeah, the codename is William. I completely forgot it was called William. It's really funny. Thank you for sending that. I appreciate it. Yes, so, I don't know that after the stream. Thanks once again. I appreciate it a lot. Okay, so the total required size should be... But why did I call this again? Oh, for the secondary packs, maybe? No, we still haven't reached this yet. Oh, yes, we have. Oh, right, we're going through the individual types. Yes, I forgot. Okay. So that was all the ASM stuff, all the ASM files. I guess. Oh, and then it was all of these. Right, now we're onto these. Okay. Con Sonic. Oh my gosh, Sonic is conning me? Actually, it's onto these, sorry. It's going in a different order then. Con Sonic angry now. Oh man. That's gonna become idle. Yeah, there we go. And then, yeah, it'll be a data node, and then it'll replace idle with talk. It'll be a data. Look how beautiful this crap is. I love this stuff. And now it's Sonic base, idle and then talk. The radix tree stuff is really nice, honestly. Con Sonic S. Okay, so then it's gonna become so it's split it up like because there's sad and then there's also smile and also surprise. See, so it's split it up so that like just S and then it's gonna become AD or MILE, you know, whatever. So add, yeah, and then idle. And you got talk. You can see how it's assembling it all correctly. Smile, idle, all this good stuff. So you might think like this seems kind of slow, right? Because I'm going through a lot of nodes one at a time and it's like a really tedious process. You would be surprised how freaking fast this is. This is going to be really fast. Because literally it's just operating on this data that's stack allocated, not heap allocated. So it's within the program's memory. And there's no, I don't have to do any like allocating or freeing, it's just all built in. Because I know exactly the size, since the PACx3 names have limit. I think they can be. And it's just basically doing string copies and like it's very simple stuff. So what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna run this, okay? And I'm gonna put a breakpoint here, and then I'm gonna hit continue, and then it's gonna get down to this breakpoint. So within the okay, let me show you. Okay, so when I hit F5, it's going to go through every node recursively like that for every single file. It's going to put it all together, one copy at a time, and add up all the required size for everything, going through every string and every combination and all this crap. All right? And it's also going to account for the data size. And it's basically iterating through the whole file and counting up all these random numbers everywhere. Okay? And it's going to get the total buffer size. That's how long that took. You can see it says less than a millisecond because it doesn't track anything less than a millisecond because it doesn't get it accurate at that level of speed. But I love that crap, that's so good. Anyway, there's a required buffer size, so that's about 7 megabytes, I think. Yeah, which makes sense, because this pack file is also about 7 megabytes. So cool. And we haven't actually added the entry count yet. The entry count is 589. Which should also make sense, but I don't think... Yeah, there's 589 files in here. So that's why the entry count is 589. Now you'll notice that it actually is accounting for proxy entries, because it says that it shouldn't skip in this case. In the final, if you were doing splits, then you wouldn't get the final entry count until you... anyway. I don't know why I'm running this. Anyway, that's correct. That's all completed successfully. That's cool. So I haven't actually it's not actually going to extract it yet. I won't do that until I allocate the buffer and then I go through them again and I pull it all out and I actually convert it this time. That shouldn't be hard to implement, but it's almost 3 in the morning and I said I'd stop at 2. So we're not gonna do that tonight. But anyway, I love this god. This stuff's so fun. There's something so satisfying about seeing it build the, you know, the names like that. I don't know. Maybe it's just me. Anyway, yeah. So soon, I will make this extract, and then I will make it work for PACxV2, which is in Tokyo 2020, both the human and the Mario and Sonic versions of that, and also Sakura Wars, and also will be in the next Sonic game, I'm sure. So we're gonna work on that next. I'm also going to work on. I'm gonna make sure that it supports compressed and uncompressed PACxV2 files, which is good because currently the only tool that we have to extract them at all is Switch Toolbox, and it doesn't really support them perfectly. I believe it can only extract them. I don't think it can pack them yet. I might be wrong about that, but I don't believe it can pack them yet. And furthermore, it doesn't support uncompressed ones at all. It only supports compressed PACxV2 files, which might sound like that's better, but anyway, believe it or not, there's a lot of uncompressed ones too that we've been finding, especially in Sakura Wars. Which I definitely wouldn't have. It's on another. Well, you get it. But God frick. Where is it at? I don't remember. Where the frick did I put that? Well, somewhere in... Ah, here it is. Somewhere in time and space is my external hard drive that I use when when I need to install something that is massive that I don't feel like putting on my normal hard drive. Isn't installing a driver or something? Oh jeez. Windows just froze up there. Anyway, yeah, I definitely wouldn't have access to this. No siree. Why would I have that game? Why would I have... Yeah. Yeah, that's it's a big game. That was kind of a pain to get. Anyway, so I want to look into this soon, because this will help us mod the next Sonic game as well. You can see that it's definitely based off of Sonic Forces. Well, it's based on Tokyo 2020, which is based on Sonic Forces. So it has the gedit stuff still. Here's all of the gedit files, just like in Forces. And it has BIMP font, it has a camera folder, it has a character folder, which has all the characters in it. Everything's very similarly organized. It has a hedgehog folder, which is funny to me for some reason. They have a debug font thing. See, you have to freaking use Switch Toolbox at the moment. Where is... Wait, why do I have this? Oh, I made an empty folder. Good. I was gonna put it there, but then I looked at my hard drive space and went, nah. Anyway, as always, I'm only using this for modding research. I'm not actually gonna play the game because I don't even have a PS4, alright? So I'm not planning on, I'm not just trying to steal a copy of Sakura Wars, I'm just looking at the files because I want to understand how it works and how the next Sonic game works as well. Because they're definitely going to base it on this, without a shadow of doubt. So anyway, where the frick is it? Hang on. Oh yeah, it's in Tokyo 2020, I think, yes. And then I have good, because I still haven't moved it yet. And then here it is. I'm sleeping real soon, so I'm going to show you this. It's kind of an old version of it as well, but yeah, there it goes. So this supports this is files from Sakura Wars as well, which is neat. But holy frick, do I want to just double-click these instead of having to actually open up Switch Toolbox and then hit Control-O and then go to the folder and then hit
you know, open up the pack file and then right click and then hit extract all and then go and then create the folder manually and hit select folder and then wait. Like, it's so much faster to double click, right? So I definitely want to have HedgeLib pack support. But anyway, yeah, this you can extract them. Oh, don't mind these fun memes that we created. Anyway, yeah, this is HedgeLib Engine debug fun, isn't it? Well, cool. This is something that YouTube did to me today. Fun stuff. Anyway, sorry, I'm just wasting time at this point. But anyway, so that's so Soccer Wars is a game. I'm gonna have to look into this. I'm very interested in, I don't know what the frick lip is. That's interesting. I wonder if they have a new format that's inside of that. And, I'm sure they have some stuff organized pretty differently. Script is also very fascinating. I wonder if they have Lua stuff in this. I'm not even gonna extract, I just want to look at it. I haven't looked at this at all yet, I've just downloaded it. MSB? Wait, wasn't that in 06? I can't remember what that was in. Wait, what the frick is this? Sorry, I don't want to get involved in this now. But I haven't even looked at this game at all until now. Oh, that's not the right folder name. Good, good. I'm gonna sleep. And I'll keep saying that, but like for real. I'm gonna show Taz's thing first, but let me just check this out real fast because this is funny. Is it... What the frick? What is this? It's not a bin.a file because it doesn't have a bin.a header, but it does have a string table and a bin.a offset table. Wait, what's this? 10? Huh? Wait, is that always? No, maybe, that might not. Wait, no, that might not be. This might be an NN file. Yeah, it's not an offset table. That's just a That's just a chunk. That's like end offset or something. So this is like 720. Does it not count the? I don't know what the frick it counts. It might count this data too. No, because that would. I don't know what the frick this format is. Weird crap. I'm gonna have to figure this out. Oh no! It does. It must not count until here or something. Is 720 the full? This is a weird format, dude. I don't know what the frick. Is it the whole size of this? Yeah. 720. There it is. What abomination is this? Some exceptions of 6 uses are MAB and MST. Ah, so it doesn't use MSB though. Okay. So wait a minute, what freaking abomination is this crap? So wait, so it's based on like NN, I guess, but it's cursed. So instead of just having a chunk name and then like a size, they have the chunk name, the data size, not counting the chunk header at all, okay? And then they have the like offset to the data. Huh? I think that's relative to the beginning of this. Yes, it is. Oh lord. And then for some reason, and then I think it's just that, and then they for some reason have padding sometimes. Anyway, and then so hex 20, that's the data offset, and then 720, that's the size. So there it is, that's the chunk. And then the next chunk is this, which means end of file or end of chunk or something. And then it has a data size of 0 because there is no data. The offset is 10 because if you add 10, you would get to the lack of data. See, and that's how that works. That's how this works. And as for the data in there, I don't know. I'd have to figure that out. But what is this? What is this format? And also, there's no offset table? There's a string table, there's no offset table. So I guess the offsets are just like fixed automatically or something. Oh my gosh, this is weird. I'm gonna look into this someday. I haven't gotten to it yet, obviously, but I'm gonna look into this game soon. Because this is interesting. Anyway, sorry, I don't know why I opened that up. I just wanted to show that it was very similar to Tokyo 2020, I think. Yeah, the pack files are still PACxV2. That's all I wanted to show, but I ended up getting on a tangent. Sorry about that. Oh, instead of having X-Stage Mission Lua, they've renamed it to Stage Info. But it's still basically... It's quite different, actually, the way that they have some stuff laid out, but it's still basically the same thing as what X-Stage Mission Lua did. So weird. Anyway, guys, adventure confirmed! Okay, anyway, sorry. For real, I'm gonna stop. I'm just gonna read the chat and show Taz's meme, and I'm gonna stop for tonight. Anyway, if you'd like to see me look into Sakura Wars sometime, let me know. I'd like to do that. I can't test anything, because I don't have a PS4. Did you know that there's some freaking guy on the internet who, made this website, right? Look at this. PS4 emulator for PC. Download the latest version. Whoa! Oh my gosh, look at how legit it looks. I mean, look at this freaking website. I mean, it looks so good, right? How could it possibly be? They have videos, they have this nice looking site that has all this effort put into it. They have a GitHub. For crying out loud, they have a freaking GitHub. How could it be, you know, how could it be fake? Well, let's dive in, shall we? Hang on. Where's the emulator? Okay, we have a random fork of Vulkan bindings that could be used by an emulator, I guess. We have D-Engine, I don't even know what that is. Oh, Diligent Engine. They just made a fork of Diligent Engine for PCS for this fake thing, right? They made a fork of Diligent Engine and did nothing to it. Yeah, they just made a fork of... It's not even a fork, actually. It's just straight up, they just downloaded all of the files from Diligent Engine, re-uploaded them, and then put a README on it that says, like, oh, it's a fork for our project. And then they did that again with this, and then they uploaded this. Which... I don't know where this is from. But yeah, there's no emulator. This isn't real. I am fairly certain this is fake. Oh no, I'm not fairly certain, I'm positive this is fake. Look at this. Look at this crap. Guys, look. It's so oppressive for being in beta. It runs it perfectly. Wow, it's exactly... It's clearly fake, right? I mean, look at this crap. Yeah, I'm sure that they have a PS4 emulator working this well when they don't even have, you know... We don't even have 3DS or Wii U emulation really perfect yet. We still got a long way to go before that's gonna be good. Yeah, this is, yeah, definitely legit. Yeah, sure. But holy frick, look at the effort this guy put into this website. I just wanted to show this, because I'm like, man, oh man. Don't download this. Because, like, I don't know what the frick this actually is. It's probably, like, you know, I don't know if it's just straight up malware or, like, what it is, you know. So it might be data collect. I don't know what the frick it is, but there's no way that's real. So, anyway, I thought it was funny. Let's use the source code for... Oh, did they? Oh my gosh. I wasn't familiar with how this website looked. Yeah, they totally did. Look at the blur at the top of this. See how it's like blurred in the background up there? That's the same thing as their site. And the layout of it and everything. If you just like zoomed out a bit, like if you did this. Holy frick, they just copy-pasted this. Well, no wonder it looked so competent. It's just because they copied it from someone else. I just thought they put in the effort to make a really convincing-looking fake site, but apparently they didn't need to do that. Oh my gosh. I feel bad for anyone who downloaded that. I don't know what it is, but don't do it. It's definitely, like, you know, not something you want on your machine. But anyway, thought that was funny. Yeah, to my knowledge, there's no legit PS4 emulators at the moment. Not that I expected that to exist, because
the fact that we even have a 360 emulator in 2020 is blowing my mind. I genuinely didn't think we would even have anything remotely close to working for emulating 360 games until like 2025 or 2030. Like straight up, like that's such a hard console to emulate. It's freaking amazing that it's even possible at all, and especially that it's going this fast. Like freaking, that's amazing. And same with PS3. I can't believe that those projects are real, but they are. They are real. Like Xenia and RPCS3 are real and they're legit. It's amazing. Anyway. So yeah, we don't have PS4 and Xbox One emulation yet. But anyway, I found that. I thought it was funny. GPCS4 seems legit? Oh, maybe it is. The big giveaway I think is if they have oh, I was gonna say if they have a GitHub. And they do. Oh boy. This might be legit. This one might actually be legit. Let's see, how often do they commit to this? They haven't committed since March. But I don't know, maybe. It's hard to say. We are doomed. What? Is that the name of a game or something? What is this? Issue. God of War 4 crashes. No kidding. Okay. You know, yeah, so people are saying it crashes, but this actually I think is legit. It's just very early. It seems like they actually have it running some sort of 2D stuff, which is kind of amazing. I don't know. This one does look legit though, actually. That one I think is. That's pretty cool. Anyway, I'm sure one day we'll have PS4 emulation. I don't think we have proper. You're not gonna be able to run Sakura Wars right now. Is the point? Obviously, I can't do that now. I need to actually get a PS4 and a legit copy of the game. Which I'm not opposed to doing, but you know, PS5's coming out soon, and I hear it's gonna be backwards compatible with almost every PS4 game. Not every. They clarified that quickly, but a lot of them anyways. So. Honestly, I might just pick up that instead. But anyway, I just saw there was a Switch. I'm like confused. Yeah, I know, right? That blew my mind. Same with the Wii U. There were two Switch emulators though. There's Rujinx and Yuzu. There's two of them. I don't know if they're still active. I know Yuzu is. I don't know about Rujinx. I don't know if that's still in development. But anyway, crazy stuff. Alright, so I'm gonna do, I'm not gonna do a full-on break because it's getting late. I'm so sorry that I keep doing this. I know it's been a while since I've done one. I'm gonna show Taz this video, but really fast. I'm gonna skim through the chat real quick here because there's a lot I wanted to mention that I have to catch up on. So, also, a long while ago, a blog said that he was currently dumping the MNS 2012 3DS files. Thank you so much, Bob, for all that. That's really nice. I really appreciate it. Like, seriously, that helps me a lot. Link is very clean, but you want to use it for everything. You prefer writing stuff literally we can, but if it's a text or list operation, you go for like, yeah, if there's something that you want to do that's like, yeah, I don't know. Here's my take on technology as a whole, really. Pretty much every piece of technology has a purpose. Actually, not every piece. There's some that's just stupid. It's like, why'd you even make that? But a lot of it exists for a reason, right? So essentially, it's just a matter of like, do you have a good reason to use it? Right? If the answer is yes, I do, then great. You have a good reason to use it, right? There's nothing, like, use it, right? You should. If you don't have a good reason to use it, then don't, right? That's kind of how I think about it. I don't know. It also just comes down to what you're comfortable with and what you like using. If you're not comfortable with Link at all, then don't use it. But if you are, use it, right? Whatever. Just use the best tool for the job, basically. Use what you're comfortable with. Use technology for what it's made for. Right? That's kind of just, I mean, it's common sense, but that's just kind of how I go. You don't know a lot of it. I don't either, to be honest. I've used it a few times, and it's actually pretty cool whenever I've used it. And it's actually, surprisingly, it's pretty decently optimized, too. Like, I seem to remember it actually having a specialized, like, parser that, like, figures out ahead of time ways it can optimize whatever you asked it to do before it does it. And it's pretty neat. So they did think about it. It's not just, like, you know, it's not stupid. So, Link is cool. But yeah, I don't use it for much either. Program took 15 milliseconds to finish. How dare you take it 10 minutes? People forget how many milliseconds are in 1 second. No, it's just that it adds up. If you're taking, you know, 500 milliseconds to do something, that's not much time at all. That's half a second, okay? It's hardly anything. But if you're doing that same operation, you know, 100,000 times, then it starts to add up pretty fast. And I think the thought process of it doesn't matter, performance doesn't matter, is why technology is, a lot of it is so bad today. Like, well, let me rephrase that. It's why Windows 10, for example, is the way it is. It's why we use Electron freaking everywhere. It's why the computer seems to be, like, modern machines running Windows 10 seem to run about as fast as, like, good Windows XP or Windows 7 machines did years ago. Like, not faster. In fact, in some cases, a lot slower. Right? It's like, why did we get slower or just stayed the same when hardware got way better? Right? Why the frick is that? It's because developers went, oh, I guess we don't have to care as much about performance now that we have more to deal with, you know, and no one cares. That's why everything's slow, right? I don't know. I just kind of have the mindset of, like, imagine if everyone actually cared. Like, imagine, like, Microsoft cared, right? Imagine how much better Windows could be. Like, imagine how snappy everything could be. Like, you could just do all this crap, and it would be amazing, you know? Like lightning fast, everything would just work. I don't know, but instead, we have an OS where, hang on. Now watch, I'm gonna do it, and then it's actually, this is gonna be the one time where it's fast. Let's open up a stupid random meme from like 5 years ago. Instead, we have an OS where, you know, 1, 2, 3, 4, there it is. It took 4 seconds. I remember on Windows XP, that was instant. On Windows 7, that was instant. It was like as soon as, now it takes a little bit of time, you know, you gotta wait. Whoops, sorry about that. Not a big deal, who cares? It's just 4 seconds, you know? But it's 4 seconds you have to wait every time you open an image. I don't know, just an example. It's like, don't be obsessed with performance, okay? Like, I am, and sometimes I take it too far, and I admit that. You want to get stuff done primarily, but I feel like performance should be on people's minds as well. Like, don't write code that you know is going to be slow, unless you really have no better alternative, and, like, it's not going to hurt, you know, like, that bad, and that kind of stuff. Like, just think about it. And you should be good. What do you guys think of functional languages? I'm not a big fan, to be honest. But I do get why people think they're neat. I see why people think they might be even the future of programming and all that. I can see a world where computers are so fast that functional languages, the overhead of that really doesn't matter at all. I mean, we're already almost kind of in it, to be honest. And I can see the benefits of it. I can see why people feel like thinking that way makes it easier to program. For me, I think it's the opposite, but that's just because I think in terms of like how the computer works, right? I think in terms of like pointers and that crap. So for me, it's like, why can't I access this, you know? I should be allowed to mess with that memory, why can't I? You know, whatever. So to me, it's just frustrating, and I have a lot of trouble getting stuff done in a language like that. But I can see how people who are, especially people who are like new to programming and are approaching it from like a mathematical sort of point of view or whatever, I can see how they would be like, oh, this is freaking great. And it would just make sense for them. And it can, I feel like it might produce, I don't want to say better code, because I don't know about that entirely, but I do think that they would produce safer code, which for a lot of people is top priority. If you're writing like a server or something, it's probably better that you remain safe than that you are instantaneously fast. Well, not probably, it 100% is. If you're super fast, but, you know, you have a bug in your code that allows people to freaking, you know, read past the end of the buffer, oops, you might have just exposed passwords and crap, right? Like, that's bad. That's very bad. You don't want that. It's better that it's slow, but it works. And there's no like, way to get that stuff. So there's these cases where I think functional languages would be really great. Okay, and before Rad checks down Windows source code to take down 10 milliseconds by rewriting Microsoft crappy I/O. Yeah. Man, Windows would need a lot before the I/O would get better. I've said about this before. You know, Windows Defender, which is built in to Windows 10, will literally actively slow down every file operation by quite a lot sometimes as much as 10 times. Like, I'm dead serious. Turning off Windows Defender can literally make every I/O related task that your computer does run up to 10 times faster in some cases. Oh my gosh. You could have it be fast, or you could make sure that there's no viruses when, like, you probably weren't gonna get one anyway. Like, let's be real. I don't know. Like, I see why that's important, but, like, I don't think people really need an antivirus these days. Just don't be stupid. Don't download the totally legit-looking PS4 emulator. Actually, that one I can see people falling for totally, because it actually did look pretty legit if you didn't know, but, you know, whatever. Like, you get what I'm saying. Just, like, don't download things. Don't go to weird, shady sites that you don't trust. Like, just be a little careful about it. Use Chrome, or, like, use a modern browser that's updated and has ad block and won't, you know, should be not vulnerable to anything. And, like, honestly, you should be good. If you do get a virus, okay, you should also be backing up your files. Just in general, because hard drives die, so it's good to back up files, right? If you're doing that, and you get a virus, it doesn't matter, because, okay, frick, everything got deleted. Who cares? You have a backup. Just reinstall Windows, get your files back, you're fine. And that's if that happens, it won't, as long as you're not stupid. So, like, that's the worst case scenario. It's not really that big of a deal. I don't know. So, like, to make literally everything that I do on my machine 10 times slower, just to avoid a problem that I wasn't going to have anyway, to me, is really bad. I would rather not. Like, on Linux, you don't even have antiviruses because you just don't freaking need them. So, that's kind of how I feel like it is on Windows too, if you're just safe. On Windows XP or whatever, you definitely absolutely needed one, because XP was a mess in terms of security. It was so bad. It was like, if you have XP, you already basically have a virus. Let's be real. But on Windows 10, you don't need one. You really don't. Okay, sorry about that. Switch logs is a thing. I agree. It's not my favorite, to be honest, but I see why people like it. I see why it's cool. I have nothing against the developers of it. I think they're trying their best. The UI is not my thing. How far did I get with the HED2 new bullet format? I got the whole collision format cracked. The whole thing is cracked. If I remember correctly, at least. I believe I cracked everything about it. I have a tool that I released. I think I released. If not, I have to go back and release it, because I believe it's done. But anyway, it just spits out an object file from the bullet data that it reads, and yeah, it totally handles that. How's animations going? They have a brand new format for that. That's custom made, because Bullet doesn't have any animation or skeleton stuff. It's just collision. So what they do now is they have their own hedgehog engine. They have their own built-in hedgehog engine support for animations and skeletons. They don't rely on Havoc for that at all. They use hedgehog engine stuff, and they just wrote their own animation and skeleton formats. I have not cracked those yet, and we're gonna need to do that before we have character mods and stuff. So that'll be fun. To be honest, I don't feel like I'm the guy to do that, because I feel like I have like no experience. I don't even freaking understand how skeletal animations like work entirely, if I'm being honest. I get the concept of it, but I don't totally get how like that would map to a binary file yet, you know? So I'll try to crack it, but I want to get the other stuff out of the way first, right? And then I'll look into that, if no one else does. I feel like that would be better if someone else with more experience would do that. But if no one else does, I'll do it, right? But anyway, we'll crack it at some point. It shouldn't take. It doesn't look too bad from what I saw. Do they have any relationship tips? Oh boy, that's a interesting question. You mean like friendship or romance, right? When you say relationship, that kind of makes me think you mean the latter. But this will be especially fun for me to do at 3:30 in the morning when I'm half asleep. I don't know, not off the top of my head. Okay, you know, with just relationships in general, just any kind of relationship, there's this really good advice that Etika gave, that I've seen a lot of people share around, that it's genuinely very good advice. So I'm just going to basically echo that. This is not my advice, this is Etika's, so just keep that in mind. Disclaimer. But yeah, essentially what he said was that with every relationship, there's an amount of push and an amount of pull that you have to, that's going on, essentially. So what he means by that is, so like push refers to basically you pushing, like your emotions and expectations and stuff onto the other person. So essentially it's stuff like, hello, how are you doing? You know, whatever. Things that kind of expect a response. Things that are like, I can't think of great examples right now, but it's stuff that's like, you know, let me tell you about my day. Let me tell you about things that I'm doing, right? Listen to me. I'm talking to you. That's push. And pull is the reverse. Pull is like, so how are you feeling today? What's going on? You know? It's like, I'm interested in you. I want you to tell me something, right? And I want to listen. So that's kind of what he meant by that, from what I understand anyway. So what he said that he wished someone would have told him when he was younger was just basically every good relationship of any kind, whether it's friendship or romantic or whatever, has a good balance of push and pull. So you just want to have, you don't want to do too much. If you do too much, if you push too much, then you sound like you're egotistical and you only care about yourself, essentially. And if you pull too much, you sound like a creep. You sound like you're too overly interested in the other person, like you're trying to get their information or something, right? It sounds weird. So what you want to do is you want to have a good balance. You don't want to do too much of either, right? That's what he was trying to get across, from what I understand. And yeah, that's actually really good advice, I think, anyway. I've definitely noticed that. Like, there's a lot of people who don't seem to get that they're pushing or pulling too much, right? And that can actually, that's generally the thing I've noticed that tends to, like, kind of push people apart. So, at least, even just a little bit. So, yeah, I think that's good advice. I don't know what else I'd add to that. I think really it comes down to just be yourself. Don't be a jerk. You know, and you should be fine. It's not worth worrying about too much. Just kind of try to be nice to people, you know? I know it sounds dead simple and, like, obvious, but, like, seriously, that's all that most people really want. Just some kindness. And just, you know, something neat about you as well. Like, not just, like, nothing but pure kindness. They also want, like, a reason to think of you as, like, a unique individual. I don't know how to put it, but it's push and pull, right? It's a balance of both. Alright, anyway, sorry. Watch this Neutron move. Yes, listen to Taz. Okay, so we are talking about relationship. Cool. But yeah, that's what I think would help with that. Yeah, with relationships especially, yeah, try to keep the balance in check, I think, because as long as you're just basically, yeah, you're just doing a little bit of both, then I think people generally would just see you as, you know, just being a normal person, right? And people like that. I know that sounds strange, but, like, I don't know. You don't need to do anything crazy. MAB is a chunk format of the 6 products. Gotcha. It looks like they, oh yeah, I already. Okay, this is about the PS4 thing. There's some legit, which is the best thing. Orbital as well. I've never heard of that. That's actually amazing. Holy frick, I'm shocked. Okay, I'm almost caught up. Sorry, I'm taking so long. I'm gonna. Oh no, maybe no, I'm not. Let's speed up a lot here. Are they good OG Xbox simulators? I believe so. I'm not familiar with any of the names, but you should go to. Yeah, I will. Bow Sword has a purpose? I have no idea. Sleep Sword is the best. Wow. All right, I will sleep. I swear. Since when do you have 010 editor? I've had it for a little while now. It's pretty nice. I don't have the full version. I just have a trial, so it'll expire soon. But I'm not totally sure if I like it for sure, but I don't know if I would use it over what I have. I know it's weird because my hex editor is probably objectively worse. All right, but I'm just so freaking used to it. You know, it's weird. It's like I'm so used to it that getting used to 010 is just, it slows me down a lot. I don't know. Maybe someday I will get used to it, but I really like the templates. Obviously, templates are awesome in 010. That's the main reason to use it, honestly. Beyond that, I don't know. The templates are really the only thing that seems to pique my interest, and they are nice, definitely, don't get me wrong, but I don't know. I'm not sure if I would use it on a daily basis. I don't know. But anyway, I'm trying it out. It's a primary text and hex editor now? You don't even know about this? That's neat. You're not a fan of the licensing scheme? Honestly, I think it's a lot better than what they could have done. They could have gone the freaking Adobe and Autodesk route, which is like subscription-based, where you have to pay monthly or yearly. That's awful. I much prefer charging a little bit more money up front. And I don't think they charge too much. If I remember correctly, a personal copy of 010 is like, what, something like... It's definitely $70 or less. It's somewhere around there. So it's not... I wouldn't say it's cheap. But you pay it once, and you get to own it forever. And you get to use it on multiple machines even, and it works on Windows, Mac, and Linux. And all that's pretty... I think it's worth it. If you like 010 enough to the point where you're like, you're going to use it every day, it's worth it, right? For me, it's just, I don't know if I would use it every day. That's the thing. If I end up liking it to the point where I'm using it pretty much every day, like the trial, and I'm really used to it, and I find that it speeds me up, I'll buy it. I'll buy the whole version. Right now, I'm just using the trial. But yeah, but I don't think the licensing scheme is bad, to be honest. They could have been much worse. I will say, though, that I feel like the licensing schemes of, like, the future... I feel like it's an outdated scheme, though. I don't want to get into this because I don't want to rant too much, but... Because I want to sleep, but... Very simply, I feel like what I've noticed a lot now is, like, people don't want to spend money at all. Like... And that includes me, alright? It's not... I'm not saying that everyone else is in the wrong. Like, that includes me. There's this weird trend where, like, everyone just expects everything to be entirely free. Like, entirely. If there's even too much ads, people are, like, upset at the ads and they want to use ad block. Right? It's really weird. It's like people just expect everything to be totally free, and it's like if it's not, then it frustrates them and they want to use something else that is. And it's like, it's a weird expectation because it's like, of course people have to make money. You can't do that. You can't have everything be free. But people, like, expect it to be that way. It's really weird. Like, what I've noticed is, like, if there was a really great app that was really fun and you liked it a lot, well, no, not fun, sorry, you know what I mean, really good to, like, really good, right, and you used it a bunch, and it cost even just, like, $1, I feel like there would be people who'd be like, I don't know, just because it costs $1, right, just because it's not $0, there'd be people who would pirate it. I'm serious. That's real. Even if it was a cent, there'd be people who would pirate it, because they don't want to pay the cent. It's not the amount of money that you're spending even, really. It's just the fact that you have to spend money. People don't want that. They want it to be free. I don't know. It's weird. So what I feel like the ideal... I don't feel like software should sell like that anymore. I don't feel like if you just sell, like, software for, like, an upfront cost, I don't feel like that's a good business model anymore. I don't think that works. I feel like most people don't want to do that. They're just going to pirate it. So what do, right? You can make it subscription-based and make it always online to enforce the subscription. But if you do that, then that's awful. That's way worse. That's terrible. I hate that. I hate any program that does that. I think that's an awful idea. I see why they do it, and I feel like that probably does work, but I hate it. I don't want anything to do with programs that I have to pay monthly or yearly for. Like, screw that, right? Yeah, what I think is the best way to do it, and what I think you're going to see a lot of software do from now on, is, hear me out, literally make it free. Literally just make it freaking, just everyone can download it and use it for free. Maybe make it open source as well, why not? Screw it. But here's how you make money, ready? Make it really freaking good and free, and then have just, like, you know, Patreon, just have a donation link. Just have that. And just have it linked in through your help menu or whatever, right? And your installer and all that. Just be like, hey, if you like the program, you know, consider donating. And just make it, don't make it annoying, don't shove it in their face, but just make it like, if someone wants to donate at any point, they know exactly where to go to do it. And make it really easy to do. And fast, right? If someone wants to do it. Do that, and I feel like that's actually, in the future, that's going to be like, almost every program is going to do that. At least on desktop. On iOS and stuff, I think it's going to be ads mostly, but on PC, it's going to be mostly that, because that is a good way to do it. If you don't believe me, you might think that's not going to get enough money. Like, that wouldn't, and I don't know if it would for a big company, but like Blender, for example, and OBS, they both do that. They're both totally free and open source. They just have donations, and they accumulate literally tens of thousands of dollars. I think even hundreds of thousands, you know, yearly. Blender gets enough to where they can make movies all the time. Like, seriously. So I feel like that's the way to go. If you're starting a new project and you're thinking, like, how do I monetize this? I could be wrong. I could be horribly wrong. So please, you know, don't sue if you lose money. You know, this is advice from a random guy on the internet at 3:30 in the morning who's half asleep. But yeah, Blender gets way more than that. Yeah, Blender gets over 100K monthly from people donating. And it sounds like that's crazy. It's like, how the frick did... that can't be right. But it is. Like, that's the thing. If you make software that's really good, it's funny. People don't want to spend money on software unless it's free and it's really good. In which case, they want to support it. And so people are, like, happy to donate as long as it's good, right? So I don't know. I feel like that's definitely the way that software's going to go. Anyway, Microsoft Universal Windows Platform applications are so... Yes, they're incredibly slow. I hate them. You remember it being fast on Windows 8? Yeah, it was. Yeah, Taz, on Windows 8, it was really... Everything was fast. Like, people hate on Windows 8 a lot because of the start menu, and yeah, it was freaking bad. The UI was awful. But if you could get past that, which honestly wasn't even that bad, if you just use keyboard shortcuts, it was exactly the same as how you did on Windows 7. Like, oh, you want to open up Notepad? Okay, on Windows 7, you hit the Windows key, you type Notepad, you hit Enter, right? On Windows 8, you hit the Windows key, you type Notepad, you hit... It's the same thing, right? So if you just can get past the way that the UI looks... It was fine. It was literally everything that was good about Windows 7 and then some other good things on top of that, with nothing really bad except for the UI and the apps that weren't that great, right? But, like, you didn't have to use them, and it didn't slow it down or anything. I don't know, it wasn't bad. Windows 10 is different, because, like, Windows 10 is slower. They have all this spyware crap put into it now. They have Cortana built in, running in the background. Can't do much about it. They have updates you're forced to get. All this stuff that you can't choose. No, you know, I don't know. So, I think Windows 8 was the last... I feel like Windows 7 was the last truly great Microsoft OS. Windows 8 was the last good one. Windows 10 is... I wouldn't say it's bad, though. I don't know. It's okay. I mean, obviously I use it, so there must be a reason why I use it. But it's just kind of because I have to. Linux just sadly is not going to work for me, I don't think. I keep trying to make it work, but it's just never... Wine is never enough. An example of a functional language, like F# is one of them. For some reason, that's the only one I can think of right now. There's a lot of them. Yeah, it's like a paradigm that's kind of weird. The idea is that it purposely limits you a lot, with the idea of, like, keeping your code more small and easy to understand, and to keep bugs from happening. And it's a neat idea, and I see why people would like it. It's also much closer to how math works. Basically, in math, so, okay, let me sum it up really, really fast. In traditional programming, you have functions, and they can take in variable, they have arguments, and they can be input or output arguments, right? But here's the thing about that. You can also have, like, global variables and stuff, right? And the problem is, in, like, math, for example, functions they're called peer functions, right? And the idea is that every function in like a mathematical situation has a certain amount of inputs, and it has, like, an output or whatever, right? And as long as the inputs are the same, the output will always be the same, guaranteed. It's always just going to do nothing but what it says it's going to do, right? And it's always going to do it in the exact same way. Okay, so the only way you're going to get a different output from the function is if the function, like, if you provide different inputs to it, right? That's the only way you're going to get a different output from it. So that's a really nice thing that you can rely on. And also, there's no side effects, okay? If you run a function in a mathematical context or whatever, it's going to do exactly what it says and nothing else. In traditional programming, that's not always true. A lot of times it can be true, it usually is, but not always. You can write functions that, for example, have a global variable that they write to, or read from, or whatever, right? And so the function has a side effect. It does something on top of what it looks like it does. And so maybe you run the code again, the same code with the same inputs, but you'll get a different result, right? It's possible for that to happen. And it does a lot of times in actual programs as well. And also, they can have, like, output stuff, and I don't know. There's all of these... There's all these ways that the function can do something on top of what it says it's going to do, and it can result in bugs and things, because especially if you have global variables and stuff, right? You have data that you're, like, writing to that isn't just related to the function. It happens even outside of global variables, like in C# and in C++ and object-oriented languages. If you have a class and you call a method on the class, the method can also, of course, manipulate the members of the class. Of course it can, right? That's just like a normal thing about programming, but and people do it all the time. That's normal programming. But, that means that technically you can run the same function again on the same object with the same inputs and get a different result, because it does something based on its members, and the members are not different, right? And so that's a property that some people believe is the main cause for bugs in programming. It's stuff like that, right? Side effects, essentially. I don't know if I believe that, to be honest. I don't know if I think that's the main cause of bugs, but a lot of people are convinced that it is. And so the idea of functional programming is to force you to be able to only write programs that don't have any side effects. You cannot write code that does anything other than what it looks like it does. So you can mess with the input, you can take in inputs and use those, and that's it. And you can pass out an output, and that's it. You cannot mess with variables outside of the function. So global variables or things that are inside of a class, you cannot do that. That's not generally a functional programming idea. I think there's some languages, some functional languages that kind of let you do stuff like that as well, but most of them are strict and they say, nah, you can't do that. And so obviously that's a different way to program. That's a very different way you have to think about everything. It's also, it generally has a performance penalty as well, because you can't like reuse a lot of stuff usually. I mean, you can, but you have to really do a lot of like passing around data, right? You can't just have it be like, oh, self-contained really in the same way. I don't know, there's a lot of, it's harder to like make it fast. So that's bad, but the good is supposedly that it makes it easier to understand, and you can rely on everything working exactly the way it says it will, and bugs should be way, way less frequent and way easier to fix and find and all that. So those are the upsides. So I don't think personally that it's really going to be I don't know, I don't think it's going to be the future. I could see it, but I don't think so. I feel like it's good. It's really good for some types of programs, but for most of them, I feel like you need more control, even if it means that you're at risk of having bugs and stuff, right? But I might be wrong. Who knows? Okay, you were doing homework based on a scan you opened in Universal Windows platform photo viewer. You got tired, you went to sleep with your PC on. You woke up to your whole 12 gigabyte RAM bloated from the. Oh gosh, they had a memory leak. That's funny. Yeah, by the way, I love how they tout that as like Universal Windows platform is safer, and then they do that. It's like, guys, it's honestly just, I'm sorry. I hate to say this because I know that there were so many talented devs who poured their heart and souls into this, and they really were trying to make the best thing they could. But like, the Universal Windows platform is freaking garbage. I'm sorry. They should just get rid of it. Like, Microsoft should just stop it. But the problem is, at this point, they've invested so much time and money into this for so long that I don't know if they can. Like, now, they can't just, if they just Thanos snap and just get rid of the universe, that's gonna be a problem now, right? Especially after how long they told devs, trust us, it's the future, make Universal Windows platform, invest in our platform, it's the future. Now they can't. If they get rid of it now, they're screwing over so many devs that actually not that many, I guess, but they're screwing over a lot of devs who actually did make Universal Windows platform apps and spend time porting and rewriting their apps. They're screwing over all those devs. They're screwing over everyone who dared to use the Windows Store, which is not that many, but you know, there's people who used it. They're screwing over a lot of people, and it's just, and they're screwing over themselves because they're going to lose all that money they put into it, and it's so they can't do it. But I feel like they know that it's bad, and they can't do anything about it, and they're stuck with it now. And it's like, well, Microsoft, if you wouldn't have done this in the first place. But seriously, new Windows programs now are not using Windows, like Edge, the new Edge, is Win32. Dead serious. And it's also going to be on Windows 7, and even on Mac and I believe Linux. Yeah, and they're writing some other programs that are Win32 now as well. Really seems like a great platform you got there, Microsoft. So great that you don't even use it yourself, you know? It's dead. Universal Windows platform, I feel, is kind of dead. They might try to bring it back. You know what, with Windows 10X, they'll probably try to bring it back. And maybe it'll actually succeed and it'll make a comeback and it'll actually be amazing and I'll feel embarrassed that I said it was dead. I don't know. But in its current state, I just don't see devs ever wanting to use it. Like, just Win32 works. There's nothing wrong with it. Right? Why did you need this? You know, the only reason is because they wanted to get into the mobile market and then they fail at that. So now there's not even... Photos memory leak, you understand that I messed that up? I don't either. Google Chrome is malware? Sure. Is it validating instead or anything else Chrome-based that is trustable? Oh, you mean how like Google data collects or whatever, I guess. Yeah, they probably do. But so does Microsoft, so does the OS you're running, so, you know, it's kind of like, you know, just having Windows, I already basically have spyware. on my machine. Like, straight out. It definitely is. So, you know, I don't know. There's a level where I don't know if I care too much. I do definitely care about privacy, but, you know, it's like, there's a level where it's like, what do I do about it? You know? I'd rather just have a program that works and I don't have to think about it than a program that doesn't as well. But Vivadi, I hear, works pretty well, so maybe, I know. Okay, it reminds me of when you download a fake 360 emulator when you play just a .NET program that played videos of games and then you went to settings and it crashes? Was that really? Oh, that's hilarious. That's really funny. I'm shocked that someone made that, but wow. You sent the CPK tool? Thank you so much. You're super young, but still, even though it was really fishy. Please go to bed. You want to see if... Oh, it wasn't funny. You apologize. I thought it was funny. You had a gander at the Switch 2 toast and you got very confused and depressed and closed the browser? Oh, I haven't looked at it yet. Personally, you would be a jerk. The woman loved bad guys. Oh, I'm really behind. I'm so sorry. It has the files inside the CPK. That's scary. Oh, that sounds awful. Okay, well, thanks for telling me. I'll have to check it out. And Nikki Taz, I was just gonna ask, actually. I'll pop that open. I'll show that in. You know what? Does it... Okay. I'm gonna focus on this, but I'm also gonna try to read at the same time. Because I'm gonna try to be fast here. This might be loud. I don't know. It's hard to say. Oh, it was muted. Okay. Oh. It's actually pretty... Okay, yeah, that should be good. Hey, Red Guy, what was up with the... Oh, I don't know. Oh, you were... Oh, it's me. Oh my gosh. I said it's very slow in your opinion, so it's something you could get used to. Yeah. I don't know why I'm so used to hex edit. I've just used it for so long now. It's just like my go-to. Like, yeah, I don't think it's great. Wait, whoa, frick. Wait, who did the Sans voice? Any bad? Snowden Zone Act 1. Let's go, gamers. If we were still broken, no, it doesn't use the goose. Oh, does it say that? Oops. Sorry. Well, it still is, but it also isn't. Like, okay, so it was never actually broken, but it was it's just that I can't add YouTube playlists anymore, right? So it still works, it's just that I can only use the songs that are already in it, or I have to manually add every song in the playlist, and that just takes forever, you know? So, you pay, 50, for a 010 editor license and you don't lose support after a year. You don't like the chance that they don't push anything out for a year and you don't get the new update. That's true, that can happen, and that's not great, but I feel like that's a lot better still than what, like, other companies do. I don't know. Me personally, I'd rather pay it just once and maybe get screwed over by having an old version than, you know, pay perpetually for software that most like from what I've seen, from what I've heard as well, a lot of times just gets worse with each update as well, so good stuff. Don't force a relationship, Brad? Yeah, listen to the advice you just gave. What? Linux will understand? Linux will understand, I agree. Get the really cabin for the viewer too. Really? This is apparently a really common thing, holy frick. Okay, how have they not fixed that yet? There's a memory leak in a program that made by Microsoft, built into Windows. That's embarrassing. The funny thing is that it can only happen for apps Microsoft developed and can't happen to third-party devs, and then Microsoft leaks it. Of course, Microsoft memory leaks. Yeah, it's funny, it's like there's a lot of, I mean, of course there's third-party programs that have memory leaks, but like, I swear, it seems a lot of times, especially these days, Microsoft software seems to almost be, a lot of times it's like lower quality than the third-party stuff. And I just don't get how that happened. I mean, how can you make an OS and then make software for it that's worse than everyone else who makes software for your OS? You know what I mean? Like, you understand the OS inside and out. You can't make better software for it? I know the reality of it is that they have a team of people who works on the actual operating system, and then they have other separate teams that work on the programs. Oh. I didn't expect that. That's funny. Holy frick. Oh, so yeah, this looks really nice. I like the remix too. That's a really nice remix. Like, it fits really well. But yeah, like, so I understand that, like, the people who make the Photo Viewer, for example, it's different people than who made Windows 10, like, you know, like the core, who developed the core kernel and stuff, right? I understand that. But it's like, it still is embarrassing, you gotta admit. Like, it's the same company, you know? They should train their employees a little better. But I feel like the reason that Windows 10 is the way it is, I feel, is because a few things. I feel like one of them is that Microsoft doesn't really... Their vision for the OS is very different from what everyone else thinks of when they think of the OS. All that they're thinking of is, they looked at, here's what Microsoft's vision is for Windows 10. Microsoft looked at Apple one day and went, holy frick, they have a lot of money. Let's do everything that they do so that we can get that money too. But it doesn't work like that. Apple has a lot of money because they appeal to a certain type of consumer with their products. Microsoft also has a lot of money because of the same reason. They appeal to a certain type of consumer with their products, right? The people who Microsoft appeals to are entirely different from people that Apple appeals to. It's different people, alright? No, like, to win over the Apple crowd would take a stupid amount of effort, and honestly, I don't know if it can even be done. It's like, there's so many Apple... It's too late, especially now. It's too freaking late. There's too many people who are using Apple products and who are tied into the ecosystem to the point where they can't really easily get out. And they don't have any reason to, because the iDevices are fine. Like, as far as they're concerned anyway, right? There's nothing really wrong with them, like, especially the newer phones and stuff. They're not bad. So we need to stream SHAMELESS again. Freaking nice. They're not, like, they're not terrible products at all. I don't know. Does Apple do things that are wrong? Of course they do. I'm not defending them. What I'm saying is just, to the people that Apple... yeah, sorry, Taz, that's really cool. Thank you for sharing that. I'm sorry I didn't comment on that much. I'm just trying to say a lot at once. But yeah, but I feel like the Apple stuff isn't even... A lot of it isn't even that bad. It's just the Apple tax, you know? That's bad. The fact that you have to pay more for it is stupid. And also, a lot of times, their software artificially limits it to where... you know, you can't do certain things with your phone that you should be able to, but they just don't let you, you know, because they don't want you to do that. And it's, like, stupid. And there's a lot of little dumb things like that with Apple products. And also there's, you know, I feel like there's planned obsolete, I can't speak right now, you know what I mean? They, like, purposely make the hardware to the point where it'll die after a few years, you know? Because that way it's like, oh man, your phone's old, you need to get a new phone, buy the new iPhone, whatever. It'll cost you a lot more, but it's better, and then it will be for a while, and then it'll die too, and then it's just a perpetual cycle, right? That's something that Apple does, and I don't like that either. All that crap is bad. But anyway, what I'm getting at is, the Apple customers are cool with that stuff because they're cool. They like the rest of the product. Like, the rest of the product appeals to them. There's certain things about it that appeal to them, okay? They do not like the idea of Windows. They don't like Windows. They don't like the idea of, like, sitting down at a machine like a, you know, there's a reason that they're Apple users, okay? They know Windows exists. They prefer Mac and or iOS. They prefer it. So, no, Microsoft, you're not going to win them over by just saying, okay, but it's Windows, but we added a Photos app. It's just like iOS, I guess. Please come back. No, you're not. That's not going to work. Obviously, it's different people. Like, it's different. You would have to redo the entire OS. And that's the thing. On the flip side, there's obviously tons of people who love Windows, who have a real reason to use it, and who don't like Mac or iOS or whatever, and can't use it for what they're doing. So why would you try to appeal to the opposite of... It's so dumb, it doesn't make any sense. So, you know, Windows is in a weird state right now because Microsoft's trying to be Apple. They're trying to copy their money, right, by copying everything they do, and it doesn't work. It's like, you're liked for different reasons. You'll get more money, Microsoft, if you just do what your Microsoft supporters or whatever, you know what I mean? Like, Microsoft enthusiasts actually like your products for, right? So Windows 7 was a good freaking OS because it had a consistent idea, and it just went with that. Windows 10 is not as great because it tries to do different things. It tries to be Windows 7, and it also tries to be a mobile OS. And it's also trying to kind of be something else. I don't even know what yet. They're trying to make it a service? What? What the frick is that? It's not a service, it's an OS. No, it's a service. You know, it doesn't... It's bad. It's like, they can't decide what it is. Right? So it's a mixed match of ideas. You got Win32 programs, you got Universal Windows Platform apps, you got service stuff like it's constantly updating. They don't know what it is. So that's why, I don't know. If they just stopped it, if they just said, okay, you know what, screw everything, Windows is this, and they just picked one, and they went with that, it would get a lot better. But they can't do that because they've stuck themselves in a weird position now where now they're screwed. They've done too many things. It's like if they get rid of Win32, Windows is dead. No one is going to use, everyone's going to go to something else. Like, I swear, like, who is going to use Windows if suddenly EXEs stop working? No one will. All of your programs that you use it for are going to go away. No one's going to use it. Screw that, right? That's not going to work. Okay, so if they get rid of Universal Windows, so they have to keep Win32. If they get rid of Universal Windows platform apps, then they screw over everyone they just tried to tell, all the developers they convinced into making Universal Windows platform apps for years and years. They screw over all those people, and they look like idiots. And it's horrible. It's bad for their brand. It's bad for them and for their customers and everything. They lose a lot of money and crap. It's bad. So they can't do that. And if they try to get rid of the Windows as a service idea, then that's currently their funding model. That's currently how they're getting money for this OS. Like, pretty much. It used to be that, like, you bought a Windows copy and then they got money from the money spent on that. But now they're going with a more Apple-based idea where the OS is, like, basically you just have perpetual updates to it. They never stop, and it's always free updates, right? Which sounds better, but it's like, how do they pay for that? Well, by collecting your user data and then selling it. That's how they do that. That's how the updates are free. So that's way worse because now you have no privacy, and it's constantly slowing down your machine because they have to constantly collect all this crap, and updates never freaking stop, and it's incredibly infuriating because they're just trying to get something done, and Windows is like, oh, you want to update? No, I want to get something done. No, you want to update? It's awful. So all that combined is that Windows 7 is a mess. But what else do you use, right? Because it still has that Windows 7 core, which is good underneath all of the crap. And all the good Windows programs still work on it, So it's like, what are you going to do? You don't have a choice. All right, Microsoft can't save your data if you disable telemetry keys in the registry. Oh, I'm sure they can't, yeah. It's not like they could just ignore the keys. I like the people who... yeah, obviously you can make Windows a lot better if you turn off settings like that, because there is an extent to where it's like if they do it anyway, then they're violating the law in some cases, right? So like if you go into Windows settings and you turn off all the privacy features and they still were to spy on you, they'd be breaking the law. And so if someone figures that out, which they would eventually, they're in big trouble. So they're not going to do that because they're not stupid. They will actually respect. If they let you turn off a feature and you turn it off, they will actually stop tracking that. That or they're going to be in big trouble in a few years. So, but there's definitely a lot of things that they don't let you turn off. So that's fun. The fact that you have to pay another for license update is, yeah, I agree, but I agree with that. That stuff isn't good, but like, I don't know. I don't feel like there's going to be too many 0.10 updates that are actually like, oh my gosh, I have to get the new 0.10 editor update. It's a breakthrough. They slightly improved the font rendering, and they added a new template feature that I don't know if I really need, but it's kind of nice. It's like, I don't know. I don't know if you really need all the 0.10 updates, So it's kind of like, I feel like it's a fair system. It's just, it'd be better if it was something else, but I don't know. How they have to make money somehow, so I feel like that's fair. Okay. Hi, Death. How you doing? Yes, I'm gonna stop. But yeah, I was just catching on the chat real fast, and then I got sidetracked on a Windows tangent. It just sounds like the Netflix adaptation of Windows 7. Oh my gosh, that's hilarious. Like, I can't laugh too much right now because I'm gonna wake up everyone in the world. Just kidding. Everyone in my local area, which apparently to me is the world. Anyway, but that's really funny. That's such a good way to put it, actually. Holy frick. You know that meme that's like the manga and then the anime and then the Netflix live action adaptation, What would that be for Windows? Because like definitely Windows 10 would be the Netflix version. So what would be... So is the anime Windows 7 then, I guess? So what's the manga? I don't need sleep. I need answers. Win32 is killed. You were just switching to Linux straight away. Same. Freaking... If they get rid of Win32, which they might someday, they've thought about it before. If they get rid of Win32, I promise if they get rid of Win32 and they don't have a proper alternative to it, I'm switching to Linux. Like, I will if that happens. Because And so will most of you watching this, let's be real. Because imagine one day Microsoft says, from now on, no EXEs for you. Just think about how many programs you have that would disappear. And yes, companies would, eventually port it over to Universal Windows Platform, and you'd get, like, Vegas would come back, they'd have a new version of that, and, whatever. And I'm sure they'd have tools that they would release that would say, it's okay, you can just convert an EXE to Universal Windows Platform. Whoa! And, they already have stuff like that, I believe, so they would just push that more. But if they got rid of that crap, whew, no thank you. I feel like that would be a horrible idea. And they were gonna do it. I swear they were gonna do it when they first launched Windows 10. From what I remember hearing, some Microsoft employee was saying that the intent was to phase out EXEs. The intent was, we launched the Universal Windows Platform, and then everyone starts developing for it because of course they will. It's gonna be great. And then within like 5 years, so by 2020. Because they released Windows 10 in 2015, right? So 5 years later, we'll have, everyone will be on Universal Windows Platform, and we won't even need Win32 anymore. We'll just get rid of it, and everyone will be fine with that. That was the plan. That was actually the plan. And then, it was bad, and no one really cared about it. And Microsoft was like begging people to port their apps, but no one really did. A few people did, but most didn't. And here we are in 2020, and they've rethought that. They're like, on second thought, I don't think we can do that right now. I feel like that would be, Win32 is here to stay for at least a little while, but I feel like they still want to get rid of it someday. There's a version of Windows 10 already called Windows 10S, which is a student version of Windows 10. And get this, it's literally Windows 10, exactly the same, except it can't run EXEs. Dead serious. Yeah, so File Explorer is an EXE, and the new Edge is an EXE. Oh, goodness. But it's okay. They have a custom version of File Explorer that I guess isn't, but also kind of is. I don't know how the frick that black magic works. They made a variant of it that somehow is not Win32, but it also basically is. And anyway, that's what File Explorer is on Windows 10S. It looks and acts pretty much exactly the same, but it's a little slower, and it's... why? Anyway, and... I don't know about Edge. I don't know what the frick they're doing with that. I have no idea. Like, what? It doesn't have a browser? What do you mean? It has to have a browser. I know the old Edge was Universal Windows Platform, so at first Windows 10s just used that. But the new Edge is not, so I don't know. They must be making an exception for Edge. They must be being like, no EXEs.
Except for Edge.
It must be like that, or... What a mess. But yeah, who would want that? Does anyone want that? Do you want to go out right now and get a laptop that has Windows 10S on it? Of course you freaking don't. Nobody wants that. Like, but it's okay. If you get Windows 10S, it's okay. Because you can pay extra. I'm not joking. You can pay extra to get the permission to use EXEs. That's right, ladies and gentlemen. You can buy the right to use EXEs on Windows 10S, and then if you do that, it becomes just a normal copy of Windows 10. And then it just works like Windows 10. I'm dead serious. This is real. This is an OS that Microsoft is releasing. If you buy a Windows 10 student laptop, or whatever, if it says like student in the name, and it's like by Microsoft, yeah, probably avoid that. Those student versions, they are cheaper, and there's a reason. It's because they come with Windows 10S. The S stands for student. This is their answer to Chromebooks. But it's really dumb, because it's like... Why would you want that? Like, you either just want the web and you don't really care about anything else, in which case you want a Chromebook, or you want all of it, in which case you want Windows. You don't want Universal Windows Platform apps and also the web, and that's it. Like, that's so weird. Why? It's bad. It's so bad. Anyway, yeah, so if that becomes the future of Windows and they're just like, you know what, from now on, no EXEs for you, yeah, I'm going to Linux, and so are a lot of people. Because why? That's the only reason that I'm on Windows, is because all these programs that I use are only on here, and there's not really good alternatives to all of them. But if they do that, screw that. Like, I'll find alternatives. I'll find a way to do it on a platform that works, Okay, local area equals American movement. Sorry, American moment, sorry. Oh, I see what you meant. You said local area is the world and American moment. Yeah. That's pretty funny. Yeah, That is a weird mentality. I don't know why a lot of people think like that, but I guess I do too sometimes. I don't mean to. Frick. So it's only when it's 4 a.m. That's the only reason. That's the only time when I have American moments. Windows 2 isn't just that though. Legacy software, like, oh yeah, right, yeah. It's all the old stuff. It's all gonna. I mean, pretty much anything that's any exe, right? Like anything that's been around, pretty much any Windows program that you use that isn't clearly one of these new apps, right, is Win32. So imagine all of that going away. They were gonna do it. Like, I remember reading that was, like, I remember reading someone saying that was the plan. But then they changed that because because the Universal Windows platform freaking bombed. And so did Windows Phone, which is so funny because the entire point of the Universal Windows platform was just so that you could write an app once for desktop Windows or whatever, right? And then it would also work on Windows Phone. See? So the idea was that they would get people to develop apps for their Windows phones, kind of forcefully, and they were hoping that would get people to actually care about Windows Phone. It didn't work though because no one felt like writing Universal Windows platform apps. What was the point? Just write Win32, it works. And no one cared about Windows Phone. So it didn't work. And so Windows Phone bombed. They gave up on it. Straight up, Microsoft stopped selling Windows Phones. I believe this year or last year. They gave up. They said, this is the last one, sorry. And they stopped. They stopped working on that. And so now they're still selling Surface tablets. And they're trying to, but beyond that, they're done. Like, they're branching out into the mobile market in other ways. They've just announced an Android phone. Microsoft is literally releasing an Android phone. I'm dead serious. It's called the Surface Duo or something like that, and it actually looks really nice. But it's Android. It's running Android. It's not Windows because they gave up. They were like, screw that. It's just not working. So if Microsoft gave up on it, then why should devs use it? It just doesn't make any sense. So the entire point for Universal Windows platform was just so that it could also run on other platforms like phones and also the Xbox, I think, but in a very, very, very limited way. That was like, what's the point? You know? So that was the only point of the platform. And now the Windows Phone's gone. So there's no point. It's freaking... But they can't just kill it because then they screw over all these devs who actually trusted them when they said it was the future. So, bad times. At least it brought Xbox One games to PC first. I heard that, but was that Universal Windows platform that did that? Or was that just the Xbox? The Xbox now runs Windows 10. It runs a variant of Windows 10. That's very similar, but it's also a little different. It's basically just a freaking PC at this point, right? So, like, I feel like that would have been easy to do with Win32 stuff, too. Maybe I'm wrong. The manga is Windows 8, and the OVA is 8.1. Alright, that's funny. I like that. XP is the manga? Nice. There goes Game Maker. Yeah, Game Maker. Well, all versions of Game Maker, even Studio and even Studio 2.0 or whatever, those are Win32. It's funny. Microsoft's own programs are, like, the new Edge is Win32, like I mentioned, and so is Visual Studio. It's Win32. And so is, like, Notepad and all that is still Win32. It's only, like, the new apps, you know, like when they feel like apps. You know it's a Universal Windows platform app because it's slow and it feels like it was made for a phone, right? So, like, Calculator now, Photos, Weather, the Microsoft Store, Paint 3D. What else? Solitaire, the new version of Solitaire. Mail. Other stuff. Alarms and Clock. Those kind of apps. All of those are Universal Windows platform apps. But, like, who cares? Like, I don't know. Like, no one... Like, those aren't even really used that much by people. I don't know. It's just such... I'm sorry. It ticks me off a lot because it's just such a... I honestly don't think that they were... Like, I don't know if the idea of having one program that works on several different types of devices, I don't know if that's inherently a bad idea. I honestly can't tell. I feel like it probably is, because I've never seen anyone do it successfully. I've seen a lot of people try, but it always fails, because it just seems like desktops and mobile devices are inherently different. Oh, frick. Thank you, Taz. Thank you so much, I appreciate it. It's time to push buttons. I'm pushing it, but nothing's happening. I'm still awake. Why is it not working? I'll sleep, but let me finish this sentence. I feel like, let me think how to word it now. It's got to be a good sentence. I don't know. I feel like the idea is not inherently bad. I feel like it could work. Especially now I'm noticing, I don't know, it seems like there's a lot of things that actually could be cross-platform, you know? Especially like web services and stuff, like, you know, Twitter, whatever, YouTube, Facebook, whatever, all those sites. Those all are absolutely websites and services that could work totally fine, and do work totally fine, across different platforms, right? Like, they work fine on desktop, they work fine on mobile, they work fine on any screen size, whatever. You have to have different UIs for the different devices. That's the thing. But it does work, and they don't usually have to be that different. Like, the mobile UI doesn't usually have to be that drastically different. It just has to be, like, slightly changed to fit better. So it kind of, given that, it should be doable to just have, like, an app that works well on all these different devices, right? But I don't know, but it just seems like, but then you think about other programs and you're like, well, what about, like, Vegas or Visual Studio or Photoshop or whatever, right? Programs that you use to get actual serious work done. How would those work on mobile? And that's where it starts to fall apart. I don't know. It's one of those things where I feel like it maybe is possible to do. And I'm very interested in the idea. I would love a future where you could literally just have a device that just does both perfectly. Like, you could just have one program and it just works on every screen size and it's just good, right? You can just bring your programs with you or just plug it into your PC. That's a cool idea, and I think if you could accomplish that, that'd be freaking awesome. And I'm really interested in that idea, but I don't think it's really that practical. I do believe that desktop UIs and mobile UIs are inherently very different for a reason. And not even UIs. I think the program's functionality is inherently different, right? People's mindset is inherently different. When you use a mobile device, you're just wanting to kind of do something a little bit, you know? Like you know, something that doesn't take too much concentration or whatever. When you're using a PC, that's when you want to get real serious work done, right? So you have, like, different mindsets going into it. You don't have the mindset of, like, you know, I'm going to get some serious code done, but I'm going to do it on my phone. Like, that's not how people think. And also the other way around, you don't think, like, I'm going to get some, whatever, like, oh, I'm going to waste a lot of time on TikTok when you're using your PC, right? I don't know. Maybe people do. Maybe it does actually go that way around. I don't know. But anyway, it seems like it just isn't an idea that's going to work that well, sadly. No, Death, no. Bad. Hey, thanks to Universal Windows Platform, we have an emulator running Money Puzzle Exchanger and the worst version of Fantasy. I forgot how bad it is. Oh my gosh. Yeah, the Phantasy Star Online's like Windows 10 port is freaking abysmal. I like how even Sega was like, "We're sorry, it's Microsoft's fault. It's not us." Just try downloading it through the Windows 10 store. It's a nightmare. Okay, I'm trying to do one more thing and then I'm gonna sleep. Hang on a second. I forgot how to do this. You'll probably be able to figure out what I'm doing if you know me, but you may not know me. I'm just kidding, but frick, what is the command? I just want to do one thing as a joke, and then that's straight up it. Hang on, here we go. Hang on. Hang on. Okay, whatever. And then you would say, you specify time. You see what I'm freaking doing. Yeah, and then you would, I'm so sorry. Alright, and then you would, yeah. Oh man, the S stands for sleep. No, no, of course it doesn't. Yeah, yeah? It's not working. Frick. There's supposed to be a little box that pops up, and it's supposed to be hilarious, but it didn't actually work. So insert a funny joke here. Anyway, I'm gonna say good night. Oh yeah, that was a Twitch bug. I guess I don't know why it was black or whatever. Anyway, I'm gonna head off because it's been streaming for almost 9 hours. Okay, whew. So anyway, thank you for watching. Hope you enjoyed it. I'll be back soon. I hope if people aren't, I really enjoy the programming streams, to be honest, and I know people want to see more gaming as well. I don't know what I'm doing tomorrow or if I'm streaming. I don't know. I might try to do. I don't know. We'll see. But I really do enjoy the programming, so if people are not opposed to that, I wouldn't mind doing it again, but I understand if people are, because I've done a lot of it lately. So we'll see what happens. But anyway, good night. Insert funny meme here. Ah, frick, that's the wrong...